as we felt that the noise which was coming from out from there was causing annoyance. So noise pollution is nothing but any sound which can cause or which can affect the health and well-being of an individual. And as per WHO definition, it is any sound which is beyond 65 decibels uh, is discussed as noise pollution. According to the European agency, almost 12,000 premature deaths and 48,000 new cases of ischemic heart diseases are because of noise pollution annually. So we all know what are the various causes of noise pollution. The most important cause are the lot of gadgets which we have at home. Apart from that, the major source of noise pollution is the traffic. Anybody who is traveling from Mumbai, from even for smaller cities nowadays, you find that the traffic is congested, there is a lot of noise, everybody is honking, nobody is bothered about the signal is red, but they keep on honking and honking. Lot of construction work is going on. All this can cause irritating noise, and lot of enthusiastic people, large DJs. जितना बड़ा DJ उतना बड़ा आपका celebration. Of course, these are other sources, aeroplane, trains, and firecrackers. All these are the common sources. And this is the slide which is showing what is the noise level. As WHO has defined, anything about 65 can be considered as noise pollution. Here, I'm sorry for the picture being not very clear, but definitely it gives you idea of the various noises or sounds which are produced. Right from food processor, 95 decibel, your motorcycle, 100 decibel, nightclub or bars, 100 and 110, and gunshot, rock star, 120 decibels. So these are very high volumes, almost double of what has been told by the WHO. So why should we worry about the noise pollution? So it is very obvious that noise pollution will cause some hearing issues, but there are so many other problems which noise pollution can cause. So the auditory problems with noise pollution are, the commonest is noise-induced hearing loss, tinnitus, headache, communication issues, and dizziness. This noise-induced hearing loss can be permanent or can be temporary. The Science Communication Unit of WHO has told that almost 10% of the world population is exposed to noise. Of course, some noises are human created and some noises are environmental created, which we cannot stop them. Sound levels of less than 20 decibel does not affect hearing irrespective of the length of exposure. And as you can see, levels over 85 decibel for more than 8 hours can cause hearing damage. And exposure for 1 minute to sound more than 100 decibel can cause permanent hearing loss. And these effects are cumulative. Non-auditory causes, there are so many which we fail to understand. That is, it can cause CNS problems. The most important for pediatrician is the development and growth of children. The development can be affected. Nowadays, we see that a lot of children have poor communication or social interaction. Rishikesh is looking after autism, and he will, I think, agree with me that communication problem or autistic problems are increasing. Acceleration of cognitive deterioration in adults, stroke, decreased problem solving ability, and reduction in the memory. All these problems could be because of noise pollution. CVS, it can cause hypertension, WHO has ischemic heart disease, endocrine problems. It can cause type 2 diabetes and kind of increase the problem of type 2 diabetes because of increase in the stress hormone levels. Low birth weight, road traffic accidents, and psychological problems. Lots of psychological problems, right from increased level of stress, sleep disturbances, anxiety, nervousness, emotional instability, argumentativeness, and sexual impotence in adults, mood swings, increased social conflicts, neurosis, psychosis. And this is problem mostly with the autistic children. Loud sound can actually, sometimes they can have hyperacusis, and sound can cause fear, anxiety, and uncomfortable physical sensation. So they are again withdrawn. They have problem with communication. They are again withdrawn because of the noise pollution. And I don't know, but this is my experience. When I used to go to Mumbai a few years back, I used to find the people there are very cooperative, very cool. They will never argue with you. But nowadays, when I go and I ask the taxi driver, they just, or I ask something for help, they are very angry. So probably this is what has been proved in the studies, that dehumanization is because being observed because of the noise pollution in congested and noisy metropolitan cities. There are a lot of studies to prove that noise as a health hazard for children. This study was published in the Indian Pediatrics, and you can see it can affect the inborn, the fetus as well. Intrauterine life, they can, if the exposure is more than 80 for 8 hours, like a working lady in a factory, high frequency hearing loss, prematurity, low birth weight. Newborns can have increase in the blood pressure, tachycardia, tachypnea, and their oxygen requirement also increases. Child, they can have learning disabilities, attention deficit, and also rupture of the eardrum. Another, this study was done in Iraq in the healthcare professionals, and they found that at the end of their shift, most of them will tell that they are having headache, giddiness, or voice fatigue. This study is from India, from northern India, again from the hospital, and they found that the equivalent sound pressure level were higher beyond the permissible limit in day as well as night. Irritation, headache, loss of sleep, and hypertension was reported by majority of the participants. So how does noise pollution cause damage? So continuous exposure can lead to loss of sensitivity by the hair cells, destroy dopamine nerve endings. The study is done by Frenzel et al. In rat model. They found that this can cause DNA damage as well as long-term effect, and which has been linked with the alteration in the memory, mood disorder in humans as well. And you will be surprised to know that music torture was used by US investigators for Iraqi prisoners. As we discussed that exposure to noise during sleep, either it can alter your sleep, or some noises are there which might not alter your sleep, but they will continuously lead to increase in the stress hormones, adrenaline, noradrenaline, cortisol, and can activate the HPA axis, which leads to type 2 diabetes. So we can never get completely adapted to the nighttime noises. So these are the various risks of hearing damage. As you can see, a single exposure of around 9 seconds to a sand blast can cause damage to the ear. So can we prevent it? Yes, of course we can prevent, and the preventive measures can be done at the individual level, community level, and the policy level. At individual level, what we can do? As a pediatrician, we are at a very good position to tell about the effect of noise pollution, as we already seen that it can affect growth and development. When children are growing in an environment, in a house where there is lot of noise, they feel that this is normal, and they also have habit of putting their music system at a higher level. In the cars, they hear the sound is very high, as you can in fact feel the vibrations outside the cars. So what we can do is use your tell the parents, or use your music instruments at a slightly lower volume level. Home appliances, especially mixture grinders, they produce a lot of sound, but newer technologies are coming up with silent kind of equipments. In fact, if you look at Philips mixer grinder, they will say it's a silent mixer grinder. So we can adopt those. If we have older one, what we can do, we can use rubber mats to keep so that the sound is dampened. We can keep it in a box so that the sound is not traveling very fast. Washing machines and other things can be kept at a place which is away from our living areas. Then we can have soundproof glass, foam panels, wall covering, carpets. These all can dampen your noise pollution. And most important is, we saw about the green eco-friendly hospitals. So having vegetation at home, trees at home, can also help you to reduce the noise pollution. And avoid earphone use, but it cannot be avoided. So what are there any guiding principles? Yes, there are few, and these are the safe listening practices. The most important thing is volume. So a simple rule of 60 by 60. That means the maximum volume should not be beyond 60% of the instrument, and do not listen to the earphone or music beyond 60 minutes. After that, take a break. Then be mindful of your surroundings. Now we have noise cancelling earphones also. How does they help? Of course, they may the person who is using it might not be aware of the environment, but the earphones are not advised when we are traveling or driving. But how can they help? They can help by reducing the volume of your earphones. And regular checks if you have tinnitus or anything. At community levels, good vehicle maintenance. We see many of people bullet फट 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 आवाज़ करते जाता है, लोग उसका साइलेंसर निकाल देते हैं. Loud music should be avoided. Firecrackers to be avoided. For communities, noise protection devices can be used. In the hospitals, yeah, we have a very important role, like alarms. Alarms volume should be set at a lower level. They should be attended immediately. In the NICU, the studies have proven that if you have mufflers to the babies, newborn babies, they are protected from the effect of noise. And mobiles can be kept on silent mode. Surveillance of the sound levels, that can also be done, and in fact might become one of the NABH accreditation criteria in future. At policy level, the Central Pollution Control Board under Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change has given these rules, the Noise Pollution Regulation Control Rules, which was last amended in January 2011. They have divided the areas into various zones: industrial areas, commercial area, residential area, and silent zones, and the amount of volume noise has been mentioned. So it mentions about restriction on use of loud speakers, public address system, time limit has been given, restriction on the use of horns, sound emitting constructions, and bursting of firecrackers, and something you are aware of, having green spaces in the cities. So trees are very, very important. How are they how are they protecting from the noise pollution? Firstly, they are absorbing the noise. They are absorbing the noise waves, and through their leaves, they are causing deflection and refraction of the sound waves. The sounds of the leaves and chirping of the birds are masking the unwanted sounds and creating barriers, physical barriers. So, what are the various types of plants which we can have? We should have plants which have good foliage. We should have plants which are higher from the level of the source. Like whatever is the source of sound, the plant should be larger than that, and they should be near the source of noise. So, to summarize, we have seen that what is noise pollution, what are the sources, how hazardous is noise pollution, and how we can prevent it. I would like to conclude by saying that the quieter you become, the more you can hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tushar sir. Now I request chairperson to give memento to Tushar sir.
Yeah.
Now I
Sure.
call upon the next speaker, Jayant Pandrikar sir. Okay, there is one question.
Sir, there are data, actually there are studies which tells you that loud noise can actually precipitate arrhythmias kind of thing, or can cause kind of heart attacks. This is known. Also, indirectly it causes increase in the stress that is leading to stroke and other issues. And we know, I have not discussed about the environmental effect of noise, but the definition says it also affects lot of other marine animals and other things. And we know avalanches can actually be caused because of loud sounds. Sir. Okay. Yes, sir, there are guidelines as we see here, but they are not being implemented very well. We nowadays see whenever we travel, people are using their mobiles in a lot of sounds.
Why can't we represent the government to put it on the screens on the trains from our
Yes, that's a very nice suggestion,
so
sir.
that they can be aware of this.
Sure, that's a very nice suggestion,
Can
sir.
start doing from our community.
Next speaker, Dr. Jayant Pandrikar sir. request all who have completed their breakfast to attend the program.
अच्छा येत नव्हतं का?
Well, very good morning to one and all, and I welcome all the office bearers of ECC chapter, all the office bearers of National IAP, and all the respected delegates to this prestigious PEDENVICON at IAP on behalf of our team and team PEDENVICON. Well, I must thank at outset I must thank organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak before you. Well, this is the common pictures we see, common patients we see in day-to-day practice. This is a patient of bronchial asthma. This is a patient of, this is a couple of infertility. This is a adolescent having depression, having some mood disorders. Then this is a patient having acute lymphatic leukemia. If we go into the causes of all these things, at the end of this list, we find idiopathic. Do you agree with me or not? At the end of everything, even this genetic disorder, the genetic chapter people say that there is something genetics behind that. But what this genetics could be? Yes, it is something at the cellular level. It is the some genetic variations which are occurring at the cellular level. But why are they occurring? Probably they must be occurring because of some environmental disturbances. हमारे पुरख बोलते थे हमारे ज़माने ऐसा कुछ नहीं था अभी सब नई नई बीमारी निकल रही है ये क्या हो रहा है Maybe this is the reason why we are here. And I must thank and respected Dr. Paramesh sir and all the founders of the environmental chapter. They have foreseen it 20 years back that this thing can happen. And so I must thank them once again for creating this environmental chapter. See, this is the picture I have taken. One from the metro city, second is from a small city, third is from the town, fourth is from the village. You can see that village. So no city, no place is safe as far as this pollution is concerned. You can see all these liters of every land is littered with these plastics, which is single-use plastic. So if all the landscapes they have, the beautiful landscapes, they are spoiled because of these plastics. So considering this, I have this. I have given the topic. Let us say no to single-use plastic. I'll be restricting my topic to the single-use plastic. Now, what is plastic? This plastic word comes from the plasticos. It is meaning of being shaped or molded. You can mold this particular material into any shapes. That's why this word has come. The plastic. That is the rather beauty of this particular thing, that it can be molded in anything. Now, the first man-made plastic was created by a person who was Alexander Perkins, who was probably awarded at that time in 1862 at the national level. He has won some awards, but probably in last few years, last few decades, he is now cursed. And in coming years, if you don't take care of these plastics, probably he'll be cursed even more than that. Okay. So now, what is plastic? It's basically a wide range of synthetic or semi-synthetic material used as a polymers as a main ingredient. Now, from these polymers they basically come from the fossil-based chemicals and the petrochemicals. No doubt, I admire plastics because they have excellent barrier properties, high carrying capacities, and of course very low cost. In India, हमारे यहाँ तो सब कम सस्ते में है क्या, free में है क्या, चलो बढ़िया, like that. So it is a light. So that's why plastic is more admired everywhere. See that this is a person who was awarded, but now will be cursed very soon after a few decades. Now, what are the types of plastics? So we all know there are different chemicals which are making different plastics. So polycarbonate is a plastic which makes the compact disc, eyeglasses, traffic lights, lenses, etc. Polyesters, they make the fibers and textiles. It is this polyethylene which is more notorious and causing more of the pollution and disturbing the environmental ecosystem. And of that, it has two types, high density and low density polyethylene. It is high density polyethylene which prepares the detergent bottles, milk jugs, and all those small plastic bags, or even those water bottles. The next is a polyvinyl chloride, which makes the plumbing pipes, which we are using every day, and polyvinyl chloride, which makes the food packaging. This is also one of the worst plastic which we use. So basically, I'll just in nutshell say there are two types of plastics: thermoplastics and thermosets. Now, once again, what are the advantages of using plastics like over the other material like the fabrics, woods or metals? Because they are available in all attractive colors. So we all know that attractive colors attracts especially all those, the female especially. Yes, it's ha माझ्या साडीला matching आहे, it's matching to my sari. So they'll go with that plastic. So it's available in attractive colors. They do not undergo corrosion. They are not affected by the insects. They are light in weight, can be easily carried, and of course they are easily cheap. They are cheap, easily available, and most important thing is they can be molded into any shape and looks like real to that of the original shape. They are chemically inert and they have good abrasion resistance. Now basically, what is single-use plastic? So my topic is say no to single-use plastic. So what does it mean by single-use plastic? India has defined that the plastic which is used for the same purpose before being disposed or recycled is called as single-use plastics. When we go out of home every morning, if we forget to carry our own water bottle, we purchase bottle which is plastic bottle on the way. Then we purchase something to eat in the restaurants and or carry away the food items which are wrapped in those plastics. Then of course when we drink this all the cold drinks through straw, they are single-use plastic. And of course when we carry something for our family members, we carry in those, this is a single-use plastic. These are plastic bags. Garbage bags which are used at our home, they are also single-use plastics. Surgical gloves we use day to day. Even in the board bags, the ayaba and all those, they use those gloves which are made up of this plastics. These are single-use plastics. And of course cutlery is a single-use plastics. So our life is 100% dependent on a single-use plastic. I know here everybody will agree with me that we use plastic every day. Even if we give lecture here, but still we use plastics every day. Now, so every day our life is filled with the plastic bags, plastic toothbrush, plastic bottles, etc. So we all know it is said that it takes almost 1,000 years to decompose this plastic, and even the environmental legacy, it lasts forever. We don't know, we haven't seen what 1,000 years is. So, but it is said that they can there in the environment for 1,000 years. Now look at these various plastic pollution facts. More than 400 million tons of plastic is produced every year. Out of that, 50% is single-use plastics, and out of that only 10% is recycled. Imagine what amount of plastic we are producing. And almost 20 to 23 million tons, they end up in the, ultimately where this plastic just go? Where we throw into the garbage, then it is thrown to some landfills. From landfill it is carried to the river, then to lake, then to the ocean. Ultimately it goes to the ocean and it pollutes the ocean. So in last decade, we have produced more plastics than whole of last century. Then we buy almost 1 million plastics bottles every minute. Imagine how much plastics we are producing, or how much plastic waste we are producing. And it takes 10% of all the waste to generate. Now, what plastic pollution causes? It can affect basically land, can affect ocean, and can affect air environmentally. So this is the picture. These are the things like cups, thermocol decorations, plastic bottles, everything they are there, which are polluting the landfills. Now basically, if you look at the oceans, it is said that almost 8 billion tons of plastic, they enter the sea every year. And it is said that by 2050, there will be a more plastic than the fishes in the sea. So imagine how much plastic we are generating, and we are throwing it into as a garbage. Then garbage has been discarded into the ocean, and they remain in the ocean for a long time, and we know what are the hazards these garbages in the ocean affecting all the fishes and all the water kingdom. Now what causes air pollution from the plastics? Ultimately, if you are not throwing into the some lands into our garbage bags, they are burnt. But what happens? By burning these plastics, they are producing the noxious gases, and which is all increasing the patients of asthma, patients of COPD, and all the respiratory problems, even the bronchial, the lung malignancies, and all things are caused because of these noxious gases. Now look at this, some of the health and social impacts of this plastic use. We all know these the toxic chemicals produced by burning of the single-use plastic. They are styrene and the benzene, which are highly carcinogenic, and that's a major impact on our mankind. Then most important thing is I said that we have shown those non-communicable diseases, showing the etiology could be this environmental disruption or some plastic use. But even the single-use plastics can cause diseases like malaria, dengue fever. You'll ask me why? It's because these plastics, they blocks all this drainage system, and ultimately it facilitate the breeding of these mosquitoes, and ultimately which facilitates the malaria and dengue fever. So ultimately we are responsible for this producing malaria and dengue fever. And no doubt they are ingested by the fish and all the other animals, cow and all the other animals, they consume it, and it disturbs our food chain. Well, this is the picture showing almost each and every organ of the body is affected by the plastics at the cellular level. We may not be able to answer it right now. Maybe after say few decades, when the researchers will pour in, and then that will tell us that it is that microplastics which is disturbing the cell at the cellular level. It has also economic impacts because it takes more financial burden to clear than to produce it. Now, this is the some statistics of plastic waste generation in India. Almost the average plastic generation in India is 26,000 tons per day. Imagine how much plastics we are producing. Out of this, on an average, 12,970 tons of single-use plastic is generated per day in India, and only 60% of the plastic waste produced is recycled. Rest of this, it is either landfill, left unattended, or causing the environmental disturbances, environmental pollution, affecting land, air, water, humankind, mankind, everything it is affecting. Aquatic animals, everything it is affecting. Okay, now, so we all know these are the how hazardous plastic is. Now what we can do? Definitely the first thing is we can say no to single-use plastics. As far as possible, say no to plastic. As far as possible, just avoid the single-use plastics. You can use glass bottle, ceramic bottle instead. We can replace plastic travel mugs with the stainless steel mugs. When we cannot avoid plastic, check the containers, the bottoms for recycling modes. Okay. And these are the actions which can be done to minimize the plastic bags. We can improve the waste management system. We can make people aware. We can have public pressure to asking them to say no to plastic. And of course, we need to design some policies. No doubt at IIP we are doing for the child health, but I suggest and request our IIP office bearers that they should take up this matter to the government authorities, and they must introduce the chapter at the primary school level only, how to avoid this plastic use, how to maintain our environment healthy. And of course, voluntary organization can take up the good initiative, and we should promote eco-friendly alternatives. We all know for anything to improve the system and to maintain the environment, reduce, reuse, recycle, recovery and disposal. What we call as जो 5 बड़े मंत्र है वो है reduce, reuse, recycle, recovery and disposal. So most important is reduce the use of it, refuse if somebody is giving it, or reuse if you want to, if at all you want to use it, if you can avoid that. So these are the various things which can be used in its place. Then these are the 5 steps which can make people aware of. Look at this picture. This is a picture of Warsaw Beach in 2015, when some NGO took initiative to clear this beach. And look at a picture in 2017. I don't know what is scenario in 2024, but these are the difference between the 2015 and 2017. If people can think, they can definitely do it. So plastic recycling is most important, and I must thank Professor Raj Gopalan Vasudevan of College of Engineering Madurai, who has used the single-use plastics or thrown out plastic garbage to form the roads, and it is highly appreciated. And I must proudly say that even the Nitin Gadkari has taken the initiative and he invited him to prepare these roads. See, what are the advantage? The overall reduction in consumption by 10 to 15%. It has enhanced the load carrying strength of the road. There is a less wear and tear and has a longer life, and almost 1 kilometer of road requires 10 lakh carry bags. So whatever disposal bags they are there, we can utilize those bags. And these are the various roads which are already prepared with the use of plastics. Well, conclusion, is definitely plastic pollution has negative impacts at all levels for the mankind, for all the animal kingdom, and we must say no to single-use plastics. No doubt it is a government responsibility, but at the same time it's my responsibility to take care of us, because anything begins from me, and then it comes to the people. So we can definitely, we must, and we should say to no to plastics. Our Prime Minister always say no to single-use plastics, and sabka saath, sabka vikas. If we can together pledge for that, and we stop using single-use plastic, definitely we can make a lot of difference. कौन कहता है आसमां में सुराख नहीं होता, एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछालो यारो. Definitely we can do that. And so with this, I can once again request everyone, please say no to single-use plastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request chairperson to give memento to the sir. Now I call upon the next speaker, Dr. Geeta Patil ma'am.
I think good morning everyone. I think previous three speakers, now they have sensitized us about the environment. Now my job is more of in a clinical practice. So at the outset, let me thank the organizing team and scientific team of PEDENVICON 2024 for giving me opportunity to discuss. This is very relevant in our clinical practice. That is a environmental modification to manage difficult asthma. I think I am very sure the incidence of asthma is 7 to 20% in children and 10% in adolescents. 1 in 10 child is asthmatic, and 75% of asthmatics are diagnosed before the age of 7 years. So it is very important. In and out we are treating asthma, and previously it was thought the condition of the developed world, but now changing the lifestyle, industrialization, urbanization and vehicle emission, incidence of asthma is increasing. I am not going to go into details of the asthma pathophysiology. All of you know what is asthma. We are learned during ATM. It is a chronic inflammation, hyperresponsiveness, obstruction, whether it may be a reversible, recurrent, it is a reversible either with the drug or without drug, recurrent, variable. So we should know in detail about the asthma. This slide is very commonly we see in ATM. Main basic is a chronic inflammation. For that, genetic propensity is very important. Genetic propensity causes inflammation plus airway hyperresponsiveness, which causes a airway limitation. But let us not forget now. It is, we say that, I think maybe sir's word if I am not wrong, genetic is a brick and mortar, but environment is a architect. So these are the words, and let me confess that many things are taken from sir's literature, and Dr. Parmesh sir is there with us, and it is a very relevant. He has done lot of studies. This word is very important to remember. Genetics is a brick and mortar, and that is architect. So we should go for that. I'm just going to run through the case. I know that time is short. This type of topic to compress in 15 minutes is challenging. A 14 years old boy, properly immunized, properly diagnosed, qualified to become asthmatic, moderate asthma, was controlled with our guidelines. This is a medium dose inhaled corticosteroid LABA. And then 3 months he was very well controlled, so started stepping down. But what happened in last 2-3 months? Again started having a 2-3 attacks in the night, and then rescue medicine, reliever medicine started. And he was again back to thinking of starting on stepping up with a inhaled nasal steroids also. And one day he was admitted with a sudden exacerbation of wheeze. Why there is a poor control and exacerbation despite treatment? So we are good in taking history, all history taken, medical history, birth, developmental, immunization, past, family history. But a doctor was wise enough to take an environment history. And in environment history, which I have shown, all the points are there, like starting, sports, pets, no change in school, house, leakage, construction, respiratory tract infection in the house, rain, thunderstorms, no stress in school. That is a very important point. So history was appropriately taken. So we could understand the boy who was qualified to asthma, properly evaluated, was getting controlled, but now became uncontrolled asthma. So everything, drug, device, dose, everything checked. Excessive use of short-acting beta agonistic was not there. There was adherence, compliance was good. And comorbidities were ruled out. We have seen he was not obese, no allergic rhinitis, GRD, all those things. But when we took a heads, as he was adolescent, we found that he is smoking under the peer pressure. And his grandfather has come to stay with them who is smoking. So we know that instead of stepping up, we can manage without non-pharmacological strategy with a proper analysis. So this is, we have to acknowledge the role of the environment. See, exacerbation of asthma, there are many triggers. So I am not going to go into family, school, mental health environment, like a stress in the family, school, which causes a role of the neuropeptide, neurotransmitters, autonomic control, all these things you know that I am not going to go into details. So here tobacco smoke was there. We know that exacerbation causes loss of school time, finances, and quality of life gets disturbed. So now let us come to the indoor air pollution. What are the indoor air triggers? It is a mixture of particles and gases. See, these are the allergens. Indoor allergens like indoor allergen, house dust mite, animal allergens, cat, dog, dander, saliva, rodent urine, smoke. This boy was exposed to first-hand smoking, second-hand smoking, third-hand smoking. All of you know about what it is. Cigarette, cooking smoke, agarbatti, perfume, fungal, cockroaches, then our in the house pesticide, herbicide, air pollution, carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, sulfur dioxide, carbon particles. So we should know about outdoor air pollutant. We see in and out these pictures, but we don't introspect ourselves. There are vehicle emissions are very common. Industrial emissions, they stay in the environment for long time. I think dioxide, it stays in the environment for many months. We know that diesel car produce more pollution than the petrol cars, electric cars, outdoor allergen, pollens, tree, grass, flower, molds, ozone. Ozone at the higher level is protective, but not at the lower level, and children and adolescents are at the lower level, so we have to think about that. Particulate matter is a research topic. Exercise induced, it is there. Cold air causes. So particulate matter is, all of you know. Why I am talking about this? It is a microscopic solid liquid matter suspended in air. And important is the size of the particulate matter. Less than 2.5 micrometer, lodges deep in the lungs, causes oxidative stress, inflammation. So there are many things which are this particulate matter depending on the size. Apart from that, different pollutants, there are different sources of this pollutant like carbon monoxide, which reduce oxygen carrying capacity, nitrous oxide, sulfur dioxide, ozone I already mentioned. So all of these things we should know. This is a mentioned by Parmesh sir again, and we need to know about that. Increased humidity Warm temperature increases dust mite allergy. Decreased humidity, increased temperature, increased pollen allergy. Increased humidity, decreased temperature, increased fungal allergy. So climate and global warming, greenhouse gases, carbon footprint are very important to be remembered. So this air warming increases the pollen production and dispersion. This is a very important thing. 13% of global asthma is due to the traffic related air pollution. So asthma increases during food, drought times. I can say war time also. Now Ukraine war, after that there is a study done that incidence of asthma is increased. Many reasons, environmental as well as stress. Diwali festival, rag pickers, poultry farm workers. Sir, I think he always tells pet owners, sir, little bit different my concept. They should not come in the bedroom. They should be given frequent bath. They are the stress busters. But pets of different types like huskies and these things are problematic. Exercise-induced asthma is known, but don't discourage exercise. Artificial light pollution, melatonin secretion reduces, which works as an anti-inflammatory. So nighttime workers are having more asthma. Obviously, anxiety, depression, we know that. I already told it causes lot of problem. Obesogenic environment, always problem. Post-COVID, food allergy, more than food allergy, we can think about the preservative, coloring agent, flavoring agent are very important. How does these pollutants cause? We should know the basis. Once we know the basis, we'll understand the seriousness. It causes epithelial damage, smooth muscle contraction, mucus hypersecretion, increases permeability of mucosa, increase of inflammatory mediators, airway hyperresponsiveness. So we have to look into that. So these are different types, they say. Allergen, there are many pulmonologists, allergy specialists. I'm not going to go into detail of each one. Allergen, irritant, precipitant. All three can work together and may aggravate the problem. So this has to be remembered. All of we know what is uncontrolled asthma. Criteria of asthma, if it is not properly followed, is uncontrolled. And there is a subsector is a difficult to treat asthma. Most of the time, it is because of incorrect diagnosis, poor compliance, poor inhaler technique, morbidity, comorbidities, and triggers. Let us not forget. So it is uncontrolled asthma despite a medium to high dose inhaled corticosteroid, all these things no. But there is one subsector. They say 5 to 10, but some of the studies say 2 to 5%. In spite of high dose inhaler, with a second controller drug, they are not controlled with a good compliance. So let us not label that as a difficult to control asthma and not meddle with only treating the environmental triggers. There you have to go to step 5 also. So this is a green page is a new tool that forms a part of the clinical history. All of us, we should know it is available in net. You can get this green page, Children Environment Health Record. It is used in symptomatic and asymptomatic patient. It is a new element, a description of the environment that surrounds the child, and it is possible side effect. If you give attention, definitely improves the clinical services, improves the outcome. There are different things are there. We have to learn how to take the history. I think Sukumaran sir's also study shows if the person stays in cellar, methane emission is more, or where there is a flood, all these things have to be thought over. It may not be applicable in each circumstances, but let us make a habit. So environmental management is very important, which involves controlling and modifying environmental factors that can trigger or worsen asthma symptoms. Here our boy Pradeep had a nicotine addiction, peer pressure, and he started smoking. And he was exposed to first hand, second hand, third hand smoking. It is quite high in India. It is a cause of millions of deaths, 10% of deaths in India. How does it cause a problem? It causes airway inflammation, increases severity of asthma. But please remember, it reduces the response to inhaled steroid. And viral respiratory tract infections are more who are exposed to smoke, which is one of the trigger. So this is a very important thing, that cigarette smoking exposed to 40 carcinogens, 250 constituents. Very small particulate matter. Second-hand smoking, it goes into the lungs, causes lot of short-term and long-term problems apart from asthma. So there is no safe level of tobacco exposure. Please remember that. And maternal smoking also is equally bad, which causes a placental abruption, previa, low birth weight, preterm, obesity in later stage, neurodevelopmental problem, poor lung growth, prone for asthma. Role of diet, I told more than food allergy, the other things like high fat, low fiber, coloring agent, preservative cause inflammation. Milk is mucus generating, controversial. Maybe some studies don't, but Mediterranean diet, vegetable, fruits, I think olive oil and cereals, they say reduces inflammation as an antioxidant. Inadequate sleep when they are stressed for the exam. Yoga meditation is absolutely outstanding help, but it cannot be a first line of treatment, but it can be adjuvant. And it is a very important, we have to remember. So seasonal exacerbation has to be kept in mind. Start the inhaler well in advance. This is also Sir's slide. What to encourage, what to discourage, right from the normal delivery, breastfeeding, avoiding junks, being a positive, not to hesitate to use the inhalers. This is a beautiful slide. We should put it in our waiting hall. It's a very beautiful thing to everyone. It is summarize everything what I am going to tell now. This non-pharmacological intervention, if you can give me a minute more, I can, because this is a minute more. So house dust mite, how to control? Like removing carpets, using a cotton sheets, dust mattresses, then keep soft toys away, then damp walls should be attended. Cockroach is the very important in our country. Simple hygienic measures are helpful. Animal dander. So pets not to be allowed in sleeping area. Pollens, avoid flowering plant indoors. Like a smoke, mosquito repellent, chalk spray, weather. Smoke can be due to many things. Kerosene oil, coal stores, fireplaces. Cottage industry at home, some of them are doing. Dietary allergy is not a very common cause. Pharmacological intervention, viral infection. Start treatment when there is a viral infection immediately. And aspirin, NSAIDs, propranolol to be avoided, food additives to be avoided, and sensitize them that this is important. So our message is, indoor air quality index is available. There is an app, and we all have to know about that. I think I just checked in Bangalore, it is 38. Sir agrees that it is a comfortable weather. But in Delhi, it is 140 today. So we have to plan the activities accordingly. Pollen count also. Outdoor environment, it is in our hand. Emission-free vehicles, chemical exposure, avoid pesticides. Home modification, I already mentioned. And behavioral strategy, it should come in our mind. That environment is very important. Green Army project, which should go everywhere. We can catch them young, and that is very important to go everywhere to know about that. And workplace, using mask, using other things. So it is very important for that. Our message is encounter quite commonly in children. It leads to morbidity, affects the quality of life. So rule out asthma mimics comorbidity, but don't forget about environmental triggers. Air quality index, we have to learn. Pollen count, we have to know. Advocate stop pesticide spraying everywhere. Role of peer pressure, diet, stress, exercise, yoga has to be kept in mind. Thank you very much. And I thank profusely our guides, Dr. Parameswar, Swati Bhave Madam, Sukumaran Sir, Vinod Radgiri, Anand Keshwan Sir, Somshekar, Narmada, Balchandar, Satish Agarwal Sir, and our youngster Deepa Janardhan, who has done lot of work, and our Ramesh Bajania Sir, and all our environment group. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Gita ma'am. I will request the chairpersons to give memento to the ma'am. Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. Jagida sir to give memento to the chairperson of this program. Now we will proceed with the inauguration. I call upon the dignitaries to the dais. Dr. Satish Agrawal sir, Dr. Pandrikar sir, Dr. Parvesh sir, Anand Keshwan sir, Somshekar sir, Satish Tiwari sir, Sanjeev Joshi sir and Pawar sir, and our IIP members, Nilesh Paskaude sir, Nitin Badia sir, Rushikesh Ghatov sir, and Shripa Jahagidar sir.
वो बाद में इनोग्रेशन के हाँ इनोग्रेशन के टाइम में बोले
Dr. Sanjeev Joshi, Dr. Amal Pawar, Dr. Sanjeev Joshi, Dr. Amal Pawar. So meeting of this national conference called to the order. I invite Dr. Somashega for the prayer song.
Welcome you all once again. I think it's right. No need, I think you can see. Requesting all the delegates standing outside to please proceed towards this thing. Not to okay. This is about nature's worship on is infinity. We call it as in so many names that in this song it is about Narayana. All the flowers are finally it is the nature how it takes and surrender to the nature. Parijatava tande Suryakaantiya tande Parijatava tande Suryakaantiya tande Nandiyahu tande Narayananige Nandiyahu tande Narayananige Parijatava tande ಸಾವಿರ ಹೂಗಳ ತಂದೆ ಸಾವಿರ ಚಿಂತೆಯ ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಸಾವಿರ ಹೂಗಳ ತಂದೆ ಸಾವಿರ ಚಿಂತೆಯ ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಶಿರಸಿಲಾಹೂ ತಂದೆ ಸರ್ವೇಶ ನಿನಗೆ ಶಿರಸಿಲಾಹೂ ತಂದೆ ಸರ್ವೇಶ ನಿನಗೆ ಜಾಜಿಯಾಹೂ ತಂದೆ ಚೈತನ್ಯವೇ ಅಡಗಿ ಜಾಜಿಯಾಹೂ ತಂದೆ ಚೈತನ್ಯವೇ ಅಡಗಿ ಆನಂದವಾಗಿತ್ತು 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 ನಾರಾಯಣನಿಗೆ ಪಾರಿಜಾತವ ತಂದೆ ಕಮಲದ ಹೂ ತಂದೆ ತುಂಬೆಯ ಹೂ ಒಳಗೆ ಕಮಲದ ಹೂ ತಂದೆ ತುಂಬೆಯ ಹೂ ಒಳಗೆ ತುಂಬು ಹೃದಯವ ತಂದೆ ತುಂಬು ಹೃದಯವ ತಂದೆ ನಾರಾಯಣನಿಗೆ ಪಾರಿಜಾತವ ತಂದೆ ಸೂರ್ಯಕಾಂತಿಯ ತಂದೆ ನಂದಿಯಾಹೂ ತಂದೆ ನಾರಾಯಣನಿಗೆ ಪಾರಿಜಾತವ ತಂದೆ.
Now I invite the organizing chairperson, Dr. Jayant Pandrika, to welcome the audience. Okay.
तू सकलांचा भाग्यविधाता, तू विद्येचा स्वामीदाता, ज्ञानदीप उजळून आमुचा निववी नैराश्याला. At the outset, let me bow before God, Ganesha, because it's a Ganesh Chaturthi and Ganesh festival going on in Maharashtra and all over the world. So I bow before Ganesha. And respected Parmesh sir, I'll not take names of everyone because I have time allotted to me is just 2 minutes. So respected dignitaries on the dais, office bearers of National IIP, office bearers of Environmental Chapter, and all the respected delegates who have come all the way from every corner of the country, and of course, Team IIP Amravati, Team PEDENVICON. As organizing chairman, let me welcome you on this prestigious bhumi of or land of Amravati. It is a land of Amba Devi, goddesses Amba Devi. So I welcome you on behalf of Team PEDENVICON. So respected Parmesh sir, I must thank you for forming this chapter and all the founders who have formed this chapter. Definitely, this is going to help us in coming years. This is going to save our the child health. So without taking much of time, once again, I welcome you all, and I request all the delegates to enjoy this academic feast. If there is any shortcomings in any arrangement, I take the responsibility for that. And once again, please enjoy this academic feast. Thank you very much.
Now it is time for presidential address. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Parameshwar sir, Dr. Sadish sir, Dr. Amal Pawar, Dr. Sanjay Joshi, Dr. Sadish Agarwal sir, Dr. Somashekhar, other dignitaries on the stage, past president of IAP, Dr. Ramesh Bajania, Dr. Alok Gupta, all other executive board members of IAP, Environment and Child Health Family. At the outset, I would like to thank IAP Amravati branch for organizing this wonderful conference within a short notice. And also, especially to Dr. Sadish Agarwal, our Vice President, for arranging all the facilities for all the speakers and everybody. One thing is that it's just like a family. We all came, most speakers came here with our own, this not EAD will be paid by anybody. We are registered ourselves. It's like a family affair. That is Environment and Child Health Chapter. We are doing it for a long time. It's a unique nature of this small, even though it is a small group, but now it is enlarging like anything, because 2-3 important points I want to here mention is that main activity. One is our group. Previously it was Environment and Child Health group. Now it is converted to chapter because of the enthusiastic work by our secretary, Parmesh sir, Alok sir, and all of here. And also, I want to request you to become the member of this fastly growing up chapter, ECHC. Please become the member of our chapter. 2-3 important things which we have done is that we started a Green Army project to make our children more aware about environment. Already 25 schools are selected, and now the program is going very well. I congratulate Dr. Noshid, the program coordinator, and also Dr. Bala, Dr. Narmada, and others for organizing in a wonderful way. Second thing is that we could form a chapter in Bhubaneswar, a new chapter. I request all other states also can start their own new branches. With these few words, I am concluding. Now I invite Professor Parmesh sir to inaugurate the ceremony by lighting the lamp and addressing the audience. Over to Parmesh sir. inviting Parmeshwar sir for his inaugural address.
Light? Light ticket. The chairman, vice chairman of this conference, Dr. Pandarikar, Satish Agarwal, our President Anand Keshavan, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, my brothers and sisters of Indian Academy Pediatric Environmental Chapter, IMA members, and the invited guests and exhibited people for the conference. Welcome all you. Good morning again. I think just to mention about organization, in the year 1998, I requested to start an environmental chapter. It was refused in the central IAP. 1999, they said you have to get 8 people signature. And I asked my pulmonary, I was the chapter president at that time, requested them to sign it. They just signed it, 8 people. I paid everybody's fee, 500 rupees at that time. And they are withholding. 2000 year Swati Bhave was the president. At that time, a call came from Australia, Peter Sly. Have you started any organization here like that? So it was in Bangalore National Conference. Swati Bhai Parmesh, you have anyway started, it's available. We clarified, invite Peter Sly, I invited, that's how we started with 8 people. It was in the year 2000 year. 2024, we became a chapter. Very proud of it. I think we had a meeting in the WHO meeting in the Delhi. At that time, Ruth Etzel, she was the past president of the American Academy of Pediatrics. She said, Parmesh, you are 1 year ahead of American Academy of Pediatrics, which made us very proud of it. And also, I want to take her examination. You started the program much earlier than how can I give an exam? I am not going to give you examination. She refused me to give in Delhi. She refused to give me the examination. Having said that, the scientific committee has done a very innovating program. In a short period of 1 day, innovating program. Definitely, it is inspiring and it ignites a fire in you to do research further. What I want to say, because of time constraint, I just want you to go with all these innovative ways they have done it. 4 P's. Go with a positive mind from this conference. Always go positive way, you will always successful. Second thing, prevent the polluting the Mother Earth, safeguard the Mother Earth. Third thing, pursue a research, environmental issues, and also economic burden of that one. That's how we can convince the policymakers. Fourth is propagate our national ethos, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. 1 earth, 1 family, 1 future. I once again thank you very much for organizing, giving me this opportunity to say a few words and inaugurate the conference. Thank you very much. Have a nice day, all of you. Nice darling.
Now it is time for felicitation. I invite Sanjeev Joshi sir, the National EB Board member, to say a few words.
माँ अम्बा देवी की इस पवित्र धरती को प्रणाम. Dignitaries on the dais, respected Parmeshwar, office bearers of environmental chapter of Academy of Pediatrics, Amravati team, and my seniors, the august audience from Amravati and all over the country. At the outset, thanks for this wonderful opportunity. Friends, as Dr. Parmeshwar has already elaborated the need for this chapter. And the need of the hour is we must invest on the environment to have a better future, healthy future for our children. And each and every IAPN should do advocacy, should start at his individual level, at the organizational level, at the political level. I would say that we are, I cannot find any environmental action plan in any of the political parties' agenda. So ask them to include the environmental mitigation activities in their so-called political agenda. And if they don't include, don't vote them. This is really the need of the hour. And if at all I say that it is the job of politician and it is the job of the industry to reduce the greenhouse effect and all, but unless I start at my individual level, I start at my home, I start at my environment, the things are not going to change. So all the wishes to the bright future of this chapter. I remember if I visit the past of my neurology chapter, I also remember we used to have our national conference in a small hall. But I am sure in the coming years, there will be a huge gathering and you will also host your conference at a much bigger, with a much bigger audience. So thank you once again all. Wishing a great success for this conference. And thanks my dear elder brother Satish Bhaiya and his entire team of Amravati.
I invite Satish Tiwari sir to say a few words. Satish Tiwari.
Thank you, organizers. I think the role of environmental chapter is very clear. That is, it is a fight against the artificial things. So as a activist of natural things, we have always been promoting whether it is nutrition, whether it is food, whether it is water, the natural things, and we have to fight out the artificial things to protect our nature. Thank you.
I invite Ramesh Bajania sir, past national president and EB board member from Gujarat to address.
So, good morning everyone. First of all, let me congratulate Dr. Satish Agarwal sir for taking this responsibility to host this event, which is very non-glamorous as far as pharma is concerned, and still it was such a pleasant sight to see so many stalls and ably being assisted by Nitin, Nilesh, Rishikesh. So because we have done it and I know the difficulty which we face. So my special compliments to all of you for organizing such a wonderful event. Second, during Dr. Parmesh's tenure, rather he is always there since beginning. So during Bakul Parekh's tenure, it was a study was commissioned and it was like a survey where pediatricians were asked about the awareness regarding the environment, and 80 to 90% of all, most of the questions they responded that they don't know anything about, they don't know. And then the second part was that given the resource material, if they are sensitized, then 80 to 90% said that we would be happy to contribute. So the purpose of our chapter and these regular events from our bulletin to annual conference is to sensitize not only our colleagues, but because as a pediatricians we have a special privilege to be a part of the family members amongst our patients. So we can percolate these finer nuances as far as environment is concerned to our patients. Like what I do, I am sharing this thing. Suppose if I have got a good message, then I pass it, share it immediately to my patient. In front of me only in his WhatsApp. Now every family has got their family groups. So they are 250, 300 people. So immediately I may tell them that you share this message in your family group. So we can use social media to our advantage. Rather than going to 250 homes, it is at the click of one finger. I mean, you can reach out to 250 members. So these are all little things. Daily in your TV monitor or computer, you can keep one screensaver which sends the message of environment. Simply you can keep a blackboard and daily your staff should write. So these are all the things by which we can sensitize these things. Now, as I said, let us increase the membership. Only those who have a passion for the environment. And I am very sure that the tradition with Dr. Anand and Dr. Somshekhar, they have continued the legacy of ECHC. The future office bearers will also continue with it. My all the best. We are always there for this. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I invite our Vice President Dr. Satish Agarwal, the main person behind the conference. Over to Satish Agarwal, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson Dr. Anand sir. I won't take much time, but this is a time for gratitude, showing your gratitude. Dr. Anand sir, when he showed trust in us and asked whether we can host the conference at Amravati, I said that I am not the only person. We have got IP Amravati, and whatever appreciation is being done, it is a total teamwork. What Dr. Ramesh sir said, really it was a great register on the part of the pharma or to get the sponsorship. But our young boys, under the leadership of seniors, they could get it done. And hence, we are holding a conference. The only thing is that what we are saying, Dr. Ramesh sir said that what we do, what we preach, we should practice. If you have a close look, we don't have any plastic over here. No plastic banner. It is all plasma stick. We have got the flowers from Floral Welcome, but without any plastic. We have got the cups without any plastic. No plastic bottles. So that is how the conference is eco-friendly. And the whole credit goes to our team. It is a teamwork. So I thank Dr. Paramesh sir, Chairperson Dr. Anand Keshwar sir, Secretary Dr. Somshekhar sir, IPC Dr. Ramesh Vajania sir, all the executive members over here, I shouldn't take all the time, and all my team members. And I thank all the dignitaries who are coming right from there. It is making it pan-India. So really I thank all the dignitaries, all the faculties. They come all the way. Because Amravati doesn't have any airport. It has a connectivity right from Nagpur. I know Dr. Narma ma'am, she said that I'll be the first to reach, I'll be the last to reach at Vellore. Always she's coming from Vellore to Bangalore, Bangalore to Nagpur, Nagpur to Amravati. But really, ma'am, grace to conferences because of you only. We are all the dignitaries. So, without taking much time, I thank all the persons, all the faculties, all the delegates, all the sponsors, and everybody for success of the conference. Thank you, sir.
Now I invite Dr. Amal Pawar. He is the IEP National Program Coordinator and also Secretary of the Maharashtra IEP.
Thank you, Chairperson Dr. Anand Keshwan sir. First of all, pranam to Dr. H. Parmesh sir, the environmentalist in Indian Academy of Pediatrics, who has created with his team this environmental group, and later on it has grown in last 6 months to the chapter, and we are just waiting for one paper from Indian Academy of Pediatrics about conversion of this group to chapter. So it will be done as soon as possible. Somshekhar sir has told me to get that paper done. First of all, what I can say about Amravati team. Amravati team under the convenership of Dr. Jain Pandrikar sir. He was then next year as a president of Maharashtra IIP. Satish Agrawal sir as a convener, sir as a chairperson, then Satish Tiwari sir, and all the Sandeep Dankhede sir, Shripad Jagirdar sir, and entire team. This is like my second home only, because in 2019 they have done a wonderful job in hosting, and this was the highly attended conference held at most peripheral district of Maharashtra IIP. and it was a very much successful conference at that time, at, on all fronts, academics or entertainment or hospitality, everything. They are holding this first national conference of this chapter in Maharashtra. First time this is happening in Maharashtra. Some academic session was, this thing was planned in 2 years back on online basis, but this Dr. Satish Agrawal sir, Jagirdar sir, Pandrikar sir, and everyone took initiative, and they agreed to the environmental chapters this thing, PLEA, to take this conference in small city like Amravati. This is like 2 or 3 tier city in this thing, and all the delegates, they have participated, and almost faculties from all over India, they have come to deliberate their session on the most important topic of nowadays on environmental. So it has a role in children's health. So I once again thank Amravati team under the presidency of Dr. Nitin Baradia sir, then Dr. Rushikesh Gotal, Dr. Nilesh, and entire team, and wish all the delegates happy learning. Thank you.
Invite our secretary, Somashega, to give a brief report.
Thank you all, respected founder chairperson Parmesh sir, and dynamic our president Dr. Anand Keshav sir, past president Alagupta sir, Bhajane sir, all the office bearers. And it is my duty to acknowledge this. Acknowledgement is a power, and this is the time central N1 chapter sincerely acknowledge the effort done by Dr. Satish Tiwari, Jayant Pandakar, Shripa Jagirdar, Satish Agrawal sir, Nitin Baradia, Rishikesh sir, and Nilesh, and it's wonderful done, and I sincerely acknowledge all our ECSC chapter vice president, secretary, joint secretary, members, and as well as all the office bearers, delegates for this wonderful opportunity. And morning I already submitted the organizing secretary report, and without taking much time, will request further.
It is time for the vote of thanks. Before that, I would like to express my sincere thanks to IAP Amravati, Dr. Nitin Badaria, and Dr. Rishikesh. Once I request them to host this conference, they are really ready to agree. They agreed to conduct the conference here. I thank once again them. Official vote of thanks, I invite Dr. Shripa Jagirdar, the organizing committee secretary. We have a small official function, website inauguration. I invited Dr. Norshid.
One button is there. Yeah. That you should. Open करेंगे ना तो मैं वहाँ website link only don't open, just a link you give. Sir, this that one, this one. Oh yes sir. Okay. Open sir. So after that I will explain. Then मैं telecast के call.
This one.
Okay. Just one word will tell.
Just one.
No sir.
This one. Sir is innovating.
One word will tell.
So we officially declare that our website is open.
Yeah.
But it is not coming. Please.
Yeah, better.
How
Yeah, it was there.
It's not coming. It is not coming.
No, it was coming. It's here. It's here. The president message was there.
Video message.
Video was there.
वीडियो वर्जन चलाना है क्या सर सर मेरा माउस वर्क मेरा हाथ गीले है ना सर सर न्यू फोल्डर नहीं सर न्यू फोल्डर सर
New folder.
क्लोज
Yeah, 1 minute.
सर न्यू फोल्डर सर 1 मिनट
Yeah.
Top one, new folder.
Yeah. Yeah, it's here. Yeah.
Namaskar, greetings from Indian Academy of Pediatrics. On behalf of 45,000 members, let me congratulate our IAP Amravati branch for organizing a wonderful environmental conference, which has under the guidance of the able Dr. Jayant Pandrikar sir, and Dr. Shripad Jangidar, Satish Agarwal, able guidance of our Satish Tiwari, and many stalwarts of IAP Amravati. IAP Amravati is the most active branch who has been doing an excellent academic activities, well supported by our IAP Maharashtra team led by Dr. Ram Gopal Chejra and very dynamic and mercurial secretary of Maha IAP Dr. Amol Pawar. I am sure under the able guidance of a national leadership of an environmental chapter led by Dr. Anand Keshavan, Professor A.R. Somshekar, with a great stalwart like our Dr. H. Parmesh, these environmental chapters will achieve the greater heights because today's in the era of a change of a climate, this is a very much need of the hour, and today's deliberation is going to make a big change in that. The best wishes for the today's conference. Once again, thank you, Dr. Satish Agarwal, Jayant Pandrikar, Shripad Jangidar, and under the able guidance of Dr. Satish Tiwari, the Amravati branch is doing a great job. And once again, our dynamic secretary of Maharashtra, who has been coordinating and doing a great job, Dr. Amol Pawar. Best wishes for the today's conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Basura sir. That was wonderful, encouraging words from you. I'll now request Dr. Anand Keshavan, our chairperson, to inaugurate the website. And now she one word.
Sir should tell. അല്ല അത് വന്നോളൂ സാറേ, സാറ് പറഞ്ഞു ഞാൻ ഇനോഗ്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുകയാണെന്നൊന്ന് വേർഡ് പറയണ്ടേ, ഇതാണത് വന്നു അല്ല അതിപ്പോൾ വരും.
Yeah, I declare that our website is inaugurated. Now I invite the website master.
Now she is speaking.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving an opportunity to present our website. And this is the website for Environment and Child Health chapter. There are so many headings are there. First, I'll go to the about. Before about the front page. This is the front page. Yes. Sir, you can sit there and you can see nice. This chair you will remove, na? പെട്ടെന്ന് പറയാം. And the latest conference of Amravati introduced in our website. And first page, basically about environment chapter written by Parameswar. And national officials are included, and past presidents of ECHC chairperson are included. And we can next go to official office bearers. Office bearers, this is our office bearers of ECHC. All executive members, secretaries, everything are included. And second, join the membership. We can fill this form and we can join our chapter through this website. That's a joint membership. And I made it one Green Army corner. That is basically what is the project, mention what is the project and what is the plan of action, and their office bearers also I mentioned in that page. And next, presentation. We can upload presentation and download also. Uploading by the through the office bearers, and this Green Army students this one module. We can download it and flip it, this one. Okay. And this photos and videos we can upload and download. This all our program photos already uploaded. And we can go to this website, to IAP India and Adolescent chapter. We can directly go to that website also. And in right side, you can see one WhatsApp icon. We can just inquire about our website. Any inquiries you can do through that WhatsApp icon. And also,
if any inquiry, you can use this form also. You can just write name and address. You can send the message. Email will get. They can reply will get. This is a nutshell. Within short of time, I express this all these things.
Thank you, Anushi. That's a great effort by you. Without taking much time, I'll request the scientific to conclude the inauguration.
Yeah, water thanks by Dr. Sripad Jagilda, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Sripad.
Thank you, everyone. On behalf of IIP Amravati, I thanks all dignitaries of the dais, Chairperson Dr. Anand Keshwan sir, Somashekar sir, Secretary, our respected Dr. Parmesh sir, and all the other dignitaries of the dais. I thank all the delegates who come to attend this conference to make it successful. I thank all the pharma companies who have helped us in arranging this program. So thank you very much, and we will proceed to the next session. So next session is a panel discussion. I request Chairperson Dr. Sachin Damke, who can please be Chairperson for this session, and Dr. Rajendra Nistane, please be a Chairperson for this session. I request Dr. Narmada Madam, who will be a moderator for this session, to come on the stage, and I hand over mic to the Dr. Narmada. She can call all the other panelists for the cons.
I think I'll give it to A very warm good morning to all of you in a very beautiful atmosphere of Amravati. This is the first time I'm coming, and Dr. Parmesh sir was saying we were going through Dandakaranya in the night, and really it was so wonderful to see. So am I allowed to remove this pagadi because it's a formal this thing? Thank you. It was so beautiful. So, okay. I was given a very interesting topic on environmental influences on child health. I think basically this should be our cornerstone of, all our projects from now on. Because so much of this, we are discussing about antibiotic stewardship. In fact, everything starts with our environment only, because we have to find the reasons why the child is not improving in a clinical case setup. So I really invite my panelist, Dr. Amal Pawar, who was so much known by everybody, the secretary of Maha IAP, and everybody is saying the man behind IAP now to decide on many factors. Dr. Amal Pawar, please, because I'm very happy to have you in the panel so that I'll be able to make important changes that our chapter will be able to be represented. And one of the key factors is I want IAP to make the dictum in the EB saying that no plastic bottles should be used in the conference. So I start with this. Please do take a seat here. Dr. Minol Amin sir, the technical brain behind our ECHC chapter, and a very enterprising person, Dr. Pratibha Kele ma'am, whom I got to know. You're the daughter of the own soil, and she has been very appreciative of our efforts. Dr. J.K. Reddy sir from Chennai, he's been silently doing a lot of work. In fact, if there are a lot of people around there, the exhibition pharmaceutical industry can also come and join with us in this panel, because this influences you more than us actually. So coming to the panel here, see the current impacts and future the risk of environmental degradation caused by human activities have transformed our Earth's environment much more than what it has done in the several millions and millions of decades. We have really created a huge impact not only on the Earth's geosphere, it's gone on into the biosphere, cryosphere, as well as atmosphere, and there has been a severe implication in human and planetary health. The problem is the impact on the children is too long lasting, because they are the future. They have a very vulnerable impact. They are exposed to the chemical toxins. They do not have any voice on how much of exposure can be there. If an adult is speaking in the room, the child does not have a voice to tell, don't speak, don't smoke here, whereas we as an adults can do that. The same way, it is so clinging to the mother that when the mother cooks, the child is also exposed to the biomass fuel. So they are going to get everything. And the impact of climate change on human health has been felt as the predominant reason for malnutrition and diarrheal disease. Polluted water lead on to diarrheal diseases. We infringing on the environment. When there is a water scarcity, they again are used to this diarrheal diseases. They are forced migration and civil conflict because they are displaced. This war, everything displaces them. Heat-related illness, and we can see during April and May, during this specific period in June, when the temperatures were soaring high, most of the death happened in the children. There is the air pollution causing increase in asthma and cardiovascular diseases, and we also have an effect on the zoonotic diseases, which we will see in the cases. So this is a very beautiful paper that has come up that said the human activity and resilience had led on now to the initial mitigation stage. We had this greenhouse emission and we had this agriculture and land degradation, and then we started adapting to the direct effects of these temperature changes, precipitations, and we also had an indirect effect of ecosystem disruption, changing vector pattern. This has led on to an increased risk of diseases, and finally now we are in an irreversible stage where there is a direct mortality and morbidity related to health-related illness, as well as indirect mortality caused due to multiple other factors, including endocrinological and metabolical factors. WHO and USA put up this large study on environmental influences on child health called as ECHO. This is a wide cohort. It involved more than 50,000 mother-child pairs, and they have been actually following them up from 2007 till today, and more than 300 plus publications have come that had looked up into the hazardous air pollutants, the particulate matters, the traffic-related pollutants, and polycyclic aromatic carbons, leading on to neurological morbidity in children. The non-persistent chemicals in consumer product has led an effect onto the infertility. The growing rise in the infertility clinics in and around us is a clear factor telling that environmental is having an impact. Also, the obesity has risen in a significant way, and not only it is a dietary factor, it is also related to the other factors which is included in the environment. So here, as a child, the child is exposed to a family environment, physical environment, and a social environment that is having a multiple effects on the same. And we can see that it is not only starts after the child is born, the prenatal exposure itself has led on to the problem. One of the significant factors, they've given a name as forever chemicals because it is there in the blood for us forever. Right from the day we were conceived in a mother's womb till the day we are born and then we have become adults, this forever chemicals has been impacting the way we are actually responding to diseases or even to the pharmacogenetic agents. So this is a brief introduction about how the environment has got a significant impact on the child health. And now we have our extreme panelists to discuss on a very important cases which is having in our own, in our cases in the OPD itself. Madam has already alluded upon to this. A 15-year-old H was brought to OPD with difficulty in breathing. As a child, she has been on various inhalers and meds and had been admitted twice in PICU with a supportive care. Finally, at the age of 8, she had stopped getting further episode. Now again, at about 14 years, she has started getting episodes of breathlessness. And she has been evaluated multiple times, and she has, this is in one of our, in CMC Vellore itself. So see, if you can see the total IgE level and specific IgE, we will come to this later. And the management, we did the allergy skin testing, but no sensitivity was noted. But the spirometry was very much suggestive of a reversible airway disease, putting it clearly into the asthmatic picture. Her CT scan was also done because allergens were negative, but she continued to have this exacerbation. She was on formoterol and budesonide at about 400 microgram twice daily. You know this is a little higher dose. And according to the latest guidelines, now the thiotropium bromide can also be added into this adolescent group because they clearly belong to the step 3 or 4 category. Now, Amal Pawar sir, what do you think about this case?
So, ma'am, already you have told that this is a 15-year-old girl and already she has been asthmatic. So, we have to consider about whether this asthma is because of any allergy or some allergy we have to find out. So, whether it is IgA mediated or non-IgA mediated. So, if it is IgA mediated, but In this case, already we have that serum immunocap test, and in that the Ig levels are low. So allergy has been ruled out. So we have to consider according to GINA guidelines about personalized asthma management. We have to consider thinking modifying the various modifiable risk factors of asthma and also comorbidities. And with the help of asthma management like this thing, inhalational corticosteroids, we have to manage this patient on case-to-case basis, modifying the risk factors.
But here we did not find any risk factor at all because there were no allergen, there was no environmental thing. So according to what Dr. Geeta madam said, I think it belongs to the difficult to asthma category, where we have these two types, difficult to treat and severe asthma. So in DTA we have certain modifiable factors like looking at the technique and the serum Ig level, which was not there. And the severe asthma category, where yes, you have done all the treatments, you have done modifiable risk factor, but still child has not improved. So this clearly belongs to the severe asthma category. So now looking at this one, so Dr. Minola means, sir, is there any further history you will want to analyze in this case? Because you are looking at something which is not an allergen here.
So, obviously you have two mechanisms, whether it's Ig mediated or non-Ig mediated.
Yes.
And those who are non-Ig mediated, there might be the irritants which might be the responsible. So you have to see the history. Is there any indoor allergens are responsible, or indoor pollutants or kind of irritants which are responsible. So you can see for the house dust mite, or you can see for the cockroaches or pets, any history of the pets in the family, or any history of the rodents in the family, or fumes, or somebody who's smoking in the family.
Yes, so that's exactly.
Yeah, these are the kind of things you need to rule out. What is the way they are cooking, whether they have got an exhaust in the kitchen or not, or whether they are going to using the wood burning stoves or coal burning stoves or anything like that. So if they are say staying near the traffic areas, so all the surrounding history you need to see.
You will definitely see. Very true, sir. Because the pollutant, bacteria and this is a very crowded style, but this is for us to understand that there are so many pathways involved and the biologicals, just leave it. But the main thing is the pollutants, bacteria, viruses, the dust and all that will actually stimulate the dendritic cells and go to the Th2 pathway. Whereas if you can see here, the smokes and irritant will go through the TSLP pathway. This is a thymic stromo-glycoprotein, that is a Th17 pathway, a completely different pathway which will not come out in the regular test of investigation. Having said that, Pratibha ma'am, what do you think? How can I really investigate into this,
Hello. First of all, I wish, I'm thankful to Madam and this environmental chapter. I am sensitizing for the first time on the stage. And
but you have a rich experience in that, and you can really see how a pediatrician can work in close with environmental factors.
Madam, in this case, it's a very good case, as Geeta Madam already said, that bricks and mortars, it is a genetic, but what we say, the environment is the architect. As in this case, it is actually applicable. This environment is the architect for this case. And definitely we have to see for this all environmental causes, like already sir spoken about the smoke, dust and all that. Definitely, and allergy, smoke, some comorbid condition you have to look for. Otherwise the cockroaches, pets and all that, you have to look for that. And again here the importance of the microbiota, that is again vaginal delivery versus your say LSCS, that is section second, like vaginal flora will get acquainted in the abdomen or in the body of the baby. That's why all of you know about the breastfeeding, universal advantages of the breastfeeding versus formula, as well as pre and postnatal antibiotic use. These are the various other factors, madam. In this case, these are involved, and that you have to sort it out and you have to treat the case accordingly. So and again, some dietary factors. The dietary, all of you know that obesity and all that, it is contributing. And important is the air pollution. Air pollution is the vehicle as well as the industrial as well as the tobacco smoking and the second-hand smoke.
So in this case, actually very rightly said, do not look only at the allergens. There will be other factors like respiratory infection, the smoking, everything put together. They modify in, when you have a genetic predominance here, these environmental factors are the key factor that modify the epigenetics, looking into the methylation and not. In fact, this was my PhD study on epigenetics. We could find so much of a difference in the way children responded when they had a polymorphism in exposure with an environmental agents. So very rightly pointed out, you would have this. So what do you think, how do you really evaluate it, sir?
Outside I thank Amravati family, pediatric family for organizing the wonderful conference, and I thank the environmental family to give me the opportunity to speak on this. So we are coming to the topic. So we have to start from the house. That's what past President Abdul Kalam, when he spoke in the UN. So we have to start the problem solving from the house. So we know we are looking at the difficult treat asthma. So non-IgA immune. So what are the other things? So talking about smoking, chemicals in the house, dust mite, all these things. So educating the family level is first very, very important. For that, we must take good history from the patients, and they must know that we are asking this. This is the reason for why the.
Yes.
That is very, very important. So patient must know that we had put it on the paper that we are writing about the environment. So then the patient also thinks that there is something more for the doctor and for the child to improve upon if you give a good history. So that impact must be.
So this WHO clinical case criteria you can elaborate on, sir, which really takes, which really takes into account so many things like pet animals, which is already spoken about, any traffic related injuries, fire related injuries, it also takes into account even the sanitation, your environmental aspects, the noise level, which was already spoken by Tushar sir. Everything was given a rating, and even the public services which is available, which includes the waste collection, because even you have in my place there is a waste collection, but they do not take it to the center where they are going to dispose of. They burn it at that place itself. So if a child is living in a place where the plastic is burned right across the clinic, you increase your steroid to even 1200 microgram, you are not going to improve on that child. The child is going to, you put whatever biologicals it is there, the child is not going to improve. So in this thing, the take-home message in this cases is, whenever we are dealing with a case of difficult to treat asthma, there is one another very important component of a environmental factor, which a good history, which you can easily download, as madam said, from the internet, will be available, which is very essential for us in the allergy and asthma clinic. Now coming close to our home, the heavy rains have disrupted life in Vijayawada. In fact, when I told that I am going to Amravati, people were asking, how are you going? Because there was an Amravati Andhra and Amravati Maharashtra. See, here a 15-year-old day was in her home, and you could see that when her home was submerged in the floods, she along with her parents was shifted to a temporary government facility. This is an environmental problem. So what do you think, Amol sir, will be her immediate problem now, which has been created by environmental disaster?
So you are talking about Vijayawada, but this problem this year has been faced by many of the states, means Gujarat, Bihar, Maharashtra, and also southern parts of India. So immediate problems which all the families they have to face are, there might be many injuries because of these heavy rainfalls and the collapse of homes and all this thing. So we have to give them shelter, we have to give them food, water, and also we have to take care of take the care of their mental health. Also we have to educate them about what the need is there. Then also in these cases about children, the schooling is lost, so we have to take care of that part also. And actually we have to take their all the healthcare needs and social and mental needs also. We have to take care of them, all the things.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks to Dr. Bala who made the slide for the earlier presentation. Any child who is exposed to an environmental disaster is having a physical problem, mental problem, and in this condition she is an adolescent girl, also sexual related issue, because she is very vulnerable to the existing society. Having said that, Do you think it is man-made? Munalamin sir, I am not talking about the political debate within the Andhra CM saying that it is a man-made episode and Chandrababu Naidu saying no, it is not. But what do you think has really contributed to this disaster?
I'm really happy that you raised the question because so this was a question asked to ask in the IAS exams, and they really wanted to know why this urban flooding is happening. So first of all, the first reason is the climate change. Almost 4% rain expected is going to be higher every year. So this thing is going to be frequent and in every state, as Dr. Amol Pawar has already said. That is one thing. Then your deforestation and loss of your green spaces. So that is going to absorb less and less water and urban flooding is going to happen. Other than that, you have a solid, I mean, we are not responsible for the solid waste disposal. All plastic bottles, all sanitary pads, all kind of diapers and all single-use plastics, everything is thrown into garbage and they block our drainage. Our urban system, drainage system is very old. It is not updated, so it is not really able to tackle the whole situation. So that is also important. And irresponsible construction.
Yes.
Yeah, so that has encroached upon the natural pathways of your water drainage system. So that is also being really affected.
Yeah, so her plight in Vijayawada has been the culmination of all our effects, and what happened in Wayanad is again the same as Amol Pawar sir very rightly said. It is not a single episode, and in India this has been the third disaster which has struck within a 1 year. Human-induced climate change to blame for Wayanad landslides. We have put so many of the adolescents in a vulnerable situation, is it not, ma'am?
Hello.
Yeah.
All of you know, as we are all pediatrician, when we treat the adolescent already they are in a comfortable, settled state. They will be because they are worried about the change in shape, change in size, then the peer pressure, then the various, what we say the peer group, the compensation and the love they require. But suppose such situation arises, which have a very much vulnerability to the adolescent. In this odd situation, all these adolescents will face two types of problem. One is a physical as well as the mental problem. The physical problems will be in the form of various violences or the food, for the scarcity of the food like that. Then important is the health issue. Health issue, it can be physiological, it can be pathological. Like physiological, if the girl is having menses, what she will do in this vulnerable situation? It's very difficult for that girl to manage that one. Number 3 is the important is the allergen or zoonotic diseases. These are all will expose to that like dengue and all that. Important point is that they feel the mental problem like loneliness, will not have a peer group, will not have the parental shelter sometime. It is like a forceful, or we say the forceful migration. They don't know where they are going like that. The insecurity feeling, as well as they will have a stress for that, and all of you know what the stress will do, as well as they will have all the problems related to mental health like depression, mood changes and all that. And these are the various situations they have to face.
Yeah, they were in a very protected environment, and suddenly, luckily for this child, she was with her parents. Quite often we saw in Wayanad there were many orphans who were put in caretaker homes. There is a vulnerability of them to be exposed to the caretaker, at their mercy of the caretakers. So we have put children into this very vulnerable situation because of our effects. So what do you think we should need to do, JR sir?
As you talked about the Vijayawada floods, like all the our colleagues, doctors, how are you? They said why it is, they were telling all the ponds are filled up with the buildings, so wherever the ponds are there, now again water has come up. That is a simple way they given me an answer. So we have to think at the community level and at the government level to solve the problem. One is preventing the problem, and one is if it occurs, how to handle it. So on the two headings we have to now take care. That is the
Very true. So whatever the adolescents are facing, it's again because of us. Coming to the other case, this is a very 8-year-old who was brought for the catch-up vaccination. The child was seen at 3.5 years of age by me when he was a thin-built child and was a picky eater. Mother then had asked for supplements. I actually counseled her, no, the birth weight was 3.5 kg. He was predominantly on breastfeeds, but he was started on top feeds just by about in 3 months. Since then, she has also given him snacks and eating mushy foods, but things changed during the COVID. The child was at home and he was given a mobile. He routinely preferred eating from ordered foods with pizzas or burgers. And you can see the family picture which clearly shows it was a familial one. And he is since then gaining a lot of weight, and today his height is about 132 centimeters and weight is 72.5 kg. But his mother says, I realized it now for the past 1 year, I'm not giving him any food. He is going to all physical activity. You have cricket going on, everything is going on, but I'm not able to bring down on his weight, doctor. So what do you do? So Amal Pawar sir, obesity is a growing menace. I completely understand. But how much of it is calculated only by the diet?
So this childhood obesity is a major public health problem nowadays. And as you know, this childhood obesity is because of excess of or dysfunctional body fat. And it has led to various complications in the child health, and also there are some morbidities will be there. Then in some cases mortality will be there. So we have to take care of this. And during COVID times, because of excess of screen time, then poor social connect, and excess of screen time has led to the increased diet, then junk foods, then in some cases parental obesity is also the causative factor, or in some cases maternal factors during pregnancy, like infant of diabetic mother and obese mother. In these cases, the obesity has increased.
So we are having a multifactorial thing of a parental, prenatal, dietary. But even if you could control this factor, people are trying to make some lifestyle changes. You know, Minal, means that we are seeing whenever we are going to western side, we see trekking, we see a lot of walking areas. It has been doing it. But still the problem persists in the West as well as here. There are children who work at home only. They are doing lifestyle changes. So do you think there is any other factor here?
Say obesity is not
Mike, please, Mike.
So obesity is not just plainly a kind of imbalance between what you take and what you spend, but basically it is all about it starts from the intergenerational factors. So it starts from the mothers who are obese, mothers who have smoked, or mothers who have took the high energy foods during their pregnancy. So it starts from there itself. It is also an imbalance between your ghrelin and leptin. These are the hormones which actually control your satiety and control your hungers. So that is also one thing. Other than that, you have environmental pollutants. So these are the environmental pollutants which actually alters, which we call as EDCs or
endocrine disruptors.
Chemicals. So this basically what it does is it imbalance between ghrelin and leptin, and basically these are kind of PCBs, which is polychlorinated biphenyls, BPA, DDT and DDT, which we use into the pesticides, non-steroidal estrogens like pharmaceuticals and synthetic hormones, food preservatives or parabens, which we use into the personal care products or the cosmetic products, phthalates, which is used as a plasticizer, or your bisphenols, BPA, which is used as a hardener for the plastics. All these things actually are known as the EDCs. Food packaging material, even your clothing, your furniture and your herbicides, all these are so much ubiquitous into the environment that they affect your system, they affect your satiety and hunger hormones. One important thing to not to miss is MSG, that is monosodium glutamate. Now this is something which has been added into all the food packets which are available, and so children are getting kind of addicted to those things because it tastes much better, but that also affects your satiety and affects your hunger, and it goes on, I mean, the person keeps on eating those things.
Yeah, if you can look at the range of products, you know, personal care products, including shampoos, your perfumes, the microwave which you're using, all of this are releasing this endocrine disrupting chemicals or EDCs. And there has been a systematic review which Dr. Minol Amin sir had pointed out, where the animal studies have clearly shown that early life exposure to these air pollution can clearly increase your visceral obesity. Prenatal factors, or you are having these chemicals in your mother's womb, can lead on to the synthetic chemical. World Health Organization says that BPA is high in a commercially driven food product than a breastfeeding child, and this effect of BPA exposure has been noted in child who has got obese. we need a further experimental and epidemiological approaches from our India, but let us be very clear, rather than blaming or shaming body shaming those people who are obese, we are indirect reasons for them being obese, because whenever you ask any person, their food is very less, but they become obese. And even ladies, they don't know what is the reason for their PCODs, they don't know the reason for their infertility. They have advised been all methodologies they have included in order to reduce their diet, and they have increased physical activity. And for me, I have been like going to the gym for the past 10 years and not 1 kg will reduce. So this is a factor for all of us, and invariably, I know all the ladies here are laughing, and it's the same state for all of us, especially the perimenopausal. We know, we never gain, and we would be looking at these youngsters who lose that 10 kg, will be wondering what really happened. For 40 years, we have been exposed to these chemicals, and that's what really happens. So Dr. Pratibha ma'am, can you tell me, you're looking so beautiful, so you didn't have this problem, but can you tell what are the further details on this endocrine disruptors?
Definitely, madam.
I would be very happy if the trade people can bring down their noise pollution level, please.
Definitely, madam. This endocrine disturber, I have read for the first time. These are so much hazardous to everyone. Now, I will tell about this in this era of this microwave, in this era of refrigerator, air condition, and fast food. We are exposing tremendously. Already, sir said about various chemicals like the phytate, then the PFAS, then all the fluorocarbons, SCB, PCB, all what it will cause. It will cause in utero the obesity and the cardiovascular risk. After delivery also, it will cause permanent physiological changes which leads to obesity. Means it will start from womb, and then after that the mother will have a nutritional deficiencies, nutritional malnutrition, and then the baby will be preterm, low birth weight, as well as will have a birth defect. After, when this child will become adolescent, will have a various problems like PCOS already discussed, then the breast cancer, prostate cancer, testicular cancers, hypospadiasis, cryptorchidism, as well as infertility. These are, we are facing everywhere, every obstetrician, gynecologist is facing all these problems. They will not have only this, but the early puberty in pediatric age group. And then various autoimmune diseases, various infective etiologies, as well as the related to CNS, the Alzheimer, and various Parkinson disease, as well as the ADHD in our adolescent patient. These are the various things we have to face, madam, in day-to-day practice.
So the role of ECDs is not only into obesity, it has extended from up to the death. Even we may have almost contributed by screen time also. We are going to have Alzheimer's and dementia much earlier, again increased by this ECDs. So again, sir, I'm again coming to you. So Reddy sir is always for preventive. So what do you think you can modify this or any other issues?
All the time you were telling environment will save the world. Now I think we must tell save yourself.
Yes.
If you use the word save yourself, the parents or the people will be aware of it. So we have to now put into a proper way where the public will be aware that they are going to get problems today. We are all talking about SARS 20 years later and all. Now it is today's problem, and we have to make people understand how it is. So the best way is education, and as a part of the pediatric team we can give better awareness. This is where we have to start.
Yeah, I think even this environment conference, that is why I invited the trade people to sit here, because you would see even Naushid was telling the environmental conference is basically for public and not for us actually, because they will have to understand that they come and scold us, why my child is having PCOS, why are you charging so much for infertility treatment. This is nothing we did. It is like it's a collective responsibility. So much of our pollutants have contributed to their present thing. And save yourself. I think that's a tagline. Geeta ma'am can actually take it up in IAP ki baat community ke saath. Save yourself today from these environmental endocrine disruptors. So because it is really hitting us very close to the home. It is not like child went out.
Senior government can be called up for the next conference. You can invite the
Yes.
environmental team from the government side to attend also.
this conference. So it really needs a change. I think that those sort of a modification will we use the perfume. We want to be very smelly, but we are unknowingly putting the ECDs into our home, and we have our child who is an adolescent sitting there, and she will be obese. And this is what it is really closing. I think probably we'll have to prepare the flyers that sensitizes them up to their home. Take a picture of the home that will be very close to them. So having said that, we move on to Kerala. Kerala on an alert after a teen test positive for Nipah virus in Malappuram. So then if you can see, look into the literature from 2007 onwards, there have been ups and downs in this Nipah virus, and every time Africa comes with a new zoonotic infection, and what was a single line in our microbiology chapter as a dengue or a COVID-19, we just knew that it was one of the virus. We hardly knew about it. We just read about scrub typhus as one of the Eshkar scrub typhus. It was just an MCQ point of contention for us. But now what happens is, Amal Pawar sir, you have separate modules for dengue, you have separate modules for zoonotic infection. What do you think is the reason here?
So, madam, before going to the causes or this, what are the concerns in increasing the zoonotic? Next slide. So, we have to take a we have to take a note of this disease fact first. So, almost 75% of the new diseases are discovered in last decades are of zoonotic origin, and out of that, 61% of that total human diseases are of zoonotic origin. So this has been an increase because there is a lot of poor sanitation, then personal cares, then also the cities are fastly encouraging towards the hilly areas or forest areas. So this has been also one of the concern. So as you know, every time in this season we are here, but many of our colleagues are managing the patients of dengue. So dengue is also of concern because of these all reasons.
So the zoonotic infections are definitely on the rise. In fact, instead of discussing about the other IDs, this will become more of a priority, because this time dengue is also showing a varied presentation. It is not coming into the typical pattern. And a child in our study who is studying in a very good school, Tuesday fever, Wednesday, Thursday, he had a high grade, came to a very renowned institution, done the blood investigations, just given it for ELISA because the government is insisting only on ELISA. He was asked to come on Friday to get the ELISA report. The ELISA report has come, child was brought in a state of respiratory distress. Within 45 minutes, the parent says the entire scenario of his death unfolded, and he was only a single child to his parent. 11-year-old studying in the most renowned institution in our place died due to dengue in just a matter of 72 hours. So this is what is a disaster we have brought it on our children. Having said that, Minolamine sir, what are the other zoonotic infections that has definitely been contributed by the environmental factors?
So zoonotic disease is not something new. Even in around 1920s or 1980s, Spanish flu started. So that was first, which was a very notable or notifiable disease. Later on, you had in different countries, like in Africa, you had the Zika and you have Ebola viruses, and in European countries, this flu concern. Then, particularly into the Asian and particularly from the China, you had different avian flus, Asian flu, Hong Kong flu, and your H3N2 and H1N1. So all this is happening because mainly of the increased proximity of human being, encroachment of human being to the different lands, water, even the glaciers, everywhere. So the organisms are getting, I mean, whatever organisms are there into those kind of species are getting transferred and getting modified, genetically modified to cause the disease into the human being. So those viruses which we have not heard before, which we have not understood the magnitude of these situations, this actually we are getting nowadays. So this is what is happening.
Yeah, so the intensive livestock farming, there's the same slide which I've sent, the extensive agricultural practice, the trading, deforestation and your pollution have all contributed more, as well as the encroachment of we people into the forest where they originally belong. And this was a top 8 zoonotic disease of national concern in the US. And this is what is given in another country, basically Thailand. And they have formed a systematic method of prioritizing what is our zoonotic infection. They have a separate workshop for it. They have taken it right from the people who are working in the community, from the DAIs and ANMs, to find out what is the real disease they are seeing in their places. And this was a list formed out from that places. Rabies, you can see, is zoonotic, but you know, when we are wasting food and putting it into the places, the plastic containers have the food. The street dogs have more access to it. So that's the reason we have more of street dogs, and they will contribute to the rabies. And it was said, and Sir's beautiful lecture, I've heard Paramesh Sir's lecture on COVID, Corona being the glaciers, the hidden virus due to our activities is coming up now. So much of infections we are contributing directly. And having said that, Pratibha ma'am, what do you think is a prime factor? We have multiple factors, but what is it you think is a prime factor here?
Before going to this answer, just I want to tell one thing which I left for PCOS. There are some recommendation for the screen time, that less than 2 years, no screen, 2 to 5 years, only 1 hour screen time is recommended. And after 5 years, they should have a balance between screen time and other activities like family time, school time, other activities and all that. These are for the all the attending faculties and all the delegates. And second thing, just I want to share, madam, I will take one time and in front of Dr. Parmesh, respected Parmesh sir, before 8 days in our hospital, I am working in this local medical college, Dr. PEDENVICON Amravati. There was a death of mother because of suicide. One mother whose baby was 4 days old, well baby, only some with distress, we have shifted in NICU. Then after 2 days, the mother came in the ward, in NICU ward, and mother was feeding her baby well. There was no problem with baby, with the mother. We don't have any signal, but in the night hours, after feeding the baby at 8 p.m., mother suicide at 3:30 p.m. hanging to the door closer. We don't have any clue for that. We have searched for the cause. We have asked relative doctors, obstetric gynecology doctor, everyone, but there is no clue. Now I am having the conclusion that what mother is, what madam is saying, in spite I am going to gym, I am not getting the result like that. I think without any clue, we are getting all these cases of suicidal tendencies and
Probably a postnatal depression aggravated by these chemicals. And again, I tell you, ma'am, your screen time is also directly related to the prime factor here. You have the answer for it.
Yeah. Then important prime factors in this are the important is the deforesting. Sir already told about that. Then intensified agriculture and livestock production like poultry and all that. Then the climate and weather changes. Everybody is suffering and everybody is experiencing the zoonotic disease and all that. Then illegal and poorly regulated the animals transport and animal trading. And important, what we are facing is the antibiotic resistance. The antibiotic resistance in the animals as well as in the human being, and that is posing a great problem to us. Number 3 is the horizontal and vertical expansion
of the
we are
cities.
seeing in this slide. There is no space to walk, everywhere is the bad air, the asthma is there, and the no family farming is there, and that is very important prime factor for this thing.
Exactly the same thing, you know, there is no place for the children to play, so obviously screen time will increase. There is this urban sprawl that is happening. Both the cities are growing vertically as well as horizontally in all levels. There's no place for them, so they will obviously sit in the screen time. And Gurgaon, last time I visited, they said it was a very big forest, and now that there is no forest only, and we are coming in direct. So this is exactly the direct reason for it. But having said that, our population, we are the most populous country in the world. But we need to do something about it and not take on, because we have to be more positive about it. So JR sir, again coming to you, what is the preventive aspect for it?
I think mostly government advocate we have to be. So no more inner ring road, outer ring road, multiple ring roads on the same town. Without that, we can identify places which are really. Hello. So coming to the other countries, how they are handling and all. So there is no expansion of cities. There is only vertical expansion. That is one of the things we see. And coming to the diseases which we are now getting. we're talking about dengue, we're talking about our other infections. We must be able to identify and appreciate the people who had identified it and try to get so that we can restrict the disease. That is one point we must appreciate from Kerala. I always ask whenever I meet Kerala, what new, so that they will give us information to think of. So thinking out of the box, preparing for the disease, identifying them early, and stopping it there, and finding out vaccines, doing some research on that place, and again repeating the same problem is the biggest. Once it is okay, but second time again the same thing happens, then we are really in trouble. So I feel
So yeah, there is elements of urban design which you should know, that there are buildings which you can make changes. You can make changes on the public spaces. When you do something, we can increase the public spaces, the streets, we can make a modifications, and the landscape. Copenhagen has become a goal for carbon neutral, which means a sustainable transport. So you don't need big roads, you don't need any both inner outer rings roads at all. Amsterdam has bought a network so much that the bike friendly cities. So you don't need to destroy the places in order to build that. As well as Hong Kong, which is most of densely populated, has got a very comprehensive public transportation system. In fact, in India, it is a reverse. We are trying to bring more of all these metros and all that, and destroying what is already there and creating more of environmental pollution. We'll have to change this. There is a 12-step program which has been coping with this urban sprawl. So you design with nature. Probably satellite cities, which is self-contained and not destroying more, could be an option. Mixed housing styles, which takes into consideration the older pattern, the adaptive reuse of the same. Reuse does not exist only in destroying old houses and building more malls or this apartments. You could reuse it and make it more friendly. Big porches are there and small lawns, and kill the cul-de-sac, which means we are concentrated in certain areas which can be made into a different populations, so that there will not be crowding in a single place. The slums and all that, if you can see, the sanitation, everything is disturbed. So that sort of an aspect can be killed. Retrofit a strip, that is, malls are now not being used after COVID. Most of the malls have gone, but the buildings have been high. Most of the buildings, including the Infosys, from where they had a very historical launch of their systems, that the building has gone waste now. So instead of building newer houses, they could use that same thing in a different way. You'll have to plant trees, narrow the streets, and bring back the corner stores, so that we don't go a long way to purchase anything. We are all so close to D-Mart and all that, which is in the peripheral area. Instead, have this corner store, so you don't need to travel much. Think diverse, as you said, and think small. Don't think of a bigger project or other. Think small. That's more than sufficient for us. So in summary, I think the childhood health is so intricately connected to the environment. The vulnerability of the age, the constant exposure to toxicants, the small size and the growing organs makes them the most affected. And as JR sir rightly said, we need to think out of the box when we are dealing with an uncontrolled or an unexplained symptoms in a very common disease in our office practice, and need to counsel patients and parents, and another P is our own pediatricians accordingly. Rather than starting more presidential action plan to tackle these diseases, you could tackle more on this environmental aspect. So my final word from my extremely beautiful panelists who did a great work. Amal sir, yeah. A single word about this panel, even JR sir.
This was a very excellent panel, and I would request our dear President-elect, Dr. Vasant Kalatkar sir, to include this panel to the majority of the delegates in Hyderabad PEDENVICON, because this was an excellent preparation and excellent deliberation by all these things.
A final word from JR sir.
The most appreciated quote whenever I read about environment, the most threatening thing is...
Put that last slide for some time. Last slide for some time.
That is where we are all looking at. We always think the environment will be saved from others. Now it is time that we are here. We have to be part of it, and we need to save the world and save ourselves.
Yeah, so save ourselves.
In one word, first thank to chapter as well as thank to Dharmada madam for preparing us for this module and presentation. And in one word, I myself get sensitized because of this as being a panelist, and that is the worthy most.
So your final word, Minola, means sir, you always have the best. That's why I kept you for the last.
See, basically, environment, I mean, presentations were used to be about all theoretical. Now we are coming into at the level where we actually can interfere, we can intervene, and we can prevent the things. So this is what we are incorporating into the panel, and that is actually going to be helpful to the clinicians also.
Yeah, because whenever I talk about environmental chapter, they say you are all activists. But I will tell I'm not an activist because I tend to understand the disease better because I'm more into environmental work. So it has a high time that we as a pediatricians have to do, and that's what a great people like Paramesh sir have shown the way. It starts with you and not from anybody else. Thank you for giving us such an interesting topic here.
Thank you everyone. Now I request our moderator to present mementos to the panelists.
Dear Chairperson, please join us on stage. We'd like to take mementos from you also.
So moving on towards our next session, the chairpersons of I'd like to invite our next chairpersons, our senior pediatrician from Amravati, Dr. Vijay Rathi sir, and a dynamic pediatrician of Amravati, Dr. Apurva Kale sir. Please come for
Thank you. No, but one thing I would like to tell you, I was seeing towards delegates only, but
I'd like to
we should take
invite
time
Dr.
also.
Anand
The
Kesavan
panelists
sir
should take time
for his
now
next talk
to prepare.
on NICU environment. Dr. Anand Kesavan sir.
So very good morning. Start. Okay, up to this time we are talking about environment outside our hospital or our house or something related to that one. Now I am going to inside our hospital. That is NICU. Because now every hospital have very wonderful NICU. Of course, our preterm babies, low birth weight, prolonged stay in NICU. So what is the impact of an NICU environment on a baby, especially a preterm baby? So from a warm, dark, aquatic medium, a pleasant environment, that is in utero, to a dry, cold, excessively bright, noisy environment, that is NICU. So that much of impact from a convenient environment to a difficult environment child is coming up. And the preterm babies are more vulnerable. unfortunately, they are prolonged exposure in NSU environment because they have to stay more time in the NSU. So there are so many problems, factors inside NSU, developmental care, analgesia, handling of the baby, positioning, sound environment, light environment, all are adversely affecting our babies in NSU. So it is an integrated developmental care model, means parenting with family, positioning, handling, optimizing nutrition, protecting skin, minimize stress and plan. So that is friendly atmosphere we needed. So the new NICU environment means from a calm, warm environment to an environment with light, sound, electromagnetic field, radiation, medication and chemicals. All this will affect our babies. So premature neonates are more vulnerable. Why? Because due to still developing organ system, they came prematurely and they poorly prepared to live a life outside the womb. Our children they are not well prepared to come out in a NICU. So here the light pollution, this much of light from a dark environment of child is coming, this much of light pollution is there. So either there may be phototherapy, bright lights or fiber optic light sources, trans-illumination with the high intensity light. So the visual system of a newborn baby continues to develop up to 3 years of age. So it will definitely affect our babies. It may lead to retinal damage, sleep pattern disturbance, that is most important. And the disturbance circadian rhythm, it will affect the poor growth. It will lead to sometimes burns also. So increased light in NSU has a potential to impact visual development also. The light injury, various animal studies have demonstrated the retinal injury from light. That is the animal studies. Incidence of ROP decreased when isolates were shielded with filters to reduce the amount of light. So phototherapy also got a definite disadvantage. So light will affect growth also. This ambient light in the NSU affect the infant growth, reducing lighting, improve the sleep and cycles, and decrease stress. And after light and caregivers also, so affect the healthcare workers by impacting their circadian sleep. It will affect their sleep. Nursing staff, bystanders, everybody is sleep, everything is affected by light. Later their performance. So reduced light can improve brain activity, cognitive performance, and the feeling of alertness. And we can prevention of, we have to think about a typical NSU has a lighting ranging from 10 to 600 lux and no direct view of electric light, sunlight in the infant space. And the medication sessions and a less critical area should be receive minimum light. How to reduce light injury? So direct light on patient should be avoided. Blankets on the top, I can show it here. Blankets on top of the incubator is very, very important. Lighting should be appear as natural as possible. That is another thing we can do. Noise in NSU is another problem. We already discussed about noise pollution. So one of the most polluting physical agents in neonatal intensive care, such that hospitalization intensive care can be considered in itself a risk factor for preventable deafness. So in a preterm baby, various noises and drugs, of course, there are some amniotic acid, cefotaxime, all this may lead to hearing impact. So from uterus to NSU, uterine environment serves as a protection against unwanted sounds. It's a very good, convenient, calm, quiet atmosphere. And intrauterine environment is crucial for middle ear and cochlear development. So that type of environment is needed to development of the ear. So if child is coming early, a preterm baby, the development of middle ear will be, inner ear and middle ear will be affected. In NSU, lacking of protection in the uterus increased risk due to hazards also. So recommended sound level is around less than day-night average sound less than 45 decibel, and the incubators produce noise and vibration ranging from 50 to 80 or greater, and well above the recommendation, all the incubators. So preterm babies are particular risk for the sensorineural hearing loss with an incidence of 4 to 13% depending on the gestational age as compared to 2% in newborn. Double the risk from all these complications. So it may be from monitors, ventilators, closing incubator doors, talking near the incubators, dropping equipments into the floor, shifting oxygen cylinders, closely nearby drawers or phones. All this, it may lead to so much type of noise pollution. And the diabetes and amniotic acid increase the risk of hearing loss also in the NSU. So you can see the noise intensity pump alarm around 60 to 78, finger tapping on the incubator 70 to 95, all are above, loud voice above 100. So all are very harm to our babies. And noise as a nuisance is very important. Noise induced autonomic effect, increase the heart rate with a sudden sounds changing decibel from 55 to 100, but then sudden increase the heart rate. And also low birth weight, increase in systolic blood pressure and diastolic blood pressure. And it may lead to chronic hypertension as an adult. So the preterm babies are not able to process and filter noxious stimuli. That is the problem. And to maintain self-regulation. So it will especially affect our preterm babies. Various types of sound producing agents you can see here. And the noise and nervous system, because permanent cochlear damage may produce, hearing and speech delay may be there, weakening of the cerebral vasculature, increased intracranial pressure, disturbed sleep pattern, and also excessive crying and agitation. All these may be as a complication of our NICU noise pollution. And a respiratory drive depression in premature infants is well known due to noise, and decrease in respiratory rate occur upon exposure to 100 decibel. You can get respiratory depression. So sudden loud noise causes apnea and hypoxic event. And also, it will affect the caregivers also, because stress, hypertension, increased blood glucose, increased muscle tension, and disturbed sleep. And the fatigue, irritability, annoyance, decreased work performance by the bystanders. And also, with the extra background noise, communication can be difficult and concentration can suffer. So we can prevent various methods. Locating the nursery away from the noisy street, soundproofing of the nursery is another method. Noise producing equipments like monitors, phones, and they should be located away from the baby. Use quieter equipment, light alarm, proper maintenance of the instrument. These are some things we can do to prevent sound pollution. And also behavior modification by staff members are very important. Responding quickly to the alarm, removing water from ventilator tubing frequently, closing incubator door quietly, speaking softly, not using mobile phone in NICU. So behavioral modification will work initially, but difficult to maintain. That is the problem. Noise in NICU preterm infants, they show that abnormal brain and sensory development, speech and language problem. So all this will be affected by NICU noise. Mobile hazard, it is very common nowadays because mobile hazard produces noise, it will produce radiation, it will lead to inattention, it will lead to infection also. So a paralytic patient in Colorado, alleged by a distracted neurosurgeon, who made at least 10 personal calls on his cell phone during the operation. That much of we are addicted to mobile phone. So bacterial colonization of mobile phones carried by medical staff in maternity, neonatal, and ICU wards of hospital. You can see that a very, very important report there. So you can see here, high contamination is contamination of mobile phones and stethoscope in neonatal care unit. E. coli, you can see all the drug-resistant E. coli and other organisms. This much of mobile phone is contaminated with so much bacteria and other organisms. And the electromagnetic field is another thing coming in a big field. So magnetic field in cell migration, because this magnetic field may affect the cell migration. Every cell in the body has an electric potential. So endogenous EMF guide cell migration during development, so it may lead to various form of cell migration disorder, neuroregression and other problem. So researchers have manipulated internal electromagnetic current in thick embryos, leading to abnormalities in tail, limb bud, head, eye development, and a neural tube defect. So electromagnetic field is clearly show that it is affecting the development of the brain in animal models. And also in preterm, this is a big problem because incubation is the largest source of electromagnetic field in the NICU. Premature babies spend a majority of their lifetime in the incubator. And also, premature neonates are still growing and developing and are surrounded by electric equipments, their effects. Next one is radiation. So recommended dose of radiation is 2.4 millisieverts. Lifetime dose is above 100 millisieverts. So the dose of radiation for a neonate from 2-view chest X-ray, it will take around 40. We can see how much X-ray we are taking in the NICU. And a single view abnormal film, 10 to 30. And also single view baby gram, 20 to 40. So this much of high radiation our children are getting. And the preterm, the smallest, sickest, and most premature infants tend to receive greatest number of X-rays exposure. So risk from the X-rays radiation to the neighbors also we have to account. Not only to the patient, but the neighbors also. You can see overexposure. Because chest X-ray, they are ordering chest X-ray, the baby exposed the entire body, including reproductive system. So this type of X-ray, 3 X-ray, 4 X-ray like that, we are getting a series of X-ray. We are around 10, 12 number of X-ray for single patient. Then how much radiation they are getting? So knowledge and attitude of practice of radiation safety awareness among radiology technicians and nurses who works in the radiology department. So there are some study. So they educated the radio technician, and there is a drastic reduction in the exposure to radiation. That we can do. Our radiation technician, we can advise them to avoid overexposure of radiation. And the recommended dose of limits for radiation workers, Indian Commission, in the whole body 20, and length of the eye 150, extremity 500, and lifetime whole body less than 800. But our features is only 1 millisiever. That means our features are over exposed to different types of radiation. How to prevent? Minimize number of exposure and area of exposure. In 85% all chest X-rays, abdomen also exposed. We are just now seeing, so avoid such a unwanted exposure. Typhus also irradiated along with the chest and the abdomen is 62%. Whole body is exposed. Avoid unnecessary exposure. Because proper X-ray beam collumination, you can do like that. Focus on particular area so that you can reduce the unwanted exposure. That's a very good idea. And a genital shield. In none of the X-ray we are shown there is no genital shield. Avoid repeat X-ray studies due to poor initial film quality. Make sure that good equipment, only one X-ray, because we got some poor film and a repeating X-ray, you have to avoid. Use non-invasive method like USG whenever possible. And you can reduce the exposure also. Technician obtaining radiograph in NICU should be properly trained. Physician should carefully evaluate each patient before ordering a film. And due to high amount of radiation exposure from CT scan, consider possibility of other alternatives just like USG. Only order X-ray if absolutely necessary, and a collimation to avoid unnecessary exposure, and maintain 1 to 2 millimeter distance between warmers, and a training of health workers regarding radiation hazard is very important. Touch and handling also very important factor, because only minimal amount of so-called non-procedural touch takes place in NICU. So real touching is not happening in the NICU. Gentle touch have an immediate comforting and a positive effect on weight gain, reduce hospital stay, the active role of mothers in NICU. So now I think many hospitals, they are permitting mothers inside NICU, and of course, thanks to our KMC care also. And the medication and procedure, I'm not going to the details because all the benzyl alcohols commonly used in lorazepam, panguronium, premature infants seem to have difficulty with the detoxification with the benzyl alcohol because their liver is poorly developed, so many problems will develop. Neonatal were reported to have symptoms like metabolic acidosis, respiratory failure, gasping respiration, seizure, ICH due to various contaminant of our medication. And propylene glycol is another important factor because it is an inactive ingredient used in drug solubilization, so it may lead to various problems like seizures, hyperbilirubinemia, and renal failure. The premature infants are exposed to unsafe level of chemical in medical products used to save their lives. Actually, we are trying to save our children, but it is adversely affecting our newborn. And the parental stress also we have to consider in a big way because mother-infant bonding is a major problem in NSU because babies kept away from, especially preterm babies kept away from the mother. Maternal anxiety and depression is a very big factor. When the child is kept for 1 month or 20 days, 25 days, loss of desired parental role, the mother may be very much distressed. Isolation and the guilt about having a presumable unhealthy child, unfamiliarity of the NSU environment with the bright lights, noisy monitoring system, ventilators, alarms, chemical, all these things affect the mother's stress and everything. So we have to take care of our mothers in NSU also. So we have to give a family-centered care of newborn, more mother-friendly, more newborn-friendly NSU. So family-centered care is very, very important. To an extent, we are doing it our mother contaminant we have to reduce, kangaroo mother case very good aspects, non-nutritive suckling we have to start early, and the visual interaction to mother with the baby we can start it early. So a family-centered NICU care is more optional. So in our NICU, it is a short statistics, extreme preterm, you can see the baby was kept in NICU for 45 to 75 days, very preterm 30 to 60 days. Moderate preterm, you can see 41 to 21 days. So you can see when it is extreme preterm and the very term, the duration of NICU is that much. 800 gram, 900 gram, they may require more NICU stay. This much of time they are exposed to all this type of pollution, whether it is a light, whether it is a noise, whether it is a radiation, whatever it is. So you can imagine how much impact it is there. So 78.5 babies are premature in our small gestation age in our, and average hospital stay in a total is 12 to 15 days. And the common indication for IBN NICU admission, preterm baby, apnea, hypoglycemia. So long-term effect on neurological or cognitive development, whether it is due to primary disease itself, because childhood hypoglycemia, apnea, everything, whether it is due to NICU environment pollution, we don't know. Because many ways there is some added effect of NICU environment also, rather than our hypoglycemia, other factors. That we have to think. So poor outcome is due to primary cause alone, or it is due to adverse NICU environment also. It is a hot subject to study. So preterm babies in NICU at more risk, so avoid prolonged stay is possible. Effect of hazards are more than expected. Preterm babies prolonged stay, all organ system immature, so they are more affected. Take precautionary steps to minimize any potential harm from environment. And further research can provide more concrete information as to what change is most important to support normal development. I think almost all hospitals have a very, very well equipped NICU. Now it is the time to think. In Kerala, we had child-friendly school initiative, 2005. We are trying to make all schools in Kerala by child-friendly school initiative, CFSI. No extra baggage, no overcrowded vehicle, bathroom, toilets in every hospital, every school. And there are 10-pointed criteria to recognize a school child-friendly school. In 2005, when I was the state secretary. Then we got BFH in 2015, the baby-friendly hospital initiative. Now I think it is a right time for newborn-friendly NICU. So now it is time for newborn-friendly NICU. I think we have to go a lot of things about this one. And thank you very much for the patient hearing.
I am thankful to Dr. Anand Keshwan for a very nice lecture, which we are hearing in Amravati. Thank you so much, sir.
Everywhere, sir, everywhere.
I request our chairpersons to hand over our memento to our speaker. For our next session, I'll request Dr. H. Paramesh to come for his next lecture. Dr. H. Paramesh will speak on rapid urbanization need for retaining gomalas as green spaces in urban environment.
अब स्टार्ट कीजिए सर. या.
Respected chair people and my brothers and sisters of the academy, good afternoon. This topic very important. Satish is here, advocate. We need your help, sir, to safeguard the greeneries in India.
Which one, sir?
Topic.
I think this one.
Rapid urbanization.
It's not here. Your put it as rapid environment, sir. Ah. Yes, sir.
टेलीकास्ट कर दूंगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। मैम चालू हो गया?
हाँ.
हाँ, ये यहाँ से स्टार्ट हो गया तो हो जाएगा, मैं वहाँ से प्ले कर दूंगा, ठीक है?
Place it.
Can you start, sir?
She is starting. Sir, he is starting. He will start, sir.
Hello, everybody. I think you must need pay attention to this very important topic. It's a new topic, very important topic, and it is going to be published current science on the 10th of this month. Well, accepted already. So now, I think next slide, please. Let me bring greetings from my institution. Indian University of Science is 109-year-old. I'm the first medical doctor ever appointed in the history as a physician scientist for the past 5 years. And the topic I have chosen, rapid urbanization, need for retaining the gomalas in the villages as a green spaces in the urban environment. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. I like to dedicate my talk to one of professional person we lost terribly. I think it should not have happened. I think we should all be awakened and we have to voice out so that something has to be done. I think in the year, 2002, I received a I think an article has come from the Indian Education Department from the Prime Minister's office. When we come to neutralize our comments, it comes to me only. Health related, education related, any policy making, I always have to go through it. I have gone through at that time. And also, I made a last statement that I want to say. 2002, I made it. 2022. Please keep the health sector in all the policy making decisions. And please pay attention to the safety of the health protectors, health protective bodies. I think in the 2022, I sent a Prime Minister's office at that time. And also I'm thankful our President Basuraj, he sent a strong letter to the Prime Minister representing 50,000 pediatricians of the country. Having dedicated this topic,
I'll do that. I'll change.
it won't work. Rapid urbanization impacting planetary resource, green space, and health. The global population 2022 was 8 billion. It is anticipated 9 billion 2031. India has surpassed the China in population 2023. There is significant environmental shift, decline in the biodiversity, increased time in the biotech utilization, create people-centered cities by 2050 is a must. Two-thirds of the population going to live in the urban area. This is the graph it shows. Rural population growing slowly, urban population going this much. There are enough data to substantiate what we have been doing. Now the journey to the greener future, World Environment Day, June 5th, 2024. You please protect, preserve, prosper a greener future for all of us. Nature's calling, answer with action. We have to act now. Keep on talking. This is the time for action. Yeah. Okay. Next. The human well-being over the long term depends on the well-being of our planet with the living and non-living system in our environment. Now God has created so many species. We are the most intelligent species. How many of them, if you look at that, beetles are contributing 22% of the population species. And plants and algae contribute 18%. Other insects 13%. Flies 9%. Vertebrates where we belong to is only 1%. Vertebrates is only 1%. Next slide, please. In that 1%, 60% mammals are livestock, 30% are humans, 4% are the wild animals. The 8 billion people represent 0.01% of the living things, what has God created. Most intelligent. But what we have done, we have destroyed 83% of wild mammals, 50% of the greeneries. We have to enhance our environmental biodiversity, green spaces for the livelihood of all the species. Next slide, please. The role of green spaces and environmental health. Every child should provide enough green spaces per person. And to improve the both physical and mental health, how it helps? Opportunity to connect to natural world, right place for the social activity, help to break down cultural barriers, promotes education to be environmental friendly, which helps in enhancing the critical thinking and creativity of the children. It helps in conserving the environment, which protects in endangered species and habitats. Formulate economic gains from health cost. I think 1 rupee you spend for the greenery, it gives you 34 times, not 34%, 34 times of the benefit, health benefit. Next slide, please. If you look at that heat island, center of the city, we are going to face it, rapid urbanization. Center of the city, because cement jungle, always 2-degree temperature high. Day and night, there is 2-degree temperature less. It will be much higher compared to the industrial area, rural area, park, suburban area. It mainly comes from the cement jungle. Cement jungle, you showed the picture, and that is what it is going to happen. We are all heat island. It absorbs the heat wave at night, daytime. Night time, it leaves it. In addition to that, there are no greeneries. And also the human-made environmental pollution from vehicles and all that contributes. But cement jungle is the most common cause. Next slide, please. Okay, this is what the Bangalore greenery space. ISRO, it is all connected to Institute of Science. They have taken this picture. In 1973, green space of Bangalore 68.3%. Look at the beautiful picture here. Now, here it is. Now we have got only 2.96% of the greenery. We destroyed the rapid urbanization. And also open space supposed to be 9 to 10 square meters per person. We have only 2.3%. And Bangalore urban area includes 1,209 villages in acquired. All of them. Destroy all the greeneries, go models per there. And 16,000 acres of forest land encroached in July for 2024. That is our Minister of Forest has mentioned recently. And also we have, whatever the city you have green space, you maintain it. In Bangalore, they want to take it over. We have the Lal Bagh, Cubbon Park, Turf Club, Bangalore Golf Club. We have 75 center of the city. They want to take it over because they cannot become a member. Politicians want to close it. I think we are opposing that one. I am being one of the members of the Lok Adalat with Yellappa Reddy, previous secretary, IFS. We have again not to touch it. Turf Club, you want to change the gambling purpose, you go somewhere else. But make that Turf Club, center of the city, as a social forest. And I think green space linked to positive health, it helps promote the healthy behavior, increase health process, improve social content, gives sense of belonging to the familiarity, benefit most disabled people by observation. It supports the development of skills and capability, increase physical activity, mitigate potential harm, decreases crime, provides good night's sleep, which helps in healing. Next slide, please. How is important? Because we produce 5 hormones which are beneficial for happiness. These are all 5 hormones. Is the dopamine, which makes you feel good, and serotonin, it regulates your mood and make you feel happier. Oxytocin, it has got a pro-social behavior and create trust, empathy, positive memories. Endorphins reduces pain, boost pleasure, and feeling in the well. When you go to the hospital, when the patient is sick, going there, oh, why you are sick? You are showing so well. What had happened? God is not kind enough to this is not. Make him to laugh a little bit. That makes, oh, this is a small thing. You can fight it. What's the big deal? That's how we have to go. Our approach has to be different. And melatonin is the most important hormone. I think it is circadian cycle. Usually 9:30 p.m. it starts. 7:30 a.m. it stops. All the healing process from the air pollution, other pollution, viral infection, healing occurs only at night time. We have to, regular timing, you have to keep it. Next slide, please. I think this is what I showed about circadian cycle. Next slide, please. Now, if you look at the importance of sleep, I mentioned about, sleep is very important because growth and development, it helps, hormonal function, cardiovascular system, immune system, memory, learning, metabolism, bonding of parent and child. Infants with a sleep problem may have an important on adult disease later in life. Most common cause for obstructive sleep apnea syndrome is airway allergic disease, upper airway allergy, the most predominant cause. I think if you look at the previous slide, please. If you look at the animals, I think bat sleeps about nearly 19.9 hours. Least one is the horse, 2.9 hours. Human 8 hours. I think when children start about 4 to 16 hours. Even if a 6 hours is enough, I think we had only 4 hours sleep, isn't it? We came at 2 a.m., 4 hours sleep. We are happy now. That's enough elderly age for enough for us. We have a good sleep of 4 hours. Next slide, please. Economic gains. This is what you have to remember. Politician, you have to improve it. How green space would help. 2.1 billion per year could be saved in health costs in England. This study has been done. And in Birmingham, they saved, that city saved with the maintaining the greenery and park, 6,000 pounds. And also, if you look at the Sheffield, it saved about, that is the study, 1 pound I spent, we earned about 34 pound health benefit. This is a must we have to improve, inform the politician. And role of Gomalas in green spaces with the economic gain is very much important. Next slide, please. What is Gomalas? Gomalas is a government land reserved for grazing of animals, livestock, depending on the numbers in that village. It is also a lung space for all our human beings. Rapid urbanization is engulfing the green land in Gomalas. That is unethical nexus between the revenue department, land shark, local politician, missionaries taken over the Gomalas. We need Gomalas to convert into social forestry in the cities to maintain the greenery. Next slide, please. I think this is about how much space each animal need. I think bulls need about 24 square meter, cows 7 square meter, boar 8.12, buffaloes 8 square meter, human being 9 to 10 square meter. Next slide, please. Make cattle grazing grounds, Gomalas, free of encroachment by Supreme Court of India as of judgment of September 9, 2021. Sir, we need your help in this context. We have to fight for it. And also they observed, Supreme Court, that India lost 5.65 million hectares, 31% of grazing land and grassland. And what have they observed? Because it was difficult for rural folks to rear the cattle. There is no grazing place. Second thing, they didn't have the grazing thing, animals. There is no milk product, nutritional deficiency has come there. In addition to that, we used to use the cow dung to make the gobar gas, methane gas for cooking things. It is not the best, but it is better than wood and all these things. That they used to use. And also after that, cow dung was left behind, we used to use the organic manure. In addition, when the cow dies, the skin, hide used to use that one. Economically, how much you would have gained from one cow, you are lost. That's what the Supreme Court has observed. In addition to that, next slide, please. Cattle grazing ground in Karnataka, we have for 30 acres of land is assigned for 1,000 cows in that village. This is the government rule. And Karnataka High Court directs restoration of deserved, these grazed lands not utilized for allotted purpose. I think some government given the Gomalas, if within that period of time for certain, if we don't do it, all the land we have to take in 2022, that is the High Court rule of Karnataka. Next slide, please. I think we have so many legal cases in Karnataka. I think 170 acres are taken by missionaries converting the people. That court case is there. Chikkaballapura, about 35 kilometers from Bangalore. Next slide, please. Mumbai, Thane report maximum forest encroachment cases in Maharashtra. Encroachment forest land in Dhule, 2,000 square kilometer with 15,706 cases are there, court cases. We have to fight for those things. And also Gadchiroli, 103 square kilometer with 8,969 cases are there. We have to support this, all this. Next slide, please. I think I have to remember a soldier here. He's a bridge, Narayan Kiradu. He's a retired employee, electricity department with like-minded villagers, fought for 3 decades to save Savanna, Nathaniel, Gauchar, Bhumi. Against encroachment, he saved out 10,000 acres in Bikaner city in Rajasthan. Electrical retired employee with the villagers joined together. He saved 10,000 acres, 3 decades he fought it. Now, 30,000 cows graze in that land. People earlier, what they used to do, abandoning the male calf gives only milk, they used to get abattoir for the meat, red meat. And the selling the old cows, because there is no fodder, they have to sell that also for the abattoirs. Red meat is the most dangerous. It gives about 35 carbon footprint when compared to vegetable and lean meat. Next slide, please. Legendary visionary of our Bangalore city. Kempegowda is the one built the city, and he encouraged greenery all around. And also you have remember your area, people, history, propagate in your town. And Krishnaraja Vadiyar, Maharaja of Mysore, and he gave 400 acres of land in your sons free of cost. And all the greeneries, he made it. He made it, and also the first district in India where you have family planning, in Mandya district. Family planning started in Mandya district, in Krishnaraja Vadiyar. And also Saram Vishwesharaya, he was a Maharashtra chief engineer. He came to Karnataka as the Diwan of Maharaja of Mysore. During that time, he refused membership in Bangalore Club. He built the Century Club. I was one of the fortunate person being the president of that club, where I banned tobacco smoke as my president. It's the first social club in the world. I think I just want to previous one slide. I think he said, keep open lung space and parks, don't encroach. He used to say, industrialize or perish. You have to work Saturday also. If you don't work, don't eat. That is his Vishwesharaya. And we have to remember, Gustav Hermann Krumbiegel, he is the one first horticulturist, German, settled in India, and Lal Bagh, all the park. And if you are to Mysore, if you go to Kaveri River, Krishnaraja Sagar Dam Park, all he built. All the parks in Bangalore, Karnataka, he built it. And his great daughter lives in London. About 10 days ago she came. I want to see my great grandfather. She saw the funeral, his samadhi. Then he wanted to see that. I showed her all these things. She was I bring my daughter, they're all environmentalists. I want you to arrange a lecture in them. I said, I will do it. Next slide, please. Take home message, green space is linked to positive physical, mental health outcome to all. All Gomalas should be cleared and converted as social forestry for sustenance of all lives, not only human, all lives. Need to conserve our green spaces in our city as lung space for sustenance of lives. Next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Each one plant one tree. A healthy breath will always bring the healthy life. If you plant one tree in front of your house, it gives oxygen for 4 people. How much oxygen you need per day? I still have 2 minutes. How much oxygen does resting person need? About 500 liters. Active person like us needs 1,000 liters. 1,000 liters need how much oxygen? What is the cost? 30 rupees, Amazon. 30 into 1,000, 30,000 rupees. 30,000 rupees of oxygen nature is giving. All of you have car? All of you have car. Does car need oxygen? No. Yes, sir, it needs. Because combustion, burning. 1 liter of petrol, diesel you burn, you need 1,700 liters of oxygen. That comes about, I got another 2 minutes, sir. That comes about nearly 60,000, 50, 60,000. Nearly 80,000 rupees to move 10 kilometers in a day. We are spending so much. Nature is providing all these things. We are destroying it. It is time for us to act. Please save the Gomala, sir. Legally, we have to fight for it. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, next time we promise we'll, as you can by diligently notice that the ACs are off, so we are. Hello.
I request our chairperson to felicitate our speaker, Dr. H. Paramesh sir. For our next talk, I invite Dr. Balachandra D. Dr. Balachandra D will speak on ozone level and effects on humans.
So good afternoon all. So slightly tense that I talk after doing environmental issues Paramesh sir, but very happy to share his stage with Paramesh sir for the same session. Thankful to IAP Amravati, especially Sadish sir, for inviting me to present this topic. We are having Ozone Day on September 16th, and we have Dr. Tushar speaking online for our monthly environmental chapter activity. So today, it's not moving. So today, my topic is effects of ozone depletion on our health. So before that, we should know what are the various components of Earth and the different rays we get from sun. What is ozone and where does it come from? Ozone layer and its role. What is ozone hole? What are the causes of its depletion? And then we come to the effects and what are the mitigation methods. So in the next 20 minutes, I hope to finish. So the components of Earth, other than the atmosphere, we know it is lithosphere and hydrosphere. And according to the temperature, atmosphere has 4 layers. The closest to Earth is the troposphere, which is around 10 to 12 kilometers. Then comes the stratosphere, comprising the ozone layer, which comes to around 12 to 50 kilometers. Then comes the mesosphere, which comes to around 50 to 80 kilometers. And then up to 170 kilometers, we have the thermosphere, and above that, the exosphere. So the troposphere is a space where we came from all over the place. That is, our aircrafts all comes in that parachute jumping, everything in that layer. Then stratosphere, all supersonic jets goes through that stratosphere. Then meteoroids in that mesosphere, and the thermosphere, the space shuttle. So the Karman line is the space between the atmosphere and the differentiate atmosphere from the space. That is around 100 kilometers, and you know that moon is around 3,000 kilometers, 3,84,400 kilometers from Earth. So these are the various rays we come across. That is the visible light, that is around 470 nanometer in wavelength. And we have radio waves, microwaves, infrareds with longer wavelength but low frequency and low energy. But the ultraviolet, X-ray and the gamma rays has got higher frequency and higher energy. So the ultraviolet rays is the rays we get from Earth, from the sun, and there are three types of rays: UV rays A, B, and C. And the A rays are most common, cause aging and wrinkling, and tanning beds usually use UV rays, which is not that harmful. But UVB rays causes sunburns, cataracts, and immune system damage. And UVC rays are the most harmful. But fortunately, the ozone layer absorbs all the UVC rays. And the UVB rays are higher in tropics, higher altitudes, midsummer, and during the midday and midsummer. So coming to the ozone, what is ozone and where does it come from? So ozone is actually, this molecule was discovered in 1839 by Christian Schonbein, and later on the ozone was determined by Swart in 1865. This ozone waste symbol, oxygen molecule, when it comes in contact with the UV rays, it splits into two atomic oxygen atoms, and these oxygen atoms combines with an oxygen molecule to form ozone. And there are two levels of ozone: ground level ozone and good ozone and bad ozone. The good ozone is in the stratosphere, that is, as I said earlier, and the bad ozone very close to our Earth, which is harmful to us. And this ground level ozone is in the troposphere, whereas causing all respiratory problems. And the ozone in the stratosphere forms this ozone layer, which protects us from UVB rays and UVC rays. And in Mars, there is no ozone layer. And so where does this come from? So the nitrogen oxides emitted from power plants, that motor vehicles and other sources of high energy combustion, and the volatile organic compounds which are emitted from motor vehicles, chemical paints industries, paints and all refineries, factories, all this will be consumer products. So these two, when combined with the sunlight, they release hydroxy radicals, which combines with oxygen to form the ozone. So these VOCs and nitrogen dioxides from human-made VOCs and NOCs combine with the UV rays and forms hydroxy radicals, which combines with the oxygen molecule to form the ozone. And what is smoke? Smoke is the smoke fog. That is, as the ozone combines with the pollutants that is most harmful to us, that is smoke, which we see independently in cities like Delhi. So what is third topic is what is the ozone layer and how does it protect from UVB rays. So as I said earlier, the sunlight, there are three types of rays, and the ozone layer is the layer in the stratosphere, which is around 3 millimeters thickness, which is acts like a protective blanket. It's invisible, which acts like a protective blanket, and present in lower portion of the stratosphere. It absorbs most of the UV rays, and drop in ozone levels in atmosphere lead to ozone holes. And 90% of the ozone is there in the, fortunately it's there in the stratosphere, and 10% only in the troposphere, which is enough to make our health, enough to make our health problems. So next is about ozone hole. So what is the ozone hole? That is, the ozone hole usually occurs mostly during the spring season in Antarctic region, where during the September to December climate, and as strong westerly winds circulate around the continent, create an atmospheric container. So during this period, there is no sunlight, minus 80 degrees centigrade, and leads to formation of polar stratospheric clouds. So these clouds provide a platform for chemical reactions whose products lead to ozone destruction. Next is about the mechanism of this producing ozone hole. The CFC molecules, which various CFC molecules, it takes about 5 to 7 years to reach the stratosphere. That is around hundreds of kilometers away, but it takes 5 to 7 years, and it can stay there for years. And it can stay up to a century and destroys about 1 lakh molecule. Each chlorine atom can destroy 1 lakh ozone molecules. So the ultraviolet radiation strikes a CFC molecule, and it causes a chlorine atom to break away. This chlorine atom combines with the oxygen and ozone molecule and splits the oxygen atom and forms a chlorine monoxide. And this chlorine monoxide, this free oxygen atom, when a free atom of oxygen collides with a chlorine monoxide, again this chlorine will be released and oxygen molecule is formed. So one chlorine atom is enough to break lakhs of ozone molecules. So that is how the ozone is destroyed. You can see that lot of hydrocarbons that various CFCs goes to the ozone layer and breaks the the stratosphere, ozone layer, and forms the ozone hole. Now comes to the causes of ozone depletion. So the ozone layer is being destroyed by a group of manufactured chemicals called ODS, that is ozone depleting substances, which are chlorofluorocarbons, methyl bromide, halones, carbon tetrachloride, and hydrofluorocarbons, HCFC and CFCs. Other than methyl bromide, which is used as pesticides, halones in fire safety, and carbon tetrachloride. So release of harmful gases which are used in air conditioners, refrigerators, and fire extinguishers. These are used in various, as well as aerosols and in aerosols and our inhalers. But and also the volatile organic compounds from vehicles and natural disasters like volcanic eruptions all can produce a lot of harmful gases. Our computers, electronics, and other appliances are cleaned with ozone depleting substances. The car dashboards, insulation forms in our houses and office buildings, water boilers, even shoe soles are made of. Then office, computer facilities, military bases, aeroplanes, all these halogens for fire protections. Fruits and vegetables are fumigated by methyl bromide to kill pests. So these are the causes of various causes producing ozone depletion. Now we come to our main topic today, the effects of ozone layer depletion on our health. So human health is affected. Not only human health, the human plants and trees, the aquatic ecosystem, as well as the various materials used in our day-to-day living is all are affected. We'll come to one by one. For that, who is at risk of breathing ozone? That is anyone who spend time outdoors, pregnant women, children and teens, extremes of age, and people with existing lung diseases like asthma and COPD. And the immediate complication, the main complications on our lungs, then immune system, eye, skin, everything will be affected. The immediate problem is with the in addition to the increased risk of premature death, there is shortness of breath, wheezing, and coughing. There will be asthma attacks, increased risk of respiratory infection, pulmonary inflammation, repeated exposure from forming lung scar issue, and invariably more number of admissions. And in January 1978, Sweden became the first country on earth to ban aerosol sprays propelled by the CFCs. Other than this on the lungs, the other systems affected are the skin. The main system is skin, causing melanoma and premature aging of the skin. Then the eyes are affected, cataracts, immune system is affected. There is less production of vitamin D on the skin. We know everybody has got vitamin D deficiencies. Whether there is a problem with the standardization or not, we don't know. But it has got some effect on vitamin D. And some important risk factors for skin cancer, they are the fair skin individuals, blue hazel eyes, light-colored hair, a tendency to burn rather than suntan, history of severe sunburns, many moles and freckles, and all family history of skin cancer. All these are risk factors to get skin cancer because of ozone. Now, next is the long-term exposure risks. That is for more than 8 hours a day for months and years. If you are exposed, your chance of getting cardiovascular problems like heart attacks, heart failure, and all. Then central nervous system, reproductive and developmental harm can be there. Low birth weight and decreased lung function in premature babies. Increased risk of metabolic disorders like glucose intolerance, hyperglycemia, and diabetes. And effect on the environment, global warming, that will be discussed in the panel. Climate change by oration by our Lok sir. Crop and forest damage, infections and skin diseases, less ocean plankton, less fish harvest. This is all coming next. So the effect on plants ecosystem, you can see the ocean is a Earth's biggest ecosystem. It contains microorganisms, plants, and animals, which is needed for our oxygen, as well as half our food needs are met by the ocean. So oceans are the biggest ecosystem, and it is affected by this ozone. The increased exposure to UV radiation can damage the aquatic food chains, fish eggs, and crops, and 10% reduction in stratospheric ozone may reduce the plant production by 6%. And other materials like paints, rubber wood, plastic are degraded faster because of this. Also, this ozone damages vegetation and ecosystem by inhibiting the ability of the plants to open the microspores on their leaves to breathe. It interferes with the photosynthesis by reducing the amount of carbon dioxide and process and release as oxygen. Now, having said the effects on our health, let us see what we have done so far. So, the need was felt after the hole in the ozone layer was discovered over Antarctica in the mid-70s, and a resolution was adopted in Vienna Convention following the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete ozone layer was drafted. That was in the mid-80s, that is in 85, after 10 years. And this protocol on substances on ODS, an international treaty protocol in 1985 for the protection of ozone layer, initially was signed by 25 countries. Now around 196 countries, almost all countries are signed. USA has left the treaty some few years back, but in 2020 they again signed. So almost all countries have signed the treaty, and this protocol was agreed on 1987, and the first meeting was held in 1989. On December 94, the United Nations General Assembly proclaimed September 16 to be the International Day for Preservation of Ozone Layer, and the Ozone Day was celebrated on 95, and this will be our 30th Ozone Day, World Ozone Day, coming within a week. And Montreal Protocol is the first international environment treaty to be universally endorsed by all the nations in the world. And under the protocol, to which India became a signatory in 92, the CFCs had to be phased out, and we did in 2020. Then one more amendment, that is the Kigali Amendment, wherein the Montreal Protocol was designed to phase the production and consumption of ODS, but some substances like hydrofluorocarbons are to be powerful greenhouse gas. And the HFCs were more than 1,000 times potent than carbon dioxide in contributing to climate change, which we will discuss in our panel discussion. So after several years of effort, in 2016, this Kigali Amendment came into force, and to amend the protocol, that is to reduce the HFCs. A successful HFC phase down is expected to avoid 0.5 degrees centigrade Celsius of global temperature by 2100, which while continuing to protect the ozone layer. So putting our policy into practice, that is what we have to do now. Regarding refrigeration and air conditions, we have phased out CFCs, we have phased out HCFCs and HFCs, hydrofluorocarbons and hydrochlorofluorocarbons, all has been phased out and now replaced by hydrocarbons or ammonia. The companies like Godrej is using R134A and Voltas is using R32A instead of CFCs and HCFCs. And it has got a very low amount of, it ejects very low amount of CFCs. The aerosols and inhalers we use in our day-to-day practice, this has been phased out long time back, in 78 by Sweden first, Sweden, USA and all, and we did in 2010, and now affordable CFC for all, and that is hydrofluoroalkanes has been used in our inhalers. The fire safety is another problem because halogens is the potent ODS used in our fire safety. Now, even though it is not used, but one remaining challenge is that those produced before 2010 is still being used by civil aviation. And Fe36 and fluoroketones are the used instead of halogens nowadays. Then crop production, again, methyl bromide is a potential ODS, and now it is replaced by carbonyl sulfide. Other ways to prevent ozone depletion, limit private vehicle driving, that we can, mostly we can share instead of using one person, one vehicle, we can share vehicles so that vehicular emissions can be reduced. Reduce the source of nitrous oxide and CFCs by minimize high altitude aircraft flights, minimize rocket flights, encourage growth of plants that produce oxygen, and eliminate production and release of ozone depleting chemicals like CFCs and VFCs. So also buy and use recycled products. We have a talk now for 3 hours, and plant more trees and avoid usage of pesticides, like Parmeshwar has said. At least you should have one tree in your home at least. And so to the sustainable development is that you should all be informed, understand, be reminded. You should know your responsibilities, follow up, and educate ourselves. And the latest update from Scientific Assessment Panel to the Montreal Protocol confirmed that ozone layer recovery is on track, and the ozone levels are expected to return to 90-80 levels by around 2066 if we follow the protocols. So to conclude, the harmful gases are the main cause of ozone depletion. Protocol implemented and results are better if implemented. In future, buy ozone-friendly and HCFC-free products. The whole world should join hands to spread awareness, and your small efforts make a big difference. And let us all come together and make this planet a better place to live. Use the precious resources given by nature, and let us take a pledge not to destroy our home, our earth. So thank you. This is the question raised given by Sadish sir of IASC Bangalore when he gave the oration at Kottayam. So there are more questions than answers, and among the questions, the important ones are the stratospheric ozone layer, how and expected recovery of the ozone hole, even though 2066 is the cutoff time, which we hope that our ozone will be sustain our health. So thank you all. Thank you for the patient listening.
Thank you, sir. I request our chairperson to felicitate our speaker. I request Dr. Shripad sir and Dr. Satish Agrawal sir to come forward and felicitate our chairperson, Dr. Apurva Karal sir and Dr. Vijay Rati sir. Thank you. We will move towards our next session of oration.
Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is very important session for today's conference. I request everyone to switch their mobile to the vibration mode or airplane mode, because this is oration and one of the most prestigious talk for today's PEDENVICON conference. And we have been fortunate that Dr. Alok Gupta sir will be delivering a talk for this oration. Before this, I hand over the mic to the chairperson and secretary of this chapter, Dr. Anand Keshavan sir and Dr. Soma Shekhar sir. They will proceed for the further proceeding. Sir, please.
Thank you.
Please switch off your mobile. Please don't make any noise. This is very important session. Trade exhibition, I request to reduce the noise. Pharma people, they can also join for this session.
Hello. So it is a most important program of this day, our national conference, H. Parmeshwar Oration Award. This time we selected our past and memory chapter president, Dr. Alok Gupta, for this award. Before starting the program, I will just say in the name of Parmeshwar, I don't think any need for introduction of the Parmesh sir here, because we already introduced here. Anyway, for the completion's sake, Parmesh sir is pediatric pulmonologist and environmentalist, a visiting physician, scientist, Ravecha Center for Climate Change, IIC. He is founder member and past chairperson of respiratory chapter. He also founder, chairman of the allergy and immunology chapter. He is also founder, chairperson of the our environment and child health group also at that time. And also, sir is a founder member and advisor Thalassemia Sickle Cell Society of Bangalore. He is visiting professor USA, Canada, Italy, Nepal, UK, Australia, so many other countries. His advisor, Tamil Nadu Sustainable Development Goal on Climate Change, and also founder, permanent chairman of Lakeside Education Trust, and propagating the updated health issue, and member WHO NGO Climate Health Working Group of Geneva, and advisor to WHO, UNICEF, Comhard, and Alliance for Global Health Geneva. And also there are so many things that his credit. I am not going detail. Past national president of Indian Academy of Allergy, past national president of Pediatric Association of India, and he is a true environmentalist, and we are very lucky to have such an eminent person in our chapter. So, on the name of H. Parmeshwar sir, we are awarding this oration. For further, I hand a mic to Commissioner.
Sir, we request you to come, sir. Thank you, Amal. Thank you. Later. Yeah. So, I think as sir mentioned, Parmeshwar also doesn't require any. All of us, how we know Bhagavad Gita, we should know about sir. Like you told me, Allah Gupta sir, but we should know, once we know about them, we'll be in their path. That's why we should know all these things. And Gupta sir did qualification from Rajasthan, Jaipur, and MD also. Further, he was awarded with FIP 2012, and he did IIP vaccination course and International Pediatric Association from Vaccine Trust course for more, and the Pediatric Environment Health, that is the leadership from the Leadership Institute International Pediatric Association in 2023. Later, he is presently a pediatrician and counselor at Pediatric Specialty Clinic at Manas Sarovar Polyclinic at Rajasthan. Past professionally, he was assistant professor in a medical college, Mahatma Gandhi Medical College, and academics so much is there, but need to inform. It takes some time, please bear with us. And he was a member strategic advisory group of environmental IAP Finance Committee. He was a member of IAP Disciplinary Committee, National Platform for Vaccination Conference, convener for Environment Child Health Group, Asia Pacific Pediatric Association, National Convener for IAP Task Force on NCD, Chairperson for Environment Child Health, that is 2013 to 16, Technical Expert on Vaccinology Safe Injection Practices from BW Disposal. He was the President of Indian Academy of Pediatrics Jaipur in 2015, Election Commission for IAP in 2014 to 17, National Executive Board Member 2011 to 12, National Convener for IAP Adopt a Village Program, that is IAP Kesat, Community Kesat. He is the one who started and made me to work a lot on that. I was with him. And National Coordinator for Safe Injection Practices, National Joint Convener for PCPID, Chairperson of Continuing Medical Education. He was the organizing chairperson for IVACON, NCPCC, Raj Pedicon, PEDENVICON, and ENRICHCON. Chief Secretary, Organizing Secretary for Box Indicon, that is in 2016, Chairperson in Pedicon in 2011. He was the member of IAP National Task Force on NCD, Constitutional Review Committee on 2018-19. I worked with him. Working Committee, E-Voting Committee, IAP Golden Jubilee Celebration Committee, IAP Group Insurance Behavioral Fund, Benevolent Fund Committee, IAP National Task Force on Prevention of Obesity, National Advisory Board on IJPP, AJPP, ENRICH and JIMLA. And he was the National Trainer for Vaccinology, we all know, and Monsoon Melodies, expert on diarrhea management, promoting emotional intelligence in children, then nutrition in office practice, nutrition in education program, how do I manage, and is handling office practice in emergency and cough model, that is CAMP. Is a life member of St. Xavier's School, Jaipur, IMA, IAP, NNF, IFUMB, and Hospital Infection Society of India, and Global Alliance of Physicians of Indian Origin, Environment Child Health Group, Adolescent Health Academy, Infectious Disease Chapter, in IVCF, Allergy Immunology Chapter, Medical Legal Ethical Association of India, Global Alliance for Eliminating Lead in the Paints, Medical Practitioner Society, Respiratory Chapter, Innovative Physician Forum, Pediatric and Adolescent Nutrition Society, and ACPDA. He is a speaker in many national and international speaker, and important thing is I was authored many on the that is on Journal of Climatic Changes, Shigella on basic papers on Shigella, disease elimination and eradication, noise-induced hearing loss, vector control in tropical tropics, then IAP textbook of tropical medicine, rationale of selection of vaccines in national and IAP immunization timetable, cortical cyst, noise pollution, immunization and prophylaxis, numerous articles on various children. He was the editor-in-chief on Partha's comprehensive textbook, Partha's current trends in diagnosis management, and Partha's immunization digest 4th edition. Executive editor in IAP recent advances in pediatrics, IAP textbook of pediatrics, Partha's investigation and interpretation. He is the editor for IAP, frequently asked question in vaccinology, associate editor in various textbooks, and he was the academic editor for Practical Pediatric Digest, Immunization Clinical Practice, IAP Management Algorithms for Common Pediatric Illness. He was co-editor and contributor for many of the textbooks and journals, and contributor also for safe injection practice, reviewer in many journals, and he has worked in many of the conferences as a resource person, participated, and as a chairman, as a lead instructor on the workshop. Mainly his work is on lead poisoning, safe injection, indoor-outdoor allergen, toxins in water, especially when it comes to today's forum, radiation from cell phone, short and long-term effects, endocrine disruptor, persistent organic pollutants, Swachh Bharat, tree plants, and key issues in prenatal malnutrition, safety in home for children, parental guidance for substance abuse, clean air for doctors, and as well as ban lead paints. Written many articles and diary news and especially on the pollution and their effects. And sir is an amateur photographer with special interest in environment. Every morning we see a lot of research articles. We try to find difficult to review the article from good journal. We easily get from sir. Lot of things are tried to say, but I took the time because the young generation should know about his achievement. So thanks sir. We are honored to be with you and chair this session. Thank you sir.
Thank you, Dr. Somashekar sir. It is a great privilege to be standing here before all of you, for which I thank Dr. Anand Keswan sir, Dr. Somashekar sir, past President Dr. Badania sir, Dr. Bala, Dr. Amol, Dr. Vinod, and most importantly, I would thank the IIP Amravati branch for having came forward to make the first conference of the chapter PEDENVICON in Amravati, and with the blessings of Dr. Satish Tiwari sir, Dr. Satish Agarwal sir, and the IIP Amravati branch. I'm overwhelmed to present this oration named after Dr. Parmesh sir, who is our mentor of the environment chapter as well as allergy and immunology chapters. It is a great honor to me to be giving this oration, which has been named by him and after his contribution to the environment chapter. I'll be talking about climate change and child health. What is climate change? Climate change can be a natural process where temperatures, rainfall, wind, and other elements vary over decades or more. In millions of years, our world has become warmer or colder than it is now. But today we are experiencing rapid warming from human activities, primarily due to burning fossil fuels that generate greenhouse gas emissions, that is GHGE. Increasing greenhouse gas emissions from human activities act like a blanket wrapped around the earth, trapping the sun's heat and raising temperatures. Excuse me, can you help me with this? Yeah, I want it full screen.
You want this big screen you want? We don't want young slides. Huh? 1 minute only. We don't want this. ये नहीं चाहिए. ये नहीं चाहिए. Direct.
ये इसी अगस्त में क्योंकि ये दिख रहा है उसमें फर्स्ट
नहीं ये नहीं चाहिए अपने को ना तो ये यही बड़ा कर दो ना इधर.
नहीं तो ये फर्स्ट दिखेगा ना क्योंकि ये चेंज होगा तो फिर वो चेंज होगा.
ये नहीं चाहिए अपने को.
ये क्यों हो रहा है?
नहीं अपने को बड़ा स्क्रीन चाहिए.
नहीं ये दिखेगा सर उसमें.
ये नहीं देखना.
ये नहीं देखना है अपने को.
ये वहाँ दिखेगा नहीं.
मेरे को नहीं देखना. मेरे को बड़ा
करने को प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है ना.
बड़ा हो जाएगा फिर बाद में.
हाँ yes
perfect.
Thank you.
Sorry for the interruption. The greenhouse gas emissions are causing climate change. वो उल्टा हो गया. Okay.
ये उधर भी और इधर भी सेम नहीं होगा.
चलिए वैसे कर दीजिए.
Can you change slides? I will change.
नहीं I'll do it. अब change कर दो.
अभी वो
मैं करा दे रहा हूँ छोड़ो.
सर को दोनों जगह पे सेम चाहिए.
सेम चाहिए ना.
हाँ.
नहीं दोनों जगह
सेम चाहिए नहीं. इधर भी बड़ा स्क्रीन चाहिए उधर भी बड़ा स्क्रीन.
नहीं उधर तो बड़ा
वो
होना ही
लोगों के
चाहिए.
लिए ये अपने लिए मैडम सर के लिए.
इधर हो जाए तो ठीक है नहीं तो कोई बात.
हाँ अभी ये नहीं चाहिए सिर्फ बड़ा स्क्रीन चाहिए. ये करने के वक्त उधर उल्टा हो गया ना.
उल्टा हो गया.
हाँ ग्रेट. थैंक यू.
So greenhouse gas emissions that are causing climate change include carbon dioxide and methane. These come from burning fossil fuels such as gasoline for driving a car, coal, wood, biomass used for cooking or heating of buildings, landfill for garbage clearing. Land and forest can also release carbon dioxide. Energy, industry, agriculture and waste disposal all are among the major emitters of greenhouse gas emissions. These emissions concentration are at their highest level in 2 million years and continue to rise. As a result, the Earth is about 1.1 degree centigrade warmer than it was in 1800s. The last decade was the warmest on record. We think climate change mainly means warmer temperatures, but temperature rise is only the beginning of the story because Earth is a system where everything is connected. Changes in one area can influence changes in all others. The consequence of climate change now include intense droughts, water scarcity, severe fires, rising sea levels, heavy rainfalls, flooding, melting polar ice, catastrophic storms, and declining biodiversity, as my previous speakers have been talking about. We are experiencing climate change in diverse ways. It affects our health, ability to grow food, housing, safety, and work. Some of us are already more vulnerable to climate impacts, such as people living in small islands, developing states, like Maldives. Condition in sea level rises and saltwater intrusion have advanced to the point where whole communities have had to relocate. In future, the number of climate refugees is expected to rise. Every increase in global warming matters. In 1880, in 2018 report, the reviewers agreed that limiting global temperature rise to no more than 1.5 degrees would help us avoid the worst climate impacts and maintain a livable climate. But yet the current path of carbon dioxide emission could increase global temperatures by as much as 4.4 degrees by the end of this century. Emissions that cause climate change come from every part of the world and affect everyone. But some countries produce much more than others. The 100 least emitting countries generate only 3% of total emissions, and 10 largest emitters contribute 68% of the emissions. Everyone must take climate action, but people and countries creating more of the problem have a greater responsibility to act first. Climate change is a huge challenge, but we already know many solutions. These can deliver economic benefits while improving our lives and protecting the environment. We also have global agreements to guide the process, such as the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement. Three broad categories of actions are: we have to cut the emissions, adapt to the climate impacts, and finance required adjustments need to be done. Switching of the energy system from fossil fuels to renewables like solar will reduce emission, driving climate change. But we must start right now. While a growing coalition of countries is committing to net zero emissions by 2050, about half of the emission cuts must be in place by 2030 to keep warming below 1.5 degrees centigrade. Fossil fuel production must decline by roughly 6% per year between 2020 and 2030. Adapting to the climate consequences protects people, homes, businesses, livelihoods, infrastructure, and natural ecosystem. It covers current impact and those likely in the future. Adaptation will be required everywhere, but must be prioritized now for the most vulnerable people with the fewest resources to cope with the climate hazard. The rate of return can be high. Early warning system for disasters, for instance, saves lives and property and can deliver benefits up to 10 times the initial cost. We can pay the bill or pay dearly in the future. The climate action requires significant financial investments by the government and businesses, but climate inaction is vastly more expensive. One critical step for industrialized countries to fulfill their commitment is to provide $100 billion a year for developing countries so that they can adapt and move towards greener economies. The causes and the effect of climate change, most important is the fossil fuels like coal, oil and gas, which are far the largest contributor to global climate change, accounting for over 75% of the global greenhouse gas emissions and nearly 90% of all carbon dioxide emissions. These emissions blanket the earth like we have talked about. The plants or trees are used, fossil fuels are used for generating power, manufacturing goods, cutting down forest, using transportation, producing food, powering buildings, consuming too much of food, electricity and water, wasting much in return, which results in hotter temperatures, more severe storms, increased droughts, a warming with rising ocean, loss of species, not enough food, more health risks, poverty and displacement. So this is a usual picture what we see as of now, which are the cause of all the global warming and climate change, where the glaciers are melting. And in this monsoon we have experienced, the entire country has suffered from the climate change, and the monsoon and the rains are creating havoc in lives of all of us. It has affected, the climate change has affected the physical science. It has caused the temperature rise. It has changed our adaptation to the daily routines. It has changed our finance budgets. Gender equality, the climate change is biased. It affects more of the children and the females and the women. So it is less affecting the men and adult men and boys. So there should be a gender equality. We should be more careful about the small children and women and girls. The economy and climate change will not be affected if we go to the climate action. Shifting to a green economy could yield a direct economic gain of 26 trillion through 2030 compared with business as usual. The jobs will be not lost but will be gained by the green transition with the renewable green industry, less of heat stress and less of expenditure on health. Renewable energy is the key source to make a U-turn about the climate change. Transportation is the major area where we need to focus, and things are going in the right way, and the vehicles are, the more of the electric vehicles are becoming popular. Food and agriculture has to be changed, and more food should be grown for the direct consumption of human beings than in the indirect consumption of by them. Direct effect on health, we have seen. Nature, yes, we have seen the ecology of the nature around us, it is changing. The oceans, like Dr. Bala talked, they are the center, they are the blanket, and they are the cushions to prevent climate change from becoming worse. They have to be protected. Water, yes, it is becoming contaminated by this flooding and all these heavy rains. So water needs to be protected. Early warning system must be in place. Small islands like Maldives are suffering most. So now we see that every fraction of a degree of global warming increases the risk of coral reefs and plants and animal species. At present, we are on the left side of the view where 1.5 degrees centigrade is the focus. But if we don't act now, soon we will be 2 degrees plus, and that will be a yellow hot world for us. And above 3 degrees, it will be impossible for us to live as like in the present circumstances. Warming of our planet matters to the health, well-being and future of every child. Climate conditions stable since the founding of modern pediatrics in the mid-19th century have shifted, and old certainties are falling away. Climate change causes profound shifts in temperature, precipitation and ecosystems. These effects on Earth's system compromise the air and water quality, increases food insecurity, change the incidence of infectious diseases, intensify allergic season, result in more devastating and frequent floods, droughts, heat waves and concerns not yet well understood. Unique vulnerability of children has put pediatricians at the forefront of the response to climate change. As a leading pediatric society, we must care for the planet to care for our patients. Progress has been made over the past few years across field of medicine. Leading medical literatures have initiatives dedicated to climate and health. Medical schools are more often teaching about climate and health. The nation's leading medical societies joined together in 2020 to form a consortium dedicated to climate and health. Across the nation, pediatricians are leading local, state, national climate change advocacy campaigns aimed at curtailing greenhouse gas emissions in clinical practice in their states and nationally. The scientific knowledge and current knowledge pertaining to the effects of higher concentration of greenhouse gases on Earth's system, as well as the child health impact of the climate change, are well understood. Affects the child's physical and mental health are threatened by climate change through its effect on temperature, precipitation, extreme weather, heat waves, flood, ecological disruption, and community disruption. Climate change disproportionately burdens children in socially disadvantaged groups. Climate change exposes and amplifies existing inequities and creates an unprecedented intergenerational injustice. Climate change solutions advance through the collaborative work of pediatricians, health system, communities, corporations, and governments provide a new framework for child health promotion. Climate change threatens the health of the children. We have seen, having been trained to understand the child health through the lens of stable climate, pediatricians must now learn to recognize, predict, prevent child health risks that result from climate change. The changing temperature, precipitation, and extreme weather patterns, the rising atmosphere concentration of the greenhouse gas emissions have resulted in average global warming and more extreme weathers, including severe heat events. Extreme heat is projected to increase even more than average temperature. Heat exposure have child health effects that begin in the prenatal period. Maternal heat exposure is associated with adverse birth outcomes and preterm births. Numerous studies have found infants to be at particular elevated risk of heat-related mortality. All children are at risk for heat-related illness, which describes a continuum from mild illness, which is heat cramps, stress, syncope, to potentially fatal heat stroke. Extreme heat exposure also contributes to excess healthcare utilization for a variety of causes among children. Children playing outdoors in summer months are at higher risk for heat-related illnesses. Exposure to higher temperatures has been associated with reduced cognitive function and educational achievement. School air conditioning and the built environment strongly influences the heat exposure. Less green spaces and more dark synthetic surfaces could contribute to greater absorption of heat and higher temperatures within cities, known as urban heat island effect, the one Professor Parmesh sir was talking about in Bangalore. Varying degree of tree cover and building density causes temperature to vary within a single urban region by as much as 7.4 degrees centigrade. Extreme weather events, including severe storms, floods, and wildfires, cause child injuries and death. The harms of such events extend well beyond these immediate risks. Flooding events have resulted in greater exposure among children to toxicants, including carbon monoxide poisoning and infectious pathogens in contaminated waters. The current monsoon has delivered one of the highest total rainfalls in history, where equivalent of 1 year rainfall fell in certain areas over a few days. This downpour overwhelmed the wastewater facilities for an extended period, leading to unprecedented sewer overflows and hazardous material spills. Climate change also fuels catastrophic wildfires, a rising global health concern. Less precipitation, longer warmer season, and more extreme heats all promote wildfire risk, which we will likely to experience in next few years. Exposure to stubble burning, parali what we call in North India, and wildfire smoke is well established cause of respiratory health effects, including asthma, exacerbation. Particulate matter of less than 2.5 microns, known as PM 2.5, from stubble burning smoke that has been found to be as much as 10 times more harmful to children's respiratory health than PM 2.5 from other sources, particularly for children less than 5 years. This smoke exposure has been associated with adverse birth outcomes as preterm births and reduced birth weights. Higher temperatures also promote ground level ozone formation. Ozone is a potent lung irritant and causes asthma exacerbation and reduced lung function in children, as Dr. Bala pointed out. Fossil fuel consumption emitting most of the world greenhouse gas emission is responsible for air pollutants that have broader child effect, adverse effects with socioeconomic disparities in exposure. Wildfires and other weather disasters are life threat altering and traumatic events that exact mental health and learning harms. Exposure to natural disaster represents significant trauma that, in the absence of supportive caregivers, can contribute to toxic stress. This toxic stress may lead to a range of negative psychosocial and physical health effects that can extend into adulthood. Extreme weather events widen existing social and health disparities. Households with lower wealth experience greater physical and mental health effects and displacement after disasters because of poor quality housing, lack of access to emergency communications, reduced access to transportation and resources for relocation, healthcare services and medications, and limited or no health or property insurance. Children dependent on medical technologies powered by electricity are particularly vulnerable to events that interrupt power supplies. This is a recent picture which came across just yesterday. India is in a hotspot from deaths from indoor household air pollution. It is in the range of 75 to 100 per 1 lakh people. It's the 2021 data. The ecological disruption causes the direct effect of rising carbon dioxide. The climate change alters natural systems that support child's health. Rising atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration, increasing temperature, and earlier growing seasons are causing advanced and intensified pollen allergy season. The onset of pollen season has advanced by approximately 20 days globally. Approximately 50% of this advancement can be attributed to human-caused warming. Very early spring onset has been associated with increased asthma hospitalization. Elevated carbon dioxide also can reduce iron, protein, and zinc contents of plants, including rice, wheat, and soybean, thus increasing the risk of nutrient deficiency in vulnerable regions. Climate change poses risk to food security via other pathways include extreme heat, flood, drought, and severe storms, which can affect crop growth, food safety, and food transport. These factors threaten increases in global child malnutrition, which remains a profound child health concern. On pathogens, the warming temperature has been associated with range expansion, disease spread, and earlier incidents for disease transmission by vectors like tick-borne infections. For example, we are seeing a lot of scrub typhus these days. The Aedes virus, mosquitoes, and the diseases they carry, including dengue and chikungunya, have rapidly expanded their range in the past decade and currently inhabit the widest global distribution ever recorded. Climate influences the ecology of mosquito-borne diseases as well as land use patterns, vector control measures, and socioeconomic factors. Elevated temperatures has also been associated with increased incidence of enterovirus-mediated hand-foot-mouth diseases. We have seen a definite surge in these cases, and diseases caused by E. coli, Salmonella, Shigella, Campylobacter, and Vibrio species. Climate change causes community disruption. A healthy child development relies on stable and supportive relationship for children with their families, school, and neighborhood. Extreme weather, sea level rises, food and water security, and degraded ecosystems put commonly economic welfare, healthcare accesses and delivery, education, and mental health at risk. At a broader scale, these weather extremes can lead to population displacement and migration and also threaten global security. Climate change has risen to a need for climate justice. It stands to worsen the child health disparities. Harms from heat, air pollution, and extreme weather disproportionately affect the children in rural areas and urban slums. Children and families who have low wealth have fewer resources to prepare for and respond to the climate related shocks. Weather extremes or chronic environmental stressors are associated with climate change can lead to loss of basic resources including food, water and shelter, as well as economic hardship forcing people to relocate. For families with limited means and those affected by decades of structural discrimination such as losses can widen disparities. The voices of marginalized children and families are often excluded from discussions surrounding the adaptation and mitigation policies necessary to address climate change. Furthermore, those who are most harmed by climate change across the world are least responsible for the problem. Temperature variability in tropical countries is coming decades will be greatest in Southeast Asian, Amazonian and South African nations, which have contributed very less to global greenhouse gas emissions. The disproportionate risk of tribal children warrant particular attention. Tribal population often have greater exposure to environmental hazards because of resource extraction and transportation. For example, pipelines, dump sites, and weapon testing facilities have been sited on their lands. Centuries of trauma, displacement, discrimination have led to increase in underlying health comorbidities that increase vulnerability to health hazards. Climate change is destroying the first food. Those foods that were eaten by the indigenous people like berries, bear we call it, we hardly see it now, before the contact from outside lands. Fossil fuel extraction and combustion cause harm today and reach centuries into the future, jeopardizing the health, safety and prosperity of today's children and future generations. Many young people view themselves as the planet or their future, a source of widespread youth distress and the foundation for the rising youth climate and movements. In this we see how the climate change is affecting the child health. The cold extremes cause an increase in respiratory disease and preterm births. Poor air quality causes increase in respiratory disease, preterm births. Extreme rainfall causes stunted growth, food security, gastrointestinal diseases. Drought again causes gastrointestinal diseases and childhood stunting. Extreme heat leads to preterm respiratory diseases, mortality and hospitalization. And the moderating factors are the local climate, socioeconomic levels, access to health infrastructure. So what are the solutions? The climate change solutions are child health and equity solutions. Policies that promote cleaner air and water, facilitate walking and bicycling like Dr. Bajania does, encourage more sustainable diets, increase access to nature and develop more connections. More connected communities can lead to enormous gain in the child health and equity. Climate action matters most to disadvantaged children such as those with chronic medical conditions, those living in low wealth households or children experiencing discrimination. Fossil related air pollution is a major underappreciated cause of non-communicable disease in the world. For children, air pollution from burning fossil fuels contribute to asthma, hypertension, neurocognitive disorders, among other harms. Air pollution exposure during pregnancy have been associated with adverse birth outcomes. Neonates born to parents living in areas where mining, oil and gas extraction is occurring may have lower birth weight and increased risk of preterm birth. Electricity generation and transportation are two largest contributors to air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. Approximately 60% of electricity is produced from combustion of fossil fuels, 20% from nuclear, and 20% from renewable energy sources, primarily hydroelectric, wind, and solar energy. To limit warming to less than 2 degrees centigrade, deep reductions in carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas emissions are required in the coming decades. This requires rapid displacement of fossil fuel use in the electricity production with low or no carbon energy sources such as wind, solar, hydropower, nuclear, and likely implementation of carbon dioxide removal. Here is the climate solution where more access to renewable energy sources can help. Increased access to public transportation and safe routes for activities of transportation can be there. Greenhouses which are safer, climate resilient houses will make a lot of difference, and increased access to fresh plant-based foods can make a lot of difference, and more shading, trees, gardens, and access to green spaces where children can grow and play is needed. Transportation-focused climate action can reduce traffic-related air pollution and promote child physical activities and the many benefits that come from healthier body weights. Improving access and safety of bicycling, walking, and other modes of active transportation may promote healthier BMI and cardiorespiratory fitness. Public transportation can decrease traffic congestion and time spent sitting in vehicles and improving air quality. Green building designs can improve green efficiency and indoor environment quality and provide a range of climate and child health benefits. Buildings require energy for heating, cooling, and electricity, contributing nearly 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions. Plant-rich diets will be helpful to avoid the obesity epidemic, which now afflicts nearly 1 in 5 children on an average, with higher rates in the upper middle income group and HIG high income group children. Food production accounts for approximately 10% of greenhouse emissions. About half of these emissions are derived from the applications of nitrogen-based fertilizers to soil and one-fourth from ruminant livestock, primarily cattle. The inventories for carbon intensity of diet show that kg for kg, the mean grease emission for beef production globally are 4.5 times higher than for cheese, 8 times for poultry, 25 times than tofu, and 167 times for nut. Dietary change is needed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. These are the greenhouse gas emissions. We can skip this. We have to make ourselves climate resilient, even the children's and the families, by using the green spaces. Urban green island effect have to be removed. Dark areas in the cities have to be removed, and green areas have to be developed. So with that, we come to the recommendations for us pediatricians and the health sectors. Pediatricians have a long history of advocating for policies that protect the health and welfare of children, informed by understanding of the threat that climate change poses to our patients. We pediatricians serve as a voice for children in the societal response for this global challenge. We should incorporate the climate change counseling into the clinical practice. We should incorporate climate and health equity curricula into the medical schools. We should reduce the carbon emission from the health sectors, and we should accept clinical performance measures, incentivize decarbonization. We should serve as role models, advocate for equitable climate solutions, bring child health voices to coalition working for climate change. And likewise, we can have recommendation for the government, which we can discuss at a later date. This is basically a policy which I would like the IIB in our chapter, the environment chapter, to come out with the framework of climate health, climate change and child health policy for everyone, like the plastic and the green conference and meetings we came out. So this is a move which I propose we should be taking up in this chapter. Thank you so much. These are the happier times, and the greatest gift you can give someone is your time, because when you dedicate your time, you are offering a part of your life that you will never get back. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Friends, and that was a very good lucid talk by sir, and he has covered all there is comprehensively covered in detail. If somebody wants to do research, they can take from the sir. And this is the notation given to sir and today from the chapter, that is an annual national conference of environment child health IAP PEDENVICON Amravati 2024, hosted by Indian Academy of Pediatrics Amravati. Dr. H. Parmesh oration 2024 is being conferred upon Dr. Alok Gupta, MBBS MD, FIAP. IAP Amravati and ECHC feel proud to felicitate Dr. Alok Gupta, a man with an astounding contribution to the field of medicine, a leader who became pivotal supportive for many organizations, and an out-and-out researcher whose research provides a guiding light for many new generation doctors. It's a matter of great privilege to humbly acknowledge the immense contribution of Dr. Alok Gupta to enrich the medical field and become a source of inspiration for the medical fraternity. As a member and advisor of various reputed organizations, he provided a new dimension to the function of these organizations and provided a new pathways to follow a new vision, and also motivated everybody to achieve the desirable success. His keen interest in environmental issues and the science of vaccines place him at a different height of excellence. It is indeed an honor for us to welcome and felicitate one of the most revered and dynamic pediatricians of India, that is Dr. Alok Gupta. This oration is conferred upon 8 September 2024 at the annual conference of the Environment and Child Health Chapter of IAP at Amravati. Thank you one and all.
Good afternoon, everyone. We take a short break for lunch and we'll be back in next 15 minutes. Next session will start in next 15 minutes. So short break for a lunch. Those who have finished lunch can come to the academic session hall. So we will take a break and our new session starts at 2:15. Session starts at 2:15.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Nitin Dhoble, sir. May I request everyone to come and join, take your seats as we are starting our session. Hello, sir. Please welcome.
Hello.
So because of shortage of time, we have reduced our session to 15 minutes. So in less time, we'll be getting more knowledge. So the first lecture will be by Dr. Satish, respected Dr. Satish Tiwari, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the post-lunch session of today's conference. Requesting Tiwari, sir, to please come.
Dr. Tiwari, sir, his topic is food wastage, so he is trying not to waste food.
Welcome, Dr. Tiwari, sir. Tiwari, sir, is known to everybody. He is the whole soul of IIP Amravati, and a warm welcome to him. And he will be giving us some insights into food wastage, the environmental issues of it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Dr. Pramod Kumar, so I would request him to be ready.
Thank you, organizers, for this excellent opportunity and to speak on this very important topic, that is food wastage, which is the need of the hour. I was discussing with Dr. Parmesh sir that whatever environmental changes are occurring, they are because we are developing now. So either we want development and all these changes, whether they are good or bad, or we do not want to develop. So somewhere we have to decide whether we want to develop with environmental damage. Next slide. Okay. So environmental hazards, we all know they are for both living as well as non-living, and that's why I always say that the factors which will affect the environment will be whether we follow the nature or we follow the artificial. So as far as food is concerned, we want natural food or we want packaged food. Because packaged food will have preservatives, plastics, then requirement for storage, and of course transport. So it is basically all of us who are promoting the packaged food, we are destroying the environment. And as I said, this is at the cost of development of our world. Okay. So we had Environment Protection Act in 1986 to protect the environment and for planning and execution of nationwide programs. Food wastage, why the environment suffers is because of the food grown and processed. So processing causes damage to the environment. Then as we have discussed, transport, distribution, preparation, consumption, and then the dispose of the uneaten food. So whatever we are doing, everything at every stage there will be damage to the environment. The food which is disposed of goes to the landfills and it contaminates the drinking water, causes infection and transmits the disease. It has been found that the food wastage results into the production of methane gas, which is 28 times more potent than the carbon dioxide as far as environmental damage is concerned. And the next line, that is 1/3 of all food produced is thrown away. This is not Indian data, but this is from the Western countries. We do not know how much we are damaged. So by wasting food, we deplete the various precious resources which are required for production and the consumption of the food. Why we are wasting food is because oversized serving. So many times there is no control. People take in the plate as if there will be no second round for them. So they want to take everything in the first round itself. If there are 50 dishes, all the 50 dishes will found in their plate. Lack of accessible food rescue and recycling services. No composting system or food donation service are available. So if food is getting waste, there is no way to distribute it amongst the needy persons. So the food is discarded or recycled. Plate waste, as we all know, food being served but not eaten. So that is also problem is there. Many times we see our colleagues, they go on making requests that take this much food also, this food also, this food also, and then it goes waste. So spoiled food and the various peels or the rinds which are inedible. Most commonly waste food is bread, milk, potatoes, cheese and apples. So we have to keep in mind whenever we are dealing with these foods or making various dishes which contain all these foods. Prevention and reduction is very important because that will save the money, it will save the precious resource. We'll have high quality food and nutritious food if you need less food. Cook and serve the right portion. Do not leave perishable food at room temperature for more than 2 hours. So this is very important. Food should be prepared at proper time and consumed at proper time. So what is required of all of us is we should become zero waste activists. So from today onwards, let us become the activist for the prevention of food wastage. We already have the guidelines for the biomedical waste management from 2018, including for the foods wasted from the hospitals. So we should keep that also in mind. The food wastage leads to industrial pollution also, and then subsequent other environmental pollution. IMS Act, Dr. Bipin is going to talk on this details, how it is causes pollution. But please remember, the breastfeeding is natural and formula or powder milk causes pollution at each and every level. Hence, artificial food is not eco-friendly. Chemical pollutants in the food can result into various disorders. You can see the photograph. The toxic China milk makes babies develop breasts, so precocious puberty. We already discussed in the morning the environmental pollution results into the sterility and infertility, premature graying of hairs and various skin disorders and malignancy. So that's why we are now promoting the organic farming. Plastic products should be avoided, we have already discussed. We have to celebrate Earth Day, and if you can see the photograph, if we want our lungs to function in a best possible way, then preventing environmental pollution is the most important thing. Role of authorities are there, and there is National Green Tribunal Act since 2010. So what to do? We have to reduce the carbon footprint, develop general safety rules, develop a favorable work environment. So from today onwards, let us think out of the box and prevent the environmental impact of the food waste, fight for the food waste, and thank you again for giving me this opportunity to speak on this important topic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would request chairperson to hand over memento to Dr. Satish Agrawal, sir. Satish Tiwari, sir, sorry. So our next speaker is Dr. Pramod Kumar, sir. I would request him to come on dais, and his topic is 3 R's.
Right. I think before I go on to my topic, I remember a very beautiful experience of childhood. I was born and brought up in a steel township, which is relevant to this topic. After afternoon, जब parent जो husband employees लोग चले जाते थे, दोपहर को all the ladies used to sit down in that bungalow lawn, and there used to be एक फेरी वाला, है ना, जो पुराने कपड़ों के बदले में ना स्टील कटोरी चम्मच देता. And many times at 5 o'clock, the husbands used to come back, looking to say that cup is looking good. Our cultural practices, at least I'm not aware, but North India, most of the rural households आज भी पुराने साड़ी कपड़ों का बच्चों के कपड़े बनाते हैं, है ना. They believe that it is tested, unallergic, है ना, it is non-allergic, and बच्चों माताओं के मायके से कपड़े आते हैं, so that is given. So recycling बच्चों के कपड़े, and we say allergy कपड़ा होता है. So it is there. What my topic is, it is already there in culture, and all the ladies are smart. They use a old toothbrush to put a nada of the pajama, है ना. Toothbrush फेंकते नहीं है, जूते साफ कर लेते हैं. So it is there. माने nothing, no rocket science what we are going to discuss, but still something we'll talk about. So it is very easy. इतने when you look at the books, take Google, इतना tons, million sir ने भी दिखाया, और that data is very exorbitant, है ना. We get overawed कि कुछ नहीं हो सकता है इस दुनिया का, अब तो नरक में जाना ही जाना है. But things are not bad. Humans are capable of doing miracles. They can achieve something which we never imagined. Free ecosystem is very fragile, but definitely we can do something. So what is basically that we keep talking since सुबह से हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं about pollution. We have talked of things which have happening or have happened. See, we inherited something which was good. तो एक थोड़ा सा responsibility तो है ना कि we should not be like tenants. I remember I let out my apartment to somebody. Before going, he uprooted the curtains, he uprooted everything, he destroyed. तो मैंने कहा भाई मैं environment का आदमी हूँ, कम से कम जैसा दिया था वैसा तो छोड़ के जाना चाहिए. So important is we have been talking till now about what the government should do, or now the time to talk. जैसे the food talk is something which is relevant to हम क्या करें. I mean the responsibility of the individual. Climate change are all big topics. I mean something for which the government has to do, the world over has to do. But now these are something which what we can do. There is a waste hierarchy. There is a series. It is leads one thing to another. एक चीज़ से दूसरी चीज़. Fashion आता है, now you buy. Shopping जाना है. If you are getting down from a big car, तो झोला तो लेके नहीं जाएंगे ना. वो शॉपर देगा, वो थैला देगा. And today the people says कि इसके 2 रुपए लगेंगे, but we are ready to pay. We are ready to argue, लेकिन थैला लेके रहे हैं. So basically there is a hierarchy. We buy, we find use for it, then we get bored. We get a new mobile, iPhone 14, 16 coming in. We get bored and then discard it at half the price and then buy a new one. So this is a cycle. This is a cycle which is multifactorial. So it's a waste management. So what basically needs is we need to prevent something. Some prevention is needed. We need to reduce. सोचना है. The reduction starts from the thought process. सोचना कम कर दो. iPhone 12 8 is as good as 16. है ना, अभी आने वाला है, 9 सितंबर को लॉन्च होगा. So I mean i15 will go out of fashion. So I think we should start thinking our process, reduce our thought process, reuse things, and it's good in the medical industry. We have started using refurbished equipments. We buy. I had a large hospital, and we do buy not to save money, but some environmental contribution hota hai, and we get good products in refurbished. And now there are companies who are ready to maintain them. They take an AMC for maintenance of refurbished equipment. You can save money and you can use them. Recycle is a very known thing. We keep recycling, and there are recover and dispose. Disposal is a big challenge. It's a topic in itself. I am sure some CMB will cover it. What we'll cover is only 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle. We'll cover this part only. With so many females, I mean ladies sitting here, I'm sure ये topic तो आपको बहुत familiar है. The males also need to focus on this. India is a large country. हम बहुत बड़ा देश हैं. Everything is large. तो हमारा कचड़ा भी सबसे ज़्यादा है. So we are large in everything, and we started one phase हम जब करते हैं तो when we started biomedical waste management सब कुछ compulsory for the hospital to dispose. अब कचड़ा इकट्ठा तो हो गया, जाएगा कहाँ? है ना? There are no lands available. है ना? जाएगा कहाँ? Nobody. We think one thing at a time. So a lot of waste is collected, and treatment is an expensive business. Now there is a pollution control board which is in conflict. Pollution control board says that you cannot burn, आपका emission norms आना चाहिए. तो क्या करेंगे? Landfill में डालोगे, landfill नहीं कर सकते, chemical pollution. So our laws are contradictory, but something needs to be done. So global waste, if you look, there are a lot of Pacific Ocean में इतना बड़ा प्लास्टिक कचड़ा है कि उसमें एक आइलैंड बन सकता है ना? We can construct, है ना, पूरा floating island बन सकता है. So there are so let's not go into what is being is generated. We are generating trash every day. I think today's conference will itself generate at least 2 quintals of trash. Generate करेगा. So point is what to do about it. Again, facts. Environmental facts, all facts are very startling. कोई भी figure million के नीचे नहीं होता. Very startling. Whether you talk of country, world, state, all the figures are very startling. So list of things you will find. Go Google, you will find lots of it. Sari salah. All the advices are available. How to reduce food, how to donate clothing. Now the thing has come. We are Rotarians. I'm very active Rotarian. We used to do flood relief. आप flood relief में जाते हैं तो वो लोग भी कहते हैं पुराने कपड़े नहीं लेंगे. So we had to make a smart way of doing it. We collect clothes, clean them up, request some Rotarian who is a ready garment store. He presses it, folds it into sizes, puts in a plastic box, and then we give it. Right? But ऐसे दो तो बोलते हैं नहीं पुराने कपड़े तो हम नहीं लेंगे, हम गरीब थोड़े हैं. बाढ़ आ गई तो क्या हुआ? So but some innovative methods have to be done to ensure that these age-old practices exist. Also trying to think what we do as an individual. हमको क्या करना है? Wastage begins from home, right? Anybody who is having an executive, आप corporate job में हैं, आपके ऑफिस में प्रिंटर लगना मस्ट है. अब मैं पेपर को उल्टा करके कैसे लगाऊंगा? And the corporates also not thinking. There are printers which print both sides. उनका cost 2 times है. So no purchase department ever wants to buy it. एक बार में तो हमारा जब मैं पेपर निकालूं डालूं, घंटी बजाऊंगा, वो पियोन आएगा, वो उल्टा करेगा. So wastage of paper is one thing. We tried promoting in our organization. बड़ा resistance था from medical people, professor, sir, my apologies, professor लोग सबसे ज़्यादा mind करते हैं. बोला इसके लिए staff दीजिए, मैं तो नहीं करूँगा उल्टा करके. And then name of confidentiality, ये document तो हमको वो करना है, shred करना चाहिए, है ना? इसके पीछे बहुत कुछ लिखा हुआ है, patient का report है, confidentiality. तो हम लोग we find reasons not to do something. So I think the initiative has to begin from us, how to do it. I tell you, I once upon a time I was very fond of wearing jeans. I have left wearing jeans. My mother-in-law was staying with us and she was fascinated with these black jeans. बोलते इससे ना आटा पिसाने वाला झोला बहुत मजबूत बनता है. And what was faded jeans, she thought it is useless. She called the tailor, उसको काट के सिलवा के थैला बना. So I said, अम्मा जी ऐसा है कि आपको तो कुछ नहीं बोल सकते, मैं जीन्स ही पहनना बंद कर देता हूँ. फेडेड जीन्स तो महंगा जीन्स है, झोले आटा पिसाने के थैला उसमें झड़ता नहीं है, ये बड़ा मजबूत है, रफ एंड टफ है ना. So this is some initiative which I think needs to be begin from the individual level, from home. Morning shows the day. I think we need to show to our children what initiatives we need to do. The second R is basically about reusing. Reusing is a part of our culture. Right from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, reusing. There was once a market for second-hand Bajaj scooters. Maruti 800 resale. आज भी कार resale में है. अब नया मॉडल उतना नहीं बिकता. We don't get money, but Maruti still has a resale value. This again is a reuse. And now today we have seconds car, right? Seconds. We have seconds garment. बट लोग सेकंड्स गारमेंट में वैसे ही जाते हैं चोरी से, जैसे साइकेट्रिस्ट के बाद रात को 8 बजे के बाद जाते हैं, राइट है ना. वो स्किन डिजीज़ वेनरल डिजीज़ वाले के पास उसकी ओपीडी 8 बजे रात को शुरू होती है. तो हम भी सेकंड्स के शॉप में वैसे ही जाते हैं सीक्रेटली. आई थिंक वी नीड टू मेक इट ए फैशन. वी नीड टू मेक इट ए फैशन दैट वी नीड टू रीयूज़. रीयूजिंग शुड बी. जिस दिन ये रीयूज़ करने का ट्रेडिशन फैशनेबल हो जाएगा, a lot of things will come in, right? It has to become fashionable. It has to become a part of culture. We should boast. चाय पीते समय बोलें कि मैं तो नया स्कूटर छोड़ के पुराना लिया है. I am not using car. I am not using scooter to save petrol, but I am environment friendly. अब साइकिल तो है नहीं कि हम लोग वो 3 Idiots का प्रिंसिपल है साइकिल चलाएं. साइकिल चलाना फिजिकली थोड़ा मुश्किल भी है, but we can definitely walk and do things. Something is to be need to be done, and the focus always has to be what we can do as individual. लंबी थ्योरी हम डिस्कस कर सकते हैं about what क्या गवर्नमेंट को करना चाहिए, लॉस क्या बनना चाहिए, बहुत कुछ है. There are many things. There is a law on infant milk substitute. How many doctors and pediatricians don't promote bottle feeding? हम justify कर देते हैं प्रीमेचर है, वो क्या करेगा, वर्किंग पेरेंट्स है. जस्टिफिकेशंस तो बहुत है. तो लॉ तो गवर्नमेंट बनाता है, बट इंडिविजुअल हैज़ टू फॉलो. आई थिंक there are once upon a time I remember Viva Horlicks bottles used to be the masala bottles on the shelves, है ना. आजकल धीरे धीरे the private companies don't want us to reuse. See, reuse is discouraged commercially. Reuse is not profitable. It's not profitable for companies. So they discourage. वो बोल देंगे उसमें प्लास्टिक में डेंजरस चीज़ बता दी, है ना. तो ग्लास बॉटल्स आता था पहले, सारे हॉर्लिक्स आदमी पर पेट के जा रहे हैं, उसमें रखना एक साइज़ का, हल्दी एक साइज़ का. Now they promote. We are overcome by advertisements. So we need to find innovative methods for ensuring that how we do reuse. There are various strategies. The government level पे there is now recycling of cartons हो रहे हैं. There, I tell you, when we started our hospital in 2019, 18-19 we make huge. It's a 1,000-bedded hospital in Allahabad. बहुत सारा purchase हुआ था. So but then we also had an engineering college. तो उनके डिपार्टमेंट्स हमने बोला ये लकड़ियाँ बड़ी सब इम्पोर्टेड हैं, वेरी यूज़फुल. ऑल आवर स्टेप्स जो वार्ड में ओटी में जितने लगते हैं, जितने साइड अलमीरा हैं ऑफ ओपीडी, all are from the wood which came as a parcel wood for packing of all the imported equipments. So there is a huge market and doing it, and the industry has started doing it. I worked for a time in aluminium industry. जो उसका waste है, जो भी आपको एल्युमिनियम का बर्तन मिलता है ना, लेडीज़ लोग बोलते हैं जो कढ़ाई सब्जी का, जिसमें कि टेस्ट बहुत अच्छा आता है, थिक, दैट इज़ मेड फ्रॉम वेस्ट एल्युमिनियम, फ्रॉम द स्क्रैप इंडस्ट्री. इट इज़ नॉट द ओरिजिनल एल्युमिनियम. सो इंडस्ट्रीज हैव स्टार्टेड यूजिंग इट, बट इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे, एट द लेवल ऑफ पीपल, not much is happening. And then एक ज़माने में बार्टर सिस्टम होता था, एक्सचेंज. सी हमारे पूर्वज वे मोर स्मार्टर. दे यूज टू हैव ए बार्टर सिस्टम. एक्सचेंज कर दिया, कोई चीज़ मेरे काम का नहीं आप ले लो, आपके काम का नहीं हमको दे दो. नहीं आज तो ना कट जाएगी, दूसरे से कैसे ले सकते हैं, वी कैन नॉट टेक. सो रीयूजेबल शिपिंग कंटेनर्स, कौन बहुत बड़े पते शिपिंग कंटेनर्स, बट द प्रॉब्लम इज इंडस्ट्रीज हैव स्टार्टेड यूजिंग दिस, बट द प्रॉब्लम इज टू कीप इट. इट्स वेरी बल्की. स्पेस इज़ ए बिग प्रॉब्लम. कोई भी पोर्ट में स्पेस नहीं है. but it has been calculated by McKinsey report that if containers come into fashion, it will reduce the wastage by almost 60 or 70% time. It's a big report, it's available. Last is reuse. कबाड़ी बाजार, चावड़ी बाजार, बॉम्बे, देर एवरी सिटी में एक बाजार फेमस है ना. वहाँ पे पुराने महाराजाओं ज़माने के चेयर मिलती है, बेंत वाली कुर्सी मिलती है. हम लेके तो आते हैं लेकिन बोलते नहीं कि कहाँ से लाया है. तो आई थिंक दिस थिंग्स नीड बिकम ए फैशनेबल, है ना. यू गेट ए गुड बार्गेन ऑल्सो, एंड आप जब बेचते हो तो भी अच्छा मिलता है. पुराने ज़माने पहले तो घर के न्यूज़पेपर भी बेचे जाते थे. अब आज स्टेटस सिंबल है, मैं पेपर बेचूंगा, नो पेपर नहीं बेचूंगा. सो दिस ऑल थिंग्स आर देयर, and I think we need to bring back those scraps, exchanges, and promote reuse. Advantages are many. Apart from economic saving and pollution, there are many other advantages. Recycling is a very easy thing to say, but I think at individual level हम कम कर सकते हैं, but I think this is where the industry has to come in. Industry is the one which will be able to recycle products. Only thing which is getting recycled is plastic, right? We keep talking of plastic pollution, but I think the biggest recycling is happening in plastics. But we need to do. Ab rubber industry, retreading of tires, they are doing it, but then abhi bhi commercial advantage nahi mil raha hai. The day the corporates start passing on the commercial advantages of recycling, it will become fashionable. So recycling is a process, collection, but it's a big process. But now luckily this has become an industry in India, and the economic impact for a country like India is also huge. It creates a lot of job market, secondary job market का बहुत बड़ा creation है. But although the situation is not very good, the working conditions are not good, but at least it is providing employment. So one of the benefits of this is providing employment. There are a lot of challenges to this. Lot of challenges is environmental norm, pollution norms. There are no strict implementation policies. Some of the industries are very hazardous, very hazardous. So something needs to be done for this. Government is doing a lot. Many boards have been set up. Indian governments has also set up. One of the big advantages of this has been the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan of the government. But what is important, it needs is a strong commitment from the leadership, which I think Prime Minister Mr. Modi showed as a commitment from a leadership for Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. We need such. We need the public announcements. We need the slogans. We need people talking to each other in a fashionable way, that now this is the norm of the day और ये करना जरूरी है. And we start participating in it. We are lucky that we don't see much of plastic bottles here. We need to show. We need to be positive that things will change. To take home messages is 3 R's is something which is an individual in origin. We need to do it ourselves, applicable to any country, society, individual, household, and it will be only useful instead of speaking from the podium. We start implementing in our day-to-day life. Have a wonderful day and enjoy the day. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much. I would request Chairperson Dr. Jyoti Agrawal ma'am to present a memento to sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Somshekhar A.R.
Yes. Once again, outset from the office, we acknowledge the local organizing team, Satish Agrawal, Tiwari sir, for giving this opportunity. Okay. See, that we are talking about teaching future generation on saving environment. What we should do is, since morning now she is telling each and everybody, this conference is not for us, it is for the public. He has told at least 10 people since morning, and I really, and what is my role as a such? I am in the environment group, good. What is that I am working? I am working for a foundation called Aniketana Foundation Charitable Society. Whereas past 3 years, we make them the youngsters to get involved in this. Previously, it was meant for some other things, and now they are focusing towards the environment and related activities. That's why I can do little contribution to these things. So let us understand these things can be done at the individual, community and national level. We know that natural system and their effects on the environment degradation is more than what is the regeneration, that we all understand, and how it is affected. It is the planet resources are considered 1.7 times more than the what is been regenerated, we know. For need of the hour, whatever the education we do, it should be based on the climatic change, biodiversity, water scarcity, soil degradation and pollution. We can't just focus everything on the child and he'll be bombarded. Already they are reading mental and dental mathematics at 3rd standard. We can't load them. What is specific to their, whatever the age and their area, we should understand. So for that, I know with a small example of how it affects the health system, that goes easily. Then what are the disease and the overall mental effect, we should know. And the global changes, we all know, since morning it has been this thing, it is both ambient and household is responsible for 6.5 million deaths in 2009. Means this is the need of the hour. It is not sitting on the forum and discuss, which is the time we should percolate the knowledge. And why this knowledge? What is the statistics related to this topic? No. This is related to the what is the risk factor we should understand in the each area. And this, see what is in the some area, water pollution is the major scarcity, and other area human risk assessment, it is the heavy metal poisoning or soil water contamination done in some of the country, where those children in that area can be given lot of importance. And in Malaysia it is a water related issues and the calamities are more there. What the hospital is there, one Dr. Madhu, he is doing lot of work related to the, he goes specifically teach all the children in the climatic variation changes and doing lot of issues. And increase especially suspended particles leading to neonatal mortality, we should focus on this. These things, why I am telling, this is the area they are doing little work on the young generation. So we should take it further based on this toxicity, biodiversity, climatic need. And what is the benefit you get? Finally, when you do all these things, climatic stability will come, resource management will be there, economic benefits and quality of life definitely improves, along with intergeneration equality, and finally it is the ethical consideration from all of us from the academic body. What students should know, we all since morning, the Green Army project is telling so much about the policies. You should make the children to be hands-on training with their curriculum from the first standard to know about the environment, and their knowledge should be inculcated, and it should be knowledge should be based on pro-environment skill-based. At individual already means we should tell the child to use the minimum waste. Morning somebody was, sir was telling, promoter, we used to use the old clothes and other things. Now with the children's use the branded one. Branded one. I have seen an adolescent committed suicide just because father didn't get the branded t-shirt, branded t-shirt, and father is supposed to be 700 crores rupees owner. That is the thing. Just he told one word, don't use that. That's all. This is what happened. So we should to calculate. It is not that adolescent age we should tell. We should tell the recycling, what sir said from the beginning only. That will be better, especially from the paper, glass and plastics, everything. Already I will not come to that. One thing is, what is that? We have got a SAS zero waste management. We should make them. Nowadays children will carry the fancy bag and outside the mall, they'll walk up with this thing. That recycle and freely given bags like this, they won't use because their image will come down. But as a source, first we should carry, then they will also carry, and we should be volunteer that. One more thing is, whole night they'll be using the energy. Whole night will be off and lot of music, noise pollution, and with on the mobile, we should tell how it is affecting mentally, physically, everything. And solar panels have come. It is really Dr. Raja groups are done. I was part of it since I work for a foundation. They are given such a solar panel where they can be used for even sometime even boiling water also, and as a lights also, that can be encouraged with this model. National solar machine is coming within Karnataka with a big machine. Of course, these are all other things. Save water, how we can, one person from this thing, his name is Balraj in Karnataka. What he has taken is he has involved all the youngsters. He has made, there two sector of people are there. One is taking up all the lakes. In Bangalore, 1,000 lakes was there. Now only 300 are there. And what the regeneration, they are making the school children, especially high school children, and the youngsters to get involved. That is one thing. Another thing is, you all know about the Kalyani. Kalyani is there where opposite the temple we have a pond, big pond. And one IAS officer is Mr. Ravi Gowda. He passed away. After that, one more person is taken out. He has regenerated 400 Kalyanis in Kolar and Chikbalapur district. 400 Kalyanis is active now, and it is done only by youngsters. That Ravi was started, and I think you all know he passed away prematurely. Very good, famous IAS officer. After that, this has been taken. This is how we can get involved. Jan Shakti Abhiyan is there from the government, but it's in the initial phase where they are using renovation of traditional water bodies and watershed development. They are also part of it. This engineering college, what is BMS Engineering College, one of the government reputed college, what they are doing as youngsters, no? Irrespective of whether you take engineering, environmental science, IT, BT, first year they had to give some contribution as a research innovative, as a reseed grant is there in the BMS, and they promote these children to do some of the solar related, conservatory related activity. It is sustainable. And another thing is sustainable transportation. What they could, AFNC Pune, Indian Institute of Science, and many cities, big where the in Bangalore University, many they don't encourage any 4-wheeler, 2-wheeler in their campus. They encourage only the bicycle. So that's how we can slowly we can push it around. And now I think any metro city, the cycle has come where you can take the bicycle, you can drop in one of the other area. Those things are there. Youngsters, if you make it little fashionable and modified one, they use it. This is how the Indian Institute of Science bikes are there. You can see that. It is like you can be rechargeable also in the many area, and these are all the area where we should focus on them and train them in everything, including from the industries where they are focused in the first year, second year of their degree. There we can catch them, and we should have the practices that once what Nausha was telling, we should make them to do some parts from the cow dung. All those things we should do hands-on training, then that will be useful. And educate, advocate. It is not that many forums are there. We should educate why you are putting, and follow-up is not there. We should make them to get involved in the follow-up, not just planting a sample on the environment day. That follow-up is important. It's going on. After that individual level, let us understand the community. Community should get involved. What is that? Green spaces are there in all the colonies. Those things should be, urban spaces should be encouraged. And the community, if the youngster is involved, he has got a question on capability of asking the authority, we should get them involved. Many forums, like Ganesha forum is very important here. Ganesha in Maharashtra and Karnataka is very huge, and make the youth get involved, that will be better. And sometimes these youngsters are getting into it as a business, good. What they are coming now, those who pass with a high good degree, foreign degree, they are coming back, they are taking a small land nearby, and where they are growing the organic farms, and they are giving money to farmer also, they are selling it also. That is a business also. And two of the pediatricians in Karnataka, they are with a biomass, they are giving few of the power to the government. They are earning money also. Dr. Siddesh from Vidyaranapura, we all know, he is giving the power to the government, getting some money, and forget about money. It is that how we sustain ourselves. If anybody wants to get, I can get the video level later. Government policies are there. Just I spoke to about government policies, what's happening with the pollution control board. Dr. Chandrasekhar is the medical doctor also. They are doing ICMR related activity in and around where they are building a big, as a part of any building, what they do or infrastructure, they had to do some research like that. There are a lot of ICMR activities going on, but air quality measures are there, especially when the children are moving around in the peak area, high density area. It has been monitored because the adolescents are getting with the respiratory issues. In the high traffic density, myself with Dr. Parmeshwar, we did a study, and the certification is done, especially like an adolescent friendly services are there. Like that, pollution free zones are there being done, and we should advocate. This is the Karnataka State Environmental Impact State Authority. They are doing a lot of, I am focusing because I am from Karnataka, but I am sure it is there in all the lakeside, lake management is there. And important thing is this biodiversity, I want to tell how youth is involved. My topic is today how making youth get involved, the future generation. This what they have done, Photography Association is there, very big association. What they are making, especially in the Mysore and the Coorg area, Nagarwala, Bandipur area, they take these photographers, they identify that particular bird, they follow up, and whatever their breeding and other things, they are involved. They focus, they pick up everything that active, this thing is done with the biodiversity, and they have been awarded, they have given some incentives on the things. This is the, and I want to quote recently Dr. Mr. Punit Rajkumar, our film hero. He recently passed away, but last movie was only on environment. It was named as Gandhadagudi, means sandalwood. Karnataka is famous for sandal. He has done 3 hours movie only on that Western Ghats. Western Ghats and well taken. This is the biodiversity. What is that institutional support? In our institute, we have got a policy. What is that? In our whole campus, 100 acres campus, we never use the plastic this thing. So we are becoming role model. In the hotel also, they are not supposed to use any. We have got at least 30 to 40 hotels from each state to everything. Nobody can use it. And this is the policy we have got, even in lighting the lamp to everything, how the garbage, e-waste, everything that has been addressed, so that each and every institute, whether small or big, they should get into this thing, and it should become a curriculum. Curriculum, I think IIP, Satish Tiwari sir is there from this thing. We should make now CBME curriculum as then. CBME curriculum, please include environment as is. Only thing is from our department, we have made one environmental history sheet as a part of it. I think in curriculum, if it adds, it makes a big difference. I think sir is a policy maker, and definitely will make it is part of curriculum. Then it will be easy. And what is that American Academy period? Dr. Ruth Excel came, we all did the exam with her. They are doing a very good job. They have a clinic that is called as Pediatric Environmental Health Specialty Units are there. What is that they do? They have a particular role. When the child is from the area where there are high density of pollution or any other morbidity condition going related with it, they address either with medical consultation, education training, that is important. They educate the young child how to overcome, what is that they should monitor, and they get involved with a research project, that, and finally that become a policy. And these are all the areas where they get either from the exposure addressed by them, engage them in the environmental project, and as well as promote the environmental science research in the school and colleges, where you can get, in our hospital they kept a seed grant for environment related, very small amount right now. Maybe for others they are kept, maybe related to this we can do little later, more related activities, so that child will get incentive, like in a small ICMR project also, like that we should have from the office also, we can have this thing. Recognition from the projects also important, awards in the name. Next time Dr. Jay Kumar was telling, we should recognize a child or our alumni, or from the office, anybody had done lot of work, we can encourage them and explore the child to go for this. The youths are fashion of trekking, make them involved, they will be aware, incorporate practical exercises, encourage that with the digital media, how to overcome, locate their, they are given the recently tiger tracking, they were involved, and they addressed that Nagarwala area, how to, few tigers are coming down, the population, so they were involved, so they went around to trace that the footprints of tiger. That's how we can avoid. And this is the Green Army effort. This is the activity. These are all the some other forums working for the Ecosattva. And I want to tell about, she is Padma Shri, Salumarda Timaka. She has 4 kilometer stretch she has planted, and she has given a Padma Shri awardee. Tulsi Goda, this I want to mention about, they are from the North Karnataka. North Karnataka means not Bardar or North Canara, that is a better word. Here they are very healthy because they believe in whatever their education, they doesn't take any outside food. Their newborn baby is minimum 4 kg, normal delivery. We have worked as a postings, and she has done lot of 30,000 sampling she has done. I think you all, the Medha Patkar, you know, Marimutu, all those things are there. Let us see, there is all the area. It is the policy, we don't have to change. Maybe we should include their curriculum in the school, high school, some practical session. Green Army project has been taken by us. Let us encourage everything so that it goes to the public rather than within us. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I would request Dr. Nitin Bhobre, sir, to present a memento. Thank you, Dr. Someshwar, sir. Next presentation is by Dr. Minol Amin, and his topic is non-communicable diseases and environmental factors.
Yeah, good afternoon everyone. Today we are going to discuss environmental effects on the non-communicable disease. So we have been listening to many direct and indirect effects of environment and on the health aspects. but most of them are the direct effects which we are talking about. So we are going to discuss the effects, indirect effects on the cardiovascular disease, cancers, neuronal disease, reproductive health, and prenatal effects. Environmental risks to health include the pollution, radiation, noise, land use patterns, work environment, and climate change. So now these are the things which are driven by the policies in the other sectors. So if we want to have effectively tackle the NCDs and reduce the healthcare cost, then we have to tackle these issues in the other industries also, because these are not in our hand. Healthcare, cutting down the healthcare cost by cutting down the industrial or improving the industrial patterns is not in our hands. So we have to cut down those costs. Now if we see that almost this is attributable fraction of the non-communicable disease for selected risk factors by the disease group, and you can see air pollution contributes to almost 16% of the 16% of the non-communicable disease, out of which major is a cardiovascular disease. Household and ambient pollution, that is differentiated in this particular slide. And chronic respiratory disease, particularly, that it has been contributing to a lot into this attributable causes of the environmental things. So what is the bigger picture? 23% of the deaths are happening because of the environmental factors. So that translates almost up to 12.6 million people dying out of every year because of environmental pollution. And out of this, 8.2 million are because of the environmental factors. Main are stroke and your cardiovascular diseases and your carcinomas and chronic respiratory diseases. So environmental factor contributes to a significant chunk of the disease mortality. So nearly 2/3 of the 12.6 million deaths are caused by environment each year due to NCDs, and ambient and household air pollution cause respectively 2.8 and 3.7 million. Worldwide, almost 1/3 of the cardiovascular disease burden is attributable to ambient and household air pollution, and globally 29% of the COPD, because of the respiratory cause, 29% of the COPD causes are attributable to the household air pollution, 8% to the ambient, and 11% to the workforce. And growing evidence indicate that early life exposure to environment risks such as chemicals and air pollutant might increase the NCD risk throughout the life course. So we need to be careful about this. When we come to the cardiovascular disease, as I said, 22% of the cardiovascular disease are caused by the because of some environmental effect. And ambient air pollution and the household pollution from cooking with polluted fuels are estimated to cause 13 and 17% of the cardiovascular disease respectively. Around 3% of the cardiovascular disease are attributed to second-hand smoke, that is somebody who is smoking in the family, or 2% to the lead. Dr. Bajania is very much involved into the lead and the panels. So 2% of the cardiovascular disease are caused by the lead poisoning. And others are arsenic in the heavy metals, particularly the arsenic in the drinking water, high noise levels, stressful working conditions, and the shift work. So these are all attributable factors in the environment which causes the cardiovascular disease. So this slide gives you like ischemic attacks are caused by heavy metals like arsenic and cadmium. Your hypertension is caused by pesticides, cadmium, heart failure, PM 2.5, and your nitric dioxide. And coronary artery disease are caused by PM 2.5 into the environment, and myocardial infection is caused by heavy metal and pesticides into the environment. So these are the cardiovascular effects of the pollution. This is what we do not see directly. Now if we come down to the environment and the cancers, environmental contaminants have been contributed to almost 70 to 80% of the all cancers into the world. So pollutant effects of the cancer cell transposition are impacted by both individual, so that depends upon the individual pattern also, and also the time dependent dose. So for how long the person is being subjected to that particular environmental pollution, in what dose, and what is the age and what is the constitution of the person, that depends, that decides actually how the person is going to get the cancers or not. So if we see in the details, this chlorinated drinking water, say we have been preventing diarrhea all throughout, but this chlorinated drinking water is responsible, attributed to be responsible for blood cancers, colorectal cancers, and the leukemias. If we see the nitrates in the drinking water, that causes your leukemias and lymphomas and colorectal centers. Your motor vehicle exhaust or the vehicle emission causes childhood leukemias. Then indoor air pollutants causes childhood leukemias. Your nitric oxide into the environment causes lung cancer metastasis. And your pesticides gives rise to childhood leukemias, lymphomas, Ewing sarcoma, brain tumors, and Wilms tumor. So all these are, I mean, there is a huge long list which is contributing to the as a carcinogenic, and this is all around us. It is ubiquitous in the nature. It is there in the water we drink, food we eat. It is in the surfaces where we are exposed. Everywhere it is there. So, and the air we breathe, so definitely. So what happens is, the biological mechanism of pollution related carcinogenesis is oxidative damage is being produced, and this oxidative damage is causing the low grade chronic inflammation, and so that goes on to change at the molecular level, and DNA is changed, DNA mutations are happening, there is a transcription damage also, and ultimately there is a apoptosis inhibitor, and the cancers or carcinomas are produced. So these are the environmental factors that increase our cancer risk. So this is a ultraviolet exposure, as discussed already previously, that ozone layers, depleting ozone layer has been increasing this particular environmental pollution. Then air pollution, known as suspected carcinogens, radon exposure, pesticide and biocides, and endocrine disruptive chemicals. So pH, that is in the fossil fuel, it is in the fossil fuel, causes the lung cancer. Herbicides are causing bladder cancers or the lung cancers. Farming, it is occupational hazard, that is giving you the squamous cell carcinomas while they are exposed to the pesticides and all that. And your pesticides also give rise to the breast carcinoma. The BPA, which is one of the most common additive that is included into your plastics. So nowadays we are getting all the products which are, say, BPA free. Even the bottles are written in the module that BPA free. But we have influx of the Chinese products which are there in the market because they are cheaper and they are easily available, and it is available in very attractive patterns and colors and very low cost. So all these things are not BPA free, and so this is the reason that this gives rise to a lot of CA breast and CA prostate. And your heavy metals also produce the carcinomas. So WHO says, save yourself from the cancers, do not smoke, do not use any form of tobacco, make your home smoke free. That is not only the nicotine smoke, but all kind of smokes or incense or perfumes or deos or any kind of things that you need to avoid. Enjoy a healthy, particularly vegetarian diet. Breastfeeding decreases the mother's ovarian carcinoma and the breast cancer risk. Vaccinate your children against the hepatitis B associated with the hepatocellular carcinoma, and HPV that causes almost 6 cancers and the genital warts. Avoid too much sun, use the sun protection, reduce indoor and outdoor pollution as much as possible what is in your hands, be physically active, limit the alcohol intake, and take part in organized cancer screening programs. That is very important. At every age, susceptible age, you should go and there for screening yourself, like CA breast or CA cervical carcinoma. There are screening programs that people need to undergo that. Coming to the environment and the neuronal health. Now, say we have a definite, somebody was discussing like a sudden suicide or depression or anxiety or suicidal tendencies, all these are happening into the youngsters very high. So environmental pollution is also very much responsible for that. If you have a biomass smoke, it causes a chronic cell inflammation. If you have air pollutants in form of the cadmium and particulate matter, that is going to give rise to the Alzheimer's disease. Then if you have pesticides which are going to give rise to the ASD or autism spectrum disorders or their neurodegenerative disorders. Your heavy metals into your water, drinking water, is going to give rise to the multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's disease. And your plastics particularly give rise to the ASD and Parkinson's disease. So you have a lot of association of this neuronal disease with your environment. This PM 2.5 can enter from alveoli to the bloodstream, and then it crosses the blood-brain barrier, and that it goes to the brain. But now there is another terminology, that is ultrafine particulate matter, that is a UFPM. This can enter the brain directly to the olfactory nerve. From there itself it causes the BBB and affects the cerebral and cerebellar cortex. So that is also important to notice. Then exposure to PM increases the possibility of acquiring neurological condition like Alzheimer's. This we have already discussed. Pesticides are also like learning disabilities and ADHD, ASD, developmental delays and behavioral problems. BPA, as we already discussed. Phthalate exposure. Phthalate is also something which is added into the plastics, and it creates the behavioral issues, cognitive outcomes like multiple sclerosis, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, Parkinson's disease, Wilson's and Alzheimer's disease. So accumulating inorganic and methylated forms of arsenic near different parts of the brain disturbs the normal functioning of the brain. So there are so many things by which the pollution affects our brain. Lead, already we have seen that lead also gives rise to the disturbed memory, language acquisition, executing the task, that is also impaired, command following is impaired, and reasoning is also impaired negatively. Thallium exposure can cause fatigue, hallucination, lack of sensation, etc. And in pregnancy, if the skeletal layer is present, it is going to pass through the placenta, it is going to pass through the breast milk also, and it is going to affect the neonate. So all the systems, basically they are directly or indirectly getting affected by the environmental pollution, and we have seen this thing is happening. Now coming to the environment and the reproductive health. So even the reproductive health is being affected by, so we have seen number of cases of infertility, number of cases of delayed pregnancy, number of cases of the impotence. So many things are increasing. So if you are associated with IVF center or any infertility clinics, then you would see that many youngsters, young people are coming up with the infertility problems or the impotence problems or the performance issues and all that. So there is a root of this particular problems into this pollutions, and what it does is it increases the reactive oxidative stress, it causes a cell apoptosis, a chronic inflammation, and reproductive damage is done. In the male, it causes oligospermia, sterility, abnormalities in the sperm, and testosterone deficiency syndrome, where somebody was talking in the morning regarding the cryptorchidism and undescended testes and all that. In the female, it causes infertility, menstrual irregularity, and number of cases which are increasing the PCOS, so PCOD, that is increasing. So exposure to even small amount also significantly impacts male and female reproductive function, and exposure to environmental toxicant downregulates the antioxidant enzymes and increases the oxidative stress. In response, ROS are generated, harming the lipids, protein, carbohydrates, and DNA in the cells. So it causes the abnormality in the germ cells and apoptosis, which is responsible for the infertility in the males. Also, the sperm affected may transmit the genetic harm to the developing embryo, causing early deficiencies. Maternal exposure to the PM 2.5 during pregnancy or before pregnancy decreases the antioxidant ability of the reproductive organs. Oxidative stress response is there, and granulocyte and oocytes which are exposed to PM 2.5 may experience mitochondrial malfunction, activation of the apoptotic pathway, and induction of the apoptosis. So this is does not only affect the reproductive health of the person, it also affects the future generation, and it is also intergenerational. So it is going to affect the future generations also. So that is also important to understand. Pesticide exposure we have already discussed. There was a study in the Barcelona that suggested that air pollution from the traffic significantly decreases the consumption rate. Also, the toll collectors, the people who are sitting on the toll tax collectors, they showed oligospermia and in the impaired birth motility. So this was also there. Somebody who are working in the plastic industry, they had a decreased fertility, they had a decreased performance issues and all that. So these are all related to the additives which are added into the plastics. Herbicides that can also cause spontaneous abortion in the people who are working into the farms. Phthalate exposure, again we have discussed that it affects the male reproductive organs. And workers in the plastic industry are exposed to the intricate chemical combination, and miscarriages, infertility, and poor reproductive outcomes are seen into those particular community. So coming to the environmental effect on the prenatal health. Now, with the morning we are discussing the obesity. It has been found that if my mother is smoking, then you may have a child who is it basically provides the obesogenic atmosphere, and it may have you may have a child which is going to get obese in the future. Again, your DDT or phthalate or PBD or heavy metals, phenoxy herbicide, all are going to affect on the prenatal, because it is transmitted into the placenta. And low birth weight or IUGR babies, there are hypothyroid children, CNS is affected, spontaneous abortions are done, there are incidences of neonatal deaths, and stillbirths are there. So it is affecting all the systems, and we have to be very careful when we are assessing or trying to find out the cause of this particular disease. And we need to find out, as we are taking the environmental history for the whole other disease, we have to take the environmental history for the non-communicable disease also, and which is on the rise even in the children, adults also, and adolescent, particularly into the adolescent. So when we are taking about the non-communicable disease, we have to take the environmental history into the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would request all chairpersons, Dr. Jyoti Agrawal ma'am, Shalini Harwani ma'am, and Dr. Nitin Doble sir, to present a memento to Dr. Amin. request Dr. Pandrikar sir to present a memento to all chairpersons. Dr. Boop sir also, please join Dr. Pandrikar sir. Thank you everyone for giving your time. So our next is a panel discussion on climate change and child health. So the moderator for this session is respected Dr. Ramesh Bhajania sir, and may I request panelists of this panel discussion, Dr. Sanjeev Joshi sir, Dr. Bhalachandra D sir, Dr. Noshi Nani and Dr. Ajay Kumar. So please join us on dais. The topic is climate change and child health.
Amakesh. Thank you. स्लाइड शो कर इधर से प्ले होगा
नहीं डायरेक्ट यहाँ से स्लाइड हो गए सामने से.
So good afternoon all friends. After lunch, due to hyperglycemia, it is very difficult to concentrate. But I am very sure that the harsh reality of current life will keep you awake. In fact, it will take your sleep away. So first, let us know what actually climate change is about. As we can see from this slide, that after industrialization, that is 1800 century, suddenly the problem started. Till then planet was doing fine. Now this is a very scary picture. It shows that how cool the planet was, and gradually now what we are here is a nothing but ball of fire. 2023 saw record temperatures, devastating storms. I mean, at a given point of time on this planet, so many things are happening. Somewhere drought, somewhere wildfire, somewhere landslides, somewhere rain, somewhere volcanoes. So many things at a given point of time. It's happening and it's very bad. These are all routine news headlines. Now, like this BBC News says that the chances of extreme danger, very extreme danger. I mean, we didn't see such type of news in past. This is a very, very alarming slide. If you look at Antarctic sea ice extent, there it is gradually diminishing. If you look at North Atlantic Ocean sea surface temperature anomaly, then it is increasing. The world surface temperature overall is increasing. The world ocean surface temperature is increasing. Global sea ice extent is decreasing. So we are heading in the worst time since the evolution of this planet. Now, what this Catherine Manny has said, that Earth is facing dire sea level rise, up to 20 meter it may go up. So as a result of the rapidly accelerating impacts of climate change, ice levels on the Antarctic Sea are melting at a record breaking level. In fact, she says that the damage is irreparable. And now, these are all scientists, the climatologists who have spent their entire life for climate study. they are worried. Like one gentleman, he said that it has been 35 years since an explicit reference to climate change first appeared on the front page of US newspaper. 35 years back, someone mentioned that there is something happening which is known as climate change, right? Now, look at Mike Flanagan. He is a professor, very renowned person. What he said, that till now I was worried for my generation, next generation, my children, but now I am really concerned about myself. And this all we are witnessing. So these seemingly constant onslaughts of extreme, if you look at last 50 months of history, then every next month has shown new normal. Last consecutively 50 months, so practically 4 years and more, right? So if leaders and decision makers, they don't act fast, then 2.5 to 2.9 is a harsh reality. It is very likely. Now, with this note, can you say that what is global warming in a way that our audience can understand and they get sensitized? Yes, Sanjeev.
At the outset, I am thankful to the organizing team of this conference. As the previous speaker, which all the eminent speaker has emphasized and re-emphasized, that the most important thing what has happened to our Mother Earth planet is global warming. And it is sinister changes in the atmosphere, endangering the life of each and every living being on this planet. Global warming means an increase in the temperature of the earth and the ocean. Usually the speed is around 0.6 centigrade per century. But you can see this graph, from 1970 onward there is a stiff rise. That the speed has alarmingly increased. And the reason being mainly the anthropogenic, that means the man-made, and the natural one. The natural El Nino, La Nina are not in our control, but this natural solar activity and earth magnetism is partly in our control. So what happens in the earth mantle? You have oil and gases reserve. They act as a fuel to maintain the core temperature of the earth normal and also the magnetism of the earth.
Yes.
But what the human has done, they have extracted a lot of gases and a lot of oil. So the fuel is gone, magnetivity is decreased, so our mother planet is getting pulled towards sun.
And
so
we all
rising
yes.
in the temperature. And also there is an eccentric distribution of the solar energy across the planet.
Yes.
So it's really alarming.
Yes.
But the most important thing, what is there in our hand is the greenhouse gases. These are the man-made reasons for the global warming. The emission of the greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and into the atmosphere, they causes a blanket effect or a greenhouse effect. आपको पता है ना, in the farm we have a greenhouse, जिसमें रोशनी भी नहीं जाती, temperature भी नहीं जाता. So this greenhouse effect acts as a blanket, increasing the temperature on the surface of the earth. Also, you have methane produced by the garbage. Industrialization हो रहा है very rapidly, so methane is also there. So these are the things which has to be addressed at an emergency level.
Right. So now, what is the mechanism of greenhouse effect? Anyone can say how the greenhouse acts? Because we all have heard the greenhouse, but how come it is in the context of climate change? Yes, Dr. Bala.
Thank you. So greenhouse is a building with a glass roof and glass walls. So the advantage is that when the sun rays enters that will be warm inside, even though at night when there is cold outside, the warmth will be maintained inside. That
Correct.
is the greenhouse effect.
Yes.
And that is what happens with our earth. So can you
Yeah.
slide, next slide. So when the sunlight affects, the sunlight enters the earth, the half of it will be reflected back. Can you go to the other side? Next slide. Next slide. No, previous one. Yeah. So there is one video that is missing here. So the sunlight, when it enters the earth, half of it will be reflected back, and because of the greenhouse gases, the methane, carbon dioxide, nitrogen oxide, this will be circulated in the.
It's not playing.
It's video there.
Yeah, it's not playing. Even after this mode also, it's not playing.
This is not the presentation. This is the presentation. You are bad there.
No problem. Just adjust. Yeah, it's okay.
So
Yeah, no.
from this is done.
Yeah, it's okay.
Presentation, there's some. So there's a video there. So the greenhouse, the sun's, you can show the other video also. The sun's radiation travels towards the earth. Half of it will be absorbed and by clouds and atmosphere, and the earth also releases heat back towards the space. And some of the heat passes directly through the atmosphere, and most of it is captured and retained by the greenhouse. So the greenhouse effect I described earlier that you can see in that picture. So this is the greenhouse effect which is responsible for global warming. Next slide.
Yes, excellent.
So there are two types, as Sanjay sir has said. There are natural greenhouse and human enhanced greenhouse effect. The difference is that you can see in that greenhouses in red, which in human enhanced greenhouse there is a lot of less heat will be escaped into space, unlike natural greenhouse effect. Next slide. So what are the greenhouse gases? That is the second part of the question here. So we have carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide and fluorocarbons. Carbon dioxide accounts for 76% of the greenhouse gases, and methane accounts for 16%, nitrous oxide around fluorocarbons 2%. So this carbon dioxide, that the anthropogenic increase is 30 to 48%, and it retains the residual time is around 500 years. Whereas methane, the anthropogenic increase is man-made is 145% with residual time around 7 to 10 years, and methane warms 80 times as much as carbon dioxide, even though it is only 16%. The nitrous oxide is 6%, but it is 300 times warmer. It warms the earth more than carbon dioxide, and the most potential is 23,900 times. That is the fluorocarbons, which is released from our refrigerators and air conditioners. And so even though it accounts only 2%, and the water vapor also is a greenhouse gas, but it is not lethal. And the percentage of carbon dioxide emission by each country, China accounts for 35%, United States around 20%, India accounts for 10%, Russia, Japan comes after that.
So China and USA, as usual, they are the biggest culprit.
Yeah,
and India has
and,
a 8% role only. This is total carbon dioxide emission.
And the emission, India emits 3.59 gigatons of greenhouse gases, and of which 2.45 is carbon dioxide, that is 76% is carbon dioxide.
So these are all sector-wise distributed. We might not go into the detail, right?
Of the greenhouse emissions by sector-wise, electricity and heat accounts for 25%, agriculture products and land use around 25%, then the industry and fossil fuel 20%, transportation 15%, and by buildings accounts for construction 10%, and the wastage comes around 5%.
Perfect. Now, Dr. Naushid. Naushid is a very vivid environmentalist, and as we had seen, he has come out with this our web app. So, what are the causes of global warming, Naushid?
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank Amravati team for giving an opportunity to me.
You may run fast because previously we had covered, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And the exponential population growth is the main cause for this all culprit of increased green warming, and emission of greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, methane and nitrous oxide. And we know the three major changes happening due to the overpopulation. One is urbanization, other one is industrialization and globalization.
Correct.
And
What Naushid has said that at the end of 1800th century, the population of world was only 1 billion. And during last 225 years, we have reached to this level.
certain exponential growth. And industrialization mainly that we are using more energy and more and increase the resources extraction and overcrowding and pollution that also emission lot of greenhouse gases. And this is another thing. And specialization and productivity also will cause the green house gases, and that also leads to the global warming.
So already there is an inequality on this planet, and the climate change exacerbates this thing, right?
And globalization is another thing, basically the transportation. And in US state that around 29% transportation causes the global warming, and it's emit the carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. So the population pressure that leads to this, all these global changes, that leads to the extraction of resources from the land and sea rapidly.
Correct, correct.
And this our Mumbai, I took a photo from the flight. We just see the picture, the urbanization happen in the Mumbai, and each space is covered by buildings and factories. And we know the two types of causes, natural causes and human made causes or anthropogenic causes.
So as he has already touched upon, these are two, anthropogenic as well as natural.
And basically deforestation is the one of the cause for global warming, because the carbon dioxide is absorbed by the trees and released by the oxygen. If it's if you cutting the this forest and trees, that leads to the it's reduce the absorption of the carbon dioxide. Each a fully grown tree around 21 kilogram carbon dioxide will absorb.
Yes,
so
when we visited me and Mino, Sweden, there are private forests.
Yes.
So if someone cuts, suppose 1,000 trees, then he has to plant 1,000 trees. There is nothing like government property. Even forests are owned by private people. Whatever they cut, they have to plant.
And
Yes.
also the ocean plants also more than this carbon dioxide will absorb. And use of vehicle also emit large amount of carbon dioxide and toxin, and that also increase the temperature and global warming will happen.
Yes.
And other causes are basically industrial development, that already in factories will emit a lot of emission of gases, especially carbon dioxide, methane, and this one. And the carbon dioxide contribute around 64% of the global warming, and methane around 18% of global warming. And aggressive agriculture also the cause of this one, basically the chemical fertilizer or livestock.
So the agricultural areas are being expanded at the cost of forest,
Yeah,
right? Right.
and this livestock farming,
Right.
and basically in more for business purpose. That's
And
also leads-
overpopulation.
Yeah.
Yes, 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 yes.
And these are the mainly man-made, and other things like means powering the building will more consume the electricity, and over the half of the electricity we are consuming in the urban area, and the wastage of the landfill that decompose and making the methane gases, that also will affect increase the global warming. And also oil drilling is also contribute the 30% of the methane pollution and 8% of carbon dioxide pollution in the atmosphere.
So the oil drilling is responsible for 30% of the methane pollution. And now Ambani's son, he is taking care of 3,000 acres of Vantara. And it is being publicized on a wider scale that how caring for environment his son is. And look at the damage that petrochemical business is inflicting.
And we can
And 20 kg का मुगट चढ़ा दिया लाल राजा को तो सब पाप माफ हो गए गोल्ड के.
And we go to the natural causes. We can know the volcanoes, water vapor, and melting the permafrost.
Yes.
Mainly the volcano that leads to carbon dioxide emission and ashes. And water vapor is one of the cause for the
Now,
global warming.
Naushid, this is going to play a havoc.
Yeah,
This is like a sci-fi thriller. The organisms which are buried underneath the ice, they are coming out. So during last 12 months, there were 2 epidemics of anthrax in Antarctica. So this is a new emerging threat like corona. You never know what is buried there and what is going to come out. once melting happens. So this is a very, very serious issue. Yes, Naushid.
So the next slide. So we can see the causes basically deforestation around 20% will affect, and waste of disposal around 20%, overconsumption around 30%, mining, fossil fuel burning is the major cause, this coal, oil and natural gas burning, that also will cause, and intensive farming also will cause the global warming.
So
These
when
are
we
the
come
causes.
to the remedy, these causes will help, because these all 10 causes, it requires 10 different remedies, right? So Ajay Kumar, he's a director professor at Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College, Safdarjung, Delhi. Ajay sir, can you tell the contribution of our health sector in this? Because we all are doctors and we don't know that as a health professional, our facilities, it also contributes to the climate change. Yes, Ajay Kumar.
First, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me in this panel discussion. And moderator sir, if we see the sectoral emission broadly, the majority of the greenhouse gases is contributed by the electricity and heat production around 25%, followed by agriculture and forestry, and then industry. But what about our health sector? It is again important because the health sector is contributing 4.4% of the total gas global net emissions. So this is huge amount.
So if you consider 100%, then we doctors, our facilities contribute to 4.4%. Whenever you enter a hospital, you have seen different type of smells. If you go to OT, then different type of anesthesia. These are all detrimental to the climate.
And this gas emissions is equal to emissions from the 514 coal-fired power plants. So huge. And this is again, if we consider it as a country, as a health sector, this is the 5th largest emitter on the planet.
This is a very important slide. So if we were a country like all health facilities, then we are 5th largest emitter. We as a health facilities.
Sir, previous slide, please.
Yeah.
In this slide, sir, we see United States is contributing 27% of the health sector gas emission to the
As usual,
environment,
yes.
and he is playing other country.
Yeah,
So
always.
Next slide, sir.
Even they didn't agree to Paris Agreement also 2016.
Next slide, sir. So if we split this global health emission by the production sector, the majority of around 40% from the generation of distribution of electricity, gas, cooling, followed by healthcare facility, operational emissions, then other causes like manufacturing, agriculture.
So remember,
other
this is a distribution of health facilities emission and not general emission, right? Because medicines which you procure, it comes in the truck. Truck runs on diesel, right? So these are different sectors. The right side carbon footprint is showing the same thing.
So if
Sorry.
Previous one, sir. So if we see the Indian health care climate footprint, the scope 1 is contributed to around 8%, and that we have to take immediate action to reduce healthcare facility emissions. The scope 2 contribute around 11%, and that we have to invest in and advocate for the decarbonization of the local and national energy system and the implementation of clean renewable energy. And the majority chunk is comes into the scope 3, and that we have to set and implement criteria for low carbon or zero emission procurement, so as to begin to decarbonize the supply chain and ultimately lead
Yes,
to
so
the zero
scope
carbon
3 is the solution, total decarbonization, and we expect that by 2050 we will be carbon neutral. But the way in which things are progressing, it is very, very difficult to achieve. Now, Sanjeev, what are the indirect effects of global warming on humans? Direct effects, we know that during hot summer, patients with sunstroke comes to us. Which are the indirect effects?
See, this is a very the self-explanatory images from the media. I have been to this place called as Cascais in Portugal 3 months before. Very beautiful beach, resort city. You have mountains, you have forest and everything in Cascais, and you see what is happening over there because of the global warming. See, the indirect effect of global warming are tremendous to the short-term as well as long-term impact on the health of a human
First,
being.
you can enumerate the direct effects which we come across.
No, direct effect will be taken by some other
No problem.
speaker, I think. So, what indirect effect on the health? What I want for my perfect health is I want clean air, I want safe drinking water, I want sufficient food, and I want a secure shelter. If at all these things are getting disturbed by the global warming, it is definitely going to affect my health as an individual and as a society as
Yes.
well also. And the other effect, indirect effects are like there will be an increase in the addition to the mortality up to the tune of 2.5 per annum, secondary to the malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress. And this will all be the indirect effect of
So these are
global warming.
additional deaths.
Yes, additional death, not a. This will be the additional death which will be attributed to the global warming only, and by virtue of malnutrition, diarrhea, and malaria and all. So another indirect effect. See, nowadays, 10 years before, we had not heard of floods in Gujarat or in Rajasthan. You know, in the earlier
Even in Dubai and Sharjah.
20th century, there is an exodus from Gujarat and Rajasthan to other part of the India because of the water. Now you are getting flood in Kutch, run of Kutch.
Yes.
That is the effect of global warming. You have dry soil, you have poor quality of water, waterborne diseases. Overall quality of water is decreasing, so it will add to each and every living being on the planet. The disaster rate has quadrupled in the last 30 to 40 years. We are getting more number of cyclones, floods and all. Now we are in the midst of flood situation in the northern part of the country like Rajasthan, Gujarat and Delhi and all, where floods were very rare in those. And when the flood is there, the quality of water, drinking water goes down, you get a lot of waterborne disease, and then there are a lot of zoonotic diseases as well. So these are the indirect
And
effects.
Sanjeev, you must have read in the newspaper that in this last week only Namibia has given official permission for hunting the animals for food.
And
So
when
just
the-
imagine
when
the
the-
spectrum of calamities which are happening all over the planet.
And when the productivity of the agriculture will go down, it will definitely have effect on nutrition. But the most alarming thing is the rise of the sea level. It is really alarming to the coastal cities, not only the coastal cities, but the agricultural land. Imagine the salt water coming into the agricultural land. What kind of productivity that land will have? There will be disturbances of flora and fauna across that total area. The cyclone, the hurricane will the tendency of the sea for going to cyclone and hurricane will increase manifold. So these are again the indirect effect, and again leading to the loss of human life. So indirect effects are directly on the agriculture. If at all agriculture yield is decreased, then somebody may say that I am a non-vegetarian. But what will happen to the livestock? They will also not be able to have their nutrition. And of course, the last and not will be the ocean environment will also be disturbed. So the fisheries will also be disturbed.
Excellent. Now, Dr. Bala, about direct effects.
Okay. Having said the indirect effects by Sanjeev sir, the United States Interagency Working Group on Climate Change and Health has identified 11 categories, of which I will be detailing only on the first 4 or 5. Next slide. Next slide. So, the most important and is the effect on our respiratory system, the asthma, allergies and nerve diseases which are on the rise. There are some reasons that children spend more time outside than adults and more physically active, breathe more unit per body weight and have immature and developing lungs susceptible to damage. That is why children are more prone. And the increased respiratory and asthma hospitalization, decreased lung function, school abstinence are all due to the air pollutants which were discussed in the morning. And increased outdoor games and ground level ozone triggers asthma. And pollen grain exposure increases due to altered and lengthy growing seasons. So the sensitization of the children to allergy happens earlier. The second most important is the foodborne diseases and the nutritional disorders. The bacterial, viral, fungal contamination water food alters the features of survival and transmission patterns of the organisms, and due to the temperature and humidity, the extreme weather events impacts the food security. So once the food is not secure, the public will be exposed to
Yes.
unsafe foods, and flooding also contamination occurs, and that will produce foodborne diseases.
Correct.
And the third most important is the vector-borne diseases, which have been discussed in the morning. There is expansion in the reasons being the expansion of the vector ranges, and the transmission season is also extended. There is shortening of incubation period, thereby the severity will increase. The emerging zoonosis, we see recently in many states there is increased use of veterinary, because of the increased use of veterinary drugs like cholesterol, we get antimicrobial resistance on the increase. There is because of warmer temperature, the reproduction and biting activity also will increase. Next slide. And the fourth, these are the three most important effects of global warming. Go fast, please go fast. The fourth is the mental health and stress-related disorders because of the these floods and all, cancer due to ozone and other radiations, the developmental defects because of the toxic contaminants, biotoxins resulting from extreme weather events, the cardiovascular effects because of the heat-related morbidity and mortality. Next slide. The waterborne diseases and weather-related morbidity and mortality, and lastly the neurological illness because of the global warming.
So, Naushid, can you explain the term deadly dozen?
Yes. There are some diseases listed in Wildlife Conservation Society identify around 12 pathogen that could spread into new region with the pandemic.
So I think you can go quickly through it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And these are the diseases: mainly bird flu and tuberculosis, and this cholera, and reptiles that use a poisonous algae, and sleeping sickness, and Rift Valley fever. That's a emerging type of virus in mosquito, and Lyme disease, parasite, and so these are the diseases. And each diseases it's come like a very aggressive manner, and this was pandemic like, and a lot of death will happen due to this type of this one, and transition happen this.
Well, now Ajay Kumar, what are the differences between mitigation and adaptation? Because these are the two words frequently used in the climate change lecture, right?
Sir, adaptation and mitigation are the two strategies that indicate climate change. One tackles the cause of climate change, and adaptation tackles the effect.
Right.
And this slide shows the differences between adaptation and mitigation. In adaptation, it is the strategy to adjust to the climate change.
Right, because if this hall is stuffy, then we can request them to increase the AC. So that is an adaptation.
And it is localized and region specific, but these are the long-term strategy. And in this, we have to take the appropriate measures to prevent the effect of climate change, like building flood barriers, effective utilization of water, development of drought-resistant crops, etc. While the mitigation is the strategy to reduce the impact of climate change, it is global, short-term, and it involves the reduction of harmful effect of the hazards and incidents that already occurred. For example, using new technology.
So it needs a lot of research and development. Yes. So Sanjeev, again, what are the various mitigation strategies to counter global warming you can convey to our august audience?
See, there is a consensus that global warming, the main anthropogenic cause is the production of the greenhouse gases. So whatever strategies you have to adopt are to decrease this emission of the greenhouse gases. And the best thing would be to use renewable energy, like use the water wave energy, use the solar energy, use the windmill energy, go for nuclear energy, but cut down the fossil burning energy.
Perfect.
That is very important. Now, you must be knowing that if at all we have some wastage, we put it in the sink.
Absolutely.
We have larger sink for carbon dioxide.
Yes.
So increase forest. See, as a Rotarian and as a Lions, we go for a lot of social foresting and adopting the garden.
Absolutely.
Why not as an IAP and the Amravati IAP adopt social forest nearby Amravati.
Yes,
Can
under
adopt
the-
new gardens in the city of Amravati.
Satish Bhai can do it,
Yes,
both Satish Bhai. Yes.
You can set an example, increase the forest, have a sink for carbon dioxide, and become the energy efficient. Don't use your priorities for utilizing the energy. The personal choices, improve your personal choices, practice choices, green your office, green your environment, and invest on those politicians. I have already told you, those who will be making this, tackling this sinister effect of global warming on your nation, on your city, and on your village.
And Sanjeev, reduce, not only you reduce, but tell the stories.
Yes,
I have been.
I can quote an example of European Union. They have cut down the emission by 21% in the year 2022, and I have a witness to it.
Yes.
I was doing a course in University of Lund 2 years before in Sweden. Denmark doesn't allow German cars. Their duty is almost 300% for German cars.
Scandinavian countries are far
Public
advanced. yes.
service and bikes. Why not we have a bike trails in our cities?
Absolutely.
Why not we restrict our driving? And there is a famous quote by some person, I don't remember the name, that you call the country rich when the richest of the country uses the public transport.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So cut down on your driving.
Yes,
So
yes.
why not to follow the European Union?
I tell you,
Ask the local
Sanjeev,
administration to go for a cycle track. in
Sanjeev,
your
I
city.
started cycling since last 4 years. Initially, people used to cut jokes on me. Now, 4 other doctors, they have started 24/7. Even at midnight, also I go on cycle. No use of fossil fuel.
So
No scooter. So you should tell your stories so that
So
people
my
are
message-
inspired.
My message will be cut down your calories and cut down your energy.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Use
Win-win.
the glass with the light with the lesser emission.
Sanjeev,
Light waste.
let's hurry up because we are now near the end, and Satish Bhai is looking penetrating
So
with penetrating eyes.
Alternative energy is the best solution.
So, Dr. Bala, can you summarize in brief fast what is Paris Agreement?
The Paris Agreement is a legally binding international treaty on climate change. Initially, it was adopted, only 24 countries were on day one. Later on, now 175 parties at the UN Climate Change Conference in 2015 at Paris. They agreed for that. And the 5 key points in Paris Agreement is that living temperature well below 2 degrees centigrade, helping poorer nations and publishing greenhouse reduction targets, and carbon neutral by 2050, which our Honorable Prime Minister has agreed to be on.
But the alarming thing about Paris Agreement, as Parmesh sir would agree, that US has said that we have got our own norms, we will not comply with it. I mean,
But
they
later they signed.
literally created.
2020 they signed. Yes.
Yeah.
And why this is Paris Agreement? Because the crossing.
See, everyone is talking about 1.5 degree, 1.5 degree. Why it should not exceed 1.5 degree?
Yeah,
Why?
Because they unleash more severe climate change impacts. Every 10th of degree above 1.5 can have more effects on our health. And the Paris Agreement is set to improve upon, replace the Kyoto Protocol, an early international treaty designed to curb the release of greenhouse gases. And
Perfect.
the long-term game is to curb the temperature to less than 2 degrees.
Naushad, brief, 30 seconds.
Yes, this conference of parties, otherwise called COP, and it's actually a decision-making body of UN-framed Convention of Climate Change. Basically, all countries will participate in this one and discuss about the climate change things. And the first COP was happening in the Berlin, Germany, and COP 17, COP 27, so many things are happening in the different countries. And the last is around 28 happened in the Dubai, UAE. There are some this one protocols.
So all over the globe, the people are trying hard, right?
Yeah, that's last this one COP decided to about discuss related to global warming, including the global stock like take and global temperature limit and climate action and fossil fuel usage and inclusivity and financial system will discuss in the last this meeting.
So rapidly, last 1 minute, Ajay bhai.
Yes, sir.
These are the things which we can do actually at our home also, at our hospital also. Yes, Ajay.
Yes, sir. We can change in our home as well as surrounding very small changes that can reduce this carbon gas emissions, like replacing our old refrigerator with new energy one. Just drive 15 few kilometer per week. This saves around carbon this 315 kg CO and carbon dioxide and 334 kg. Replacing one incandescent light bulb with one compact fluorescent bulb, that saves about 67.5 kg of carbon dioxide per year. And likewise, if we reduce our garbage by 10%, cut by 10% by recycling and reduce packaging, it
Yes.
again reduce the carbon dioxide
So
emission.
the chief has said that the era of global warming has ended, and now it is the era of global boiling. This is the new word which he has coined, United Nations Secretary General, right? The extreme impacts of climate change have been in line with scientists' predictions and repeated warnings. This is what he has said, that for the entire planet it is a disaster. Remember, it is the word now he has used, global boiling. Forget about global warming, right? These are all the scenes which we now daily see. In fact, 1/3 of the news on front page of English media, they are related to environment nowadays. So the destruction unleashed by humanity must not inspire despair but action, he said, warning that to prevent the worst outcomes, humanity must turn a year of burning heat into a year of burning ambition. And for that, each and every person has to contribute. It is not a government responsibility. Otherwise, these are all the routine scenes. The sky was covered with red dust and whatnot. So the tipping point marks the beginning of the end for Earth as a habitable planet. This is a serious, serious time in which we are living. So everyone has to contribute, and it is not inch by inch. We have to make it fast, right? We hold our future in our hands. We invest for our children, 500 बीघा की जमीन ले ली या plot ले लिया. But what planet we are handing them, right? Thank you so much, my august panelists, for wonderful inputs. Thank you so much. Even at the fag end of the day, you were all concentrated. Thank you.
So, as a chairperson of Academy of Pediatric Neurology, we are hosting our national conference at Goa on 26 to 28th of the September. So, all are kindly invited. Please do register. Registration links are there on each and every group. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
A big thank you to such an enlightening discussion, sir. I request Dr. Ramesh Bajania, sir, to felicitate our panelists, Dr. Sanjeev Joshi, sir, Dr. Naushed Ali, sir, Dr. Ajay Kumar, sir, and Dr. Balachandra, sir. I request Dr. Shripad Jahagidar, sir, to felicitate our dynamic speaker today, Dr. Ramesh Bajania, sir. Now we are moving quickly towards our another session, that is SNP 8, which consists of the 9 chapters, the 4-minute each. And chairpersons for these sessions are Dr. Bhupesh Bond, sir, Dr. Gajanan Patil, sir. Please come to the dais, sir. Today's moderator for this SNP 8 is Dr. Satish Agrawal, sir, a senior pediatrician from Amravati. Sir, please come to the dais. The first chapter is presented by Dr. Rishikesh Gato on a pre-vision exposure.
Good evening all. Amol, please be seated. हाँ नहीं ते आता जात नाही आहे announcement Ramesh Bajane sir announcement those who are leaving there's a food parcel at the counter, reception counter, please gather it and request to all, so please get seated. We are starting with the session. Now the session which is called as snippets, it consists of the session where we have 8 speakers and speaker is given only 4 minutes to cover the topic. The beauty of the session is we have different speakers and what we can't imagine, a topic may be covered within 4 minutes, so it can be covered. When we started it in our PEDENVICON, credit goes to our dynamic secretary Dr. Shripad Jahagirdar. That time nobody could imagine a single topic can be covered in 4 minutes, but it could be possible. Later on the idea got percolated. At Yavatmal, we have got Dr. Sanju Joshi sir, Dr. Swati Parliman, and the sessions used to be very useful. So we are starting in Environment Conference PEDENVICON, and we are given the name as snippets. Now to the speaker, each speaker is given 4 minutes. There will beep at 3 minutes, and after 4 minutes, screen will get blank. So we have to restrict to 4 minutes, and we have to give only the key points. Now what I am saying, probably you may not be pursuing it well. So we call our first speaker, President of IIP Amravati, Dr. Nitin Bardia sir, who will be telling us about deforestation. Please.
Thank you everyone. Today my topic is effects of deforestation. The forests are the lungs of the earth and we should protect them. See, this is the lung. What is deforestation? Deforestation is nothing but the permanent removal of trees. This is the statistical data that 13 million hectares of forest lost each year. 17% of the Amazon rainforest lost in the past 50 years and 70% of the world's forest already destroyed or degraded. 1 million species facing extinction due to deforestation. See, this is the diagram, deforestation over the year. In 1985, it is 26%. In 2000, it is 43%. In 2005, it is 50%. In 2010, it is 56%. And in 2020, it is 67%. Now, we are going to discuss the effects of deforestation. The effects are soil erosion, expansion of desert, global warming, effects in climate, loss of biodiversity, loss of fertile land, loss of medical plant, and decrease in rainfall. First is soil erosion. The soil erosion is nothing but the control measures are planting cover crops and building terraces. Second is the expansion of the desert. The strong wind, it covers mass of land to sand desert. Third is effect on climate, the climate change. By increasing carbon emission, trees acts as effects on climate, the climate change. By increasing carbon emissions, trees acts as carbon sinks. The tree removal leads to higher level of CO2 in the atmosphere, exacerbates global warming and alter weather pattern affecting agriculture and water supply also. This is the loss of biodiversity. Biodiversity loss leads to disturbances in ecological balance within a species, ecosystems, places, and the earth as a whole. Loss of fertile land. Less rainfall results into the loss of fertile land owing to less natural vegetation growth. These are the diagrams also. Then loss of medical plants. Deforestation leads to extinction of these valuable medicinal plants being used in India for centuries. Then there is a decrease in rainfall. Rainfall decreases considerably because forests bring rains and maintain high humidity in atmosphere. These are the stages to reduce and prevent deforestation. The first is plant a tree, use recycled products. Third is the recycle paper and cardboards. Fourth is help restore degraded forest. Fifth, do not burn firewood excessively. Sixth is raise awareness. Seventh, use less paper. Eighth, practice ecoforestry. Ninth, buy only sustainable wood products. 10th is support organization fighting deforestation. And the last is conclusion. Addressing the consequences of deforestation requires multifaceted approach. By promoting sustainable practices, enforcing regulations, and supporting reforestation efforts, we can mitigate its impacts. The collective action is essential to preserve our planet for future generation. And at the last, trees are precious. Save them, they need us. Raise your voice against deforestation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Dr. Bhupesh Bhuvan, sir, to felicitate Dr. Nitin Bardia, sir. Sorry.
So friends, that was the beauty. Deforestation is a topic which needs at least an hour. Deforestation has got 8 effects. You see, all the 8 effects were covered, and still there were 10 seconds left in 4 minutes. All the points were covered with beautiful graphics. How did you like it? That is the beauty. Now, to prove my point again, during the discussion we had what is called as the topic environmental history. We all take vaccination history, developmental history, everything. But environmental history is equally important. Probably most of us don't know what environmental history is. For that, we have got an eminent speaker from Khamgaon, Dr. Guru Prasad Thete. But before Dr. Guru Prasad starts, I acknowledge the presence of our chairperson, Dr. Gajanan Patil from Moshi, and Dr. Bhupesh Bhuvan, an intensivist and neurologist from Amravati. Welcome all. Dr. Guru Prasad Thete. Time is 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am going to speak environmental history and the child health. So these are the components of the environment. Today we discuss it or living and a non-living thing that affects the human being. Then the child as an individual has the health problems, but after that we know that the family and the social customs and community also affects the child's health. Now the term physical environment has come that affects the health of the child. So why children? Because more than 1/4 of the global disease burden is due to the modified environmental factors. It is the 1/3 of the pediatric disease burden. Then there is a children's affects the complex environments. They have risk, physical, chemical, biological, socio-economic, then environmental media, the settings, and their activities and behaviors, the vulnerability of the child, that is the breathing rate, then gastrointestinal body mass height, affects the organs, systems, functions, and growth and development. Then the pediatric environmental history is to recognize clinical, subclinical, and potential effects of environment risk factors on children's health. It is to take record through thorough exposure history, contribute to research and knowledge generation. It is to inform community and decision makers to make policies, to work to prevent, reduce, eliminate harmful environmental exposures and related health conditions. The pediatric environmental history is a part of comprehensive medical history, updated growth and development, medical management, social environment, physical environment. It is the basic and concise questions about general questions like air, water, food, housing quality, specific exposures pertinent to the family, community, region, then linked to the local seasons and weather. It is tailored according to the local situation, resource, needs, and capacities, predominantly local issues, opportunities to intervene, and long-term solutions. Why these are the key areas to address. Then WHO has invented a green page about the child's environmental health record. It is the demographics, that is clinic, patient, entire environment information, then exposure history, environmental exposure ratings, and public services. The questions, it is divided into part 1, part 2, part 3. In part 1, questions arising from the green page. That is the built environment in the house, waters for washing, whether the child receives the floodable zones, surface molds, old damaged paint in the house, then indoor, outdoor facilities of toilet, the sanitation services, portable tap water, and the air quality, whether the child lives in the heavy traffic, noticeable smoke, indoor, outdoor, tobacco smoke at home, that is e-cigarette also included, household air pollution, carbon monoxide detectors are placed in the home or not. Then food and diet, excess fat consumption, diet based on high risk, fish, fruits, vegetables are washed or not. The family child occupation work, whether the home-based artisanal activities, potential take-home exposure from parents' work, does the child works in the industries or not. Then waste, landfills, dump nearby, management systems, open, burning, storage, valuable recycling, waste at the home-based recycling works. Any concern about the infectious or vector-borne diseases, climate-related risks or events, domestic animals, livestock, industrial vapor, smoke, noise emission, pesticides and mining storage. Then there is the second part is observation checklist for home visits. It is to complete the environmental risk assessment in the field performed by community and social worker. It helps to the pediatrician and primary health care about the health of the child. Then third part, local environmental information. It is first include prior information about the child's environment, living conditions that need to be explored before seeing the child. That is, it is ideally the first step completed to guide development of local pediatric environmental history. It includes electricity, home, water, air, and sanitation. So it is a mnemonic that take-home message for us. Sneeze, that is achu. Activities, C for community, household, then hobbies, occupation, oral behaviors. So healthy environment gives us healthy future, and let us unite for the nature to grow our healthy future for the environment. Thank you.
See why the topic was important? Because today there was a topic by Dr. Geeta Pal ma'am to treat difficult asthma. Then was Dr. Minal Amin sir for NCD. Dr. Normal ma'am said about the endocrine problems, and we forget about the environment factors acting behind that. So these are, and I'm really thankful to Normal ma'am that we have taken this one slides from your presentation. So it was really nice, and that is the thing. Now, again, the topic is at least of 40-minute duration. But congratulations to our speaker who could cover in 4 minutes. Now, one of the ways to control environmental pollution is the use of e-vehicles. Most of us don't know about e-vehicles, their advantages, and why they are not very much popular. So for that, we have got an eminent speaker from Yavatmal, who is Secretary of AOP Yavatmal, Dr. Past, immediate past secretary. Last year she was secretary. Dr. Swati Pandit ma'am, please.
Good evening, everyone. So my topic is e-vehicle, solution to future journey. So we will see whether it is a solution or not. So transport is the fundamental requirement of our modern life. And today, world's conventional modes of transport are facing two major problems. First is rising oil cost, and second is increasing carbon emission. Fossil fuels are non-renewable sources of fuels and are highly polluting to the environment. Their toxic emission, we have seen in previous panel discussion, what are green gases and what is global warming. So toxic emission of gases such as CO2 is almost 3 times more than average EV. And from an efficiency perspective, petrol or diesel cars can use only 17 to 21% of the stored fuel energy to the wheels. That means around 80% energy is wasted. So as a result, EVs are gaining popularity and solution to all overall mentioned problems above, and are much better for the environment. So what are the benefits of EVs? So first benefit is lower running cost. As EVs use electricity to charge their batteries, and charging EV with electricity is much cheaper if we used renewable sources of energy such as solar panel. It makes it more eco-friendly. Then second is low maintenance cost, as EVs doesn't have much moving parts, so whatever maintenance cost, it is significantly low. Then EVs don't have tailpipes, so no toxic gases emission. So ultimately it reduces global warming. Then EVs are easy to drive because lighter in weight and quiet, so there is no noise pollution also. And registration fees and road tax on purchase are much lesser while purchasing EVs. So what is the future of electric vehicle in India? Now FAME is faster adoption and manufacture of EV. Now currently India's flagship scheme for promoting electric vehicles, it is in second phase of implementation with a budget allocation of 10,000 crores. And by 2030, Niti Aayog expects to reach 70% EV market penetration for all commercial vehicles, 30% for private vehicles, 40% for buses, and 80% for two and three wheelers. So this is consistent to reach net zero carbon emission by 2070. And we will see what our road and transport minister says. It's not getting clear. Video play नहीं हो रहा। अच्छा। 18 seconds.
खाली करा मैम प्ले चालू करायचं
प्ले करायचं हां प्ले
हां बस
आवाज नहीं
रिक्वेस्ट से करूंगा, नहीं तो BS6 जैसा डीजल का भी हाल ऐसा ही होगा कि बस आप करते रहिए, हम इतना टैक्स बढ़ा देंगे कि आपको बेचना मुश्किल हो जाएगा.
So it is our individual responsibility that we should start using EV. Thank you for patient listening, and thank you organizing team PEDENVICON 2024 for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
See, this topic EV was discussed in our ECSG group that time. If I remember correctly, then our current chairperson, Dr. Keshwan sir, has given a talk on DIP platform e-vehicles. So it was of around 1 hour. So 1 hour talk to compile in 4 minutes without leaving any useful point. That is the beauty of this session. Fossil fuel, they are getting depleted. They are not the renewable energy. Second thing, they emit so much carbon. So global warming is increasing. So instead of that, we should use e-vehicles. Now the very purpose of this session is, if we can arrange such session in all the conferences, so at a time in 1 hour, we can utilize 10 speakers. And mind you, I am telling you, the speakers, they didn't just copy paste the things. They work for last 15 days. Each and every slide they work on it, each and every word and sentences they work on it. Now environment is just not the human beings or the trees or the nature. It consists of everything, including the birds, animals. Now what are the exposure and the effects of the birds, especially pigeon exposure, and for that Dr. Rishikesh Gator. Please.
So, good afternoon everyone. So the topic allotted today to me is pigeon exposure. Thanks, sir. So many potential infections of the human silently exist in pigeons, which are not apparent. They have the potential for transmission of over 30 diseases to humans, plus another 10 to domestic animals also. So pigeon droppings that are infected with the bacteria or the viruses are often left on the streets, windowsill, and the cars to dry out. Once they do, they will become a powder, which is blown or kicked into the air and they inhaled. The inhalation of this powder is one way that the pathogens that can cause the diseases can spread to the humans. So most common pathogens which can cause diseases transmitted from the pigeons to the humans are the mainly mycotic diseases, which are cryptococcosis, histoplasmosis, aspergillosis, candidiasis, and the blastomycosis. The bacterial infections can also be caused like E. coli, salmonella, and psittacosis. The pigeons are also carries the mites, fleas, and the West Nile virus, all of which can cause the discomfort and potentially serious health issues in the humans. Symptoms of some of the common important diseases spread by the pigeons, like cryptococcosis, mainly those are the respiratory symptoms like breathing difficulty, fever, chills, dry cough, headaches, and fatigue, and the meningitis and the skin manifestations can also be caused. Histoplasmosis, it can cause the respiratory manifestations as fever, cough, cold, body ache, and the CNS symptoms like meningitis also. The candidiasis, the areas affected include the skin, mouth, the respiratory systems, and the intestines and the urogenital tract, particularly in humans. Salmonellosis, as we all know, the enteric fever can be caused, along with that gastroenteritis, and the persistent infections are less common but very important, and they may be manifested as a abscess or local infections such as the arthritis or bronchopneumonia or endocarditis, meningitis, osteomyelitis, or the pyelonephritis. E. coli, that can typically be avoided by washing the food thoroughly before eating, and the symptoms include acute gastroenteritis, fever, fatigue, and urinary tract infection. Another infections are like the psittacosis, and it can be caused by the bacteria like Chlamydia and the symptoms include mainly respiratory tract infections and the hepatitis and endocarditis also. So this is one of the slide that is depicting the infections caused by the humans, by the pigeons. And what are the measures that can be taken to curb this? There's a safe cleaning tips. Take precautions when cleaning up the droppings. Avoid direct contact and wash your hands and any exposed skin after you finish. Do not clean up the droppings if you have a compromised immune system like HIV or AIDS or cancer. The small project, a routine cleaning of the droppings such as from the windowsill, and that does not pose a serious health risk to most people. When cleaning, you should wear a disposable gloves and clothing that can be washed. And while doing the large projects, if you are planning a large cleanup such as removing a droppings from an air shaft, take these safety precautions like wear a protective clothing and minimize the dust when using a high powered water hose, and soak the droppings in water and shovel them. Thank you.
Your speaker saved 20 seconds, 3 minutes 40 seconds. Now, those who have gone through this topic, I am telling you, it is not less than 40 minutes. And if you have gone through very carefully, not a single point was left. That is the beauty. Congratulations, dear Rishikesh. And if you observe carefully, all the topics, they are useful in our day-to-day practice. And main credit goes to none other than Dr. Shripa Jahagirdar for the selection of the topics as well as for the speakers. Now we all know and we are all worried about a young population exposed to screen time, may it be mobile or the tab or laptop or TV. Even when the children are brought by the mothers, they say कि doctors को बोलो mobile कम देखेगा. So we know that cognitive problems occurring in children due to screen time. But then what has it got to do with environment conference? Yes, it is equally environmentally hazardous. But then who is going to tell us about that? None other than Dr. Manjusha Gi ma'am from Nagpur. Please welcome Dr. Manjusha.
Good afternoon all. First of all, I would like to thank organizers for giving me this opportunity, and I congratulate organizers for successful event. Today's my topic of discussion is screen time versus green time. There are certain advantages of social media also. Before that, before we move to other disadvantages of social media. It fosters a sense of connection and belonging, especially to shy children who are hesitant to interact with others in person. Then it promotes collaborative learning through sharing of online educational material and creativity through graphics and videos, showcasing talents and achievements of young people. It serves as a social support platform for children suffering from chronic diseases like asthma, thalassemia, diabetes mellitus, and other rare disorders. It gives platform for advocacy to young population, example climate change and child rights. But there are signs of cell phone addictions which we see in our routine practice. What are these features? Conscious use in dangerous situations or prohibited context, that is bringing to school. Then social and family conflicts and confrontations and loss of interest in other activities which are more important, that is loss of interest in studies. Continuing despite of negative effects, harm the physical, mental and social well-being of the family and that kid. It is difficult to control, frequent and constant checking of phone, that is fear of missing out. Then increased use of to achieve satisfaction, that is tolerance is achieved, and preferring cell phone to personal contacts. Then irritable when cell phone is not accessible, even up to the attempt of suicidal attempts. Then in 2023, India has recorded 1.2 billion internet users, and 2 to 10% out of that are adolescents. So, environmental perspective, e-waste is the fastest growing solid waste stream in the world. In 2019, an estimated 53.6 million tons of e-waste were produced globally, but only 17.4% was documented as formally collected and recycled. Lead is one of the common substance released into the environment if e-waste is recycled, stored or dumped during inferior activities such as open burning. E-waste recycling activities may have several adverse impacts on human health, and especially in children and pregnant women. ILO and WHO estimate that millions of women and children laborer working in informal cycling sector around the world may be at risk of e-waste exposure. So there are physical, mental and social impact. Physical, sedentary lifestyle leading to obesity, sleep disturbances and postural problems. Mental में anxiety, depression, attention deficit, risky behaviors including cyberbullying, exposure to undesirable contents, excessive gaming, family conflicts when restricted, and addictions and dependency. In social well-being, academic performance, neglect and homework of studies, then social isolation, financial problems and decreased productivity and creativity. So key points to remember are screen time is the total time spent per day in viewing screens such as mobile phone, TV, computer, tablets or any handheld devices. If any of the essential activities are getting disturbed, then it is called as excessive screen time. Avoid the use of digital devices in less than 2 years of age group. Healthy media uses promotes learning, creativity, social interactions and holistic wellness. Unhealthy media uses affects physical, psychological, social and academic well-being of the child. Then implement digital rules, digital hygiene and nurture responsibilities of digital citizenship. And main point we should remember, we should act as a role model for healthy media use. Thank you. Let's help our children trade screen time from green time to have better output from our children. Thank you all.
So we all know that screen time, especially the mobile, they are a great source of e-pollution. And imagine the pollution increasing because in and out there is a newer model and the children they're asking for the newer model. What about the older model? So it has to be discarded. Now how to discard? It has to be dismantled. And you know, most of the mobiles, they contain the precious heavy metals like lead, cadmium and all these precious metals. Statistics suggest if you collect all these precious metals nicely, so there will be two things. They can be reused, they can be used again, and if you collect that much amount, that will be much, much higher than GDP of many countries. But then what is the problem? This dismantling occurs in unorganized developing countries. So they are not very much trained. They don't wear the gloves, they don't wear the mask. So all these heavy metals, they are leading to the poisoning and e-pollution. So Dr. Manjush Kirman elaborated very nicely. Yeah, she needs. Now, we all hospital owners, we are asked to put what is called as the sewage treatment plant, STP. So we are all worried what it is. Is it necessary to put in our hospitals? What is the requirement and how does it work? And for that we have Dr. Nilesh Paskaude to enlighten the topic.
Very good evening all. So topic is sewage treatment plant at our hospitals. So actually why we need sewage treatment plants? It helps in protection of environment by treating and disposing the wastewater responsibly before it is discharged into the main water body. Second, it boosts child health by preventing exposure of pathogens or any harmful mutants or chemicals to children. Next, it prevents disease by effectively treating sewage and thereby creating a safer and healthier environment for both parents and healthcare workers. So what actually this sewage wastewater contains? It contains pathogens like various bacteria, viruses, parasites, disinfectant chemicals, antibiotics and cleaning agents, and also main is medications and its metabolites which are more harmful, which are released into the wastewater by hospitals. So what are the benefits of implementing sewage treatment plant at our hospital? Firstly, you are being compliant to the regulations installed by the environmental authority. And second is, we reduce the pollution by not discharging wastewater into the main water body stream and thereby minimizing the ecological harm. Next is, we enhance the hygienic standards of your hospital premises and thereby protecting public health and decrease the spread of infectious diseases. So what are the key components of this wastewater sewage treatment plants? There are 4 components. First is screening mechanism, which removes large debris and solid from the wastewater. Second is biological treatment units, which utilizes different microorganisms to break down into some organic pollutants into harmless byproducts. Third is disinfection system, which utilizes UV or chlorine to kill pathogens and before the discharge. And last is sludge treatment process, which take care of the all above. After all above, there is some sludge and it is generated during this sewage treatment process. This part take care of it. So this is the flow chart of what components we saw in previous slides. It started with this bar screen, you can see where we remove the large debris and solids, and lastly the sewage treatment residue treatment. So what is the impact of this sewage treatment plant on child health? Firstly, we prevent the waterborne diseases like typhoid, cholera, hepatitis, dysentery, giardiasis. Secondly, we prevent our children from environmental exposure to different pathogens and metabolites. Third, we are improving the sanitization, and lastly, by all, we are contributing to community well-being and community health. Now, what are the impacts of this we saw in children? Now, what are impacts of this sewage treatment plant on environment? First and major is ecosystem preservation. By properly treating the sewage water, we are contribute to ecosystem preservation. Second, we are conserving our resource, like we are not polluting more because of our wastewater, and thereby promoting sustainable water usage practices. Third, we are mitigating the water pollution system. So, in conclusion, sewage treatment plants are essential for protecting the environment and safeguarding the child's health. It can also help to prevent the spread of disease, protection of aquatic ecosystem, and ensure healthier future for the generations to come. So, it is the need of this time to install STPs. It is according to the gadgets. If we have IPD number more than 50, there is a recommendation to install STP at your hospitals, and they usually utilizes like 135 liter of water per bed to recycle, and accordingly we are to install the size of your sewage treatment plant. So thank you. Yes. Cost depends on the size, means how much bedded you are doing it. 50 bed, before 50 bed they are giving, means this is comes in last 6 months or 7 months. Before that there is compulsory installation of sewage treatment plant, but now they have exempted less than 50 beds, but hospital water is going into the finally they are going into the some sewage treatment plant otherwise, but for individual more than 50 beds. So minimum I think 6 lakh is there for 50 beds, and but it varies from company to company and the IPD bed numbers. We can use the residuals. What is that? Last is residual treatment. By that we can produce biogas. That is the only energy saving treatment from this.
So to purify the water physically, chemically and biologically, we need such plants. Friends, if you've seen, all our speakers, they are young. And they are privileged to have utilized this platform of the national conference. That too in the presence of stalwarts of environment science, Dr. Parmesh sir, Dr. Alok Gupta sir, Dr. Pramod Kumar sir, Bala sir, Tushar Jagzape. All the stalwarts are there. So that is the beauty of this session. 4 minutes we are rotating the speaker, topic is changing, speaker is changing, and none of the point is left uncovered. I forgot to take the name of the ever smiling, cheerful person, Dr. Amol Pawar. Now a very important topic, infant milk substitute. Now if I ask the house, are they useful? Answer will be unanimously no. How are they harmful? Because nobody can match the natural breast milk. The child on infant milk substitute will suffer from so many diseases, will be deprived of the advantages of breast milk. That is the answer. But have you ever thought of it? Infant milk substitute production is hazardous to the environment. Probably no. Then who will tell us? Dr. Bipin Rathod from Amravati.
Thank you so much, sir, and I'm very much thankful to allot me this topic, and thank you so much, sir, to my mentor also, Dr. Satish Tiwari, sir, for guiding me. So we'll start with the session. So infant milk substitute, everyone knows what comes under that. It is a formula of it and all. So whenever we talk, what are the environmental hazard? When I read about it, it was eye-opening for me. Starting with baby milk formula requires a mass production by the dairy industry with the plastic and other waste and the degradation of land as well as the water, which result in huge quantity of a huge amount of a release of a greenhouse gas emission. Much of the baby milk formula comes from the milking of another species, which is a cow, which are grazed on the water pasture created from the clearing of a forested land. Milk formula harms the environmental through the land clearing, water use, pollution, methane gas from the dairy farming, but also through the energy and the water waste during the manufacturing and the distribution, and then due to the further packaging, food waste, water and the energy used to the ensure hygiene. Methane gas is one of the most potent form of a greenhouse gas, as we are reading throughout this, and clearing the land damages the environmental diversity. So what milk formula impacts? So basically it releases the greenhouse gas emission. 2019 study indicated that 1 kg of formula milk releases almost 11 to 14 kilogram of a carbon dioxide equivalent to the planet. Water use, almost 1 kg of a formula feed uses 4,700 liters of a water in throughout the process. Footprint means use of a water throughout the process. Waste, almost 2009 study indicates that yearly 550 millions of cans are disposed in the landfill. Microplastic is involved. Heavy metals like arsenic, cadmium and lead is involved in this. So definitely breastfeeding has a lower environmental impact than feeding with the infant formula. When we talk, this is a stat was given in the International Journal of Environmental and Public Health. So those are the raw material, energy and transport required for the production of a 1 kg of a infant formula. Raw milk, sunflower oil, lot of oil, energy, natural gas, can, steel, sea transport, train transport, loss. So those all are involved in formula feed preparation. We have to understand all these things. Again, how it environmental impact is there. It increases the global warming potential. So terrestrial acidification, freshwater eutrophication, marine eutrophication and the land use. So when we see the global level, there is a boom in the milk formula sale in the emerging middle income countries, and inadequate support has been happened by the health services and health professional, unfortunately. China is a national country where they are planning to develop lot of domestic dairy industry, but ignore the wider health and the environmental cost of a milk formula, displacing the breastfeeding. Due to the global climate, mother and their young children has been facing lot of insecurity and starvation due to the flood, drought, fire and all. So Australia and New Zealand are the countries where there are the open supermarket dairy farms are there, where toddler formulas are openly sold. When we see the conclusion, definitely adaptation and the building the resilience is necessary to reduce the vulnerability. WHO, UNICEF are trying lot to application of a policy like paid maternity leave, BFHI, WHO International Code implementation. And last, it is well the past time for the urgent discussion how the reducing the unnecessary promotion, use and societal cause of a formula milk feeding by investing in the breastfeeding can help to tackle the greatest challenge of a humanity that we are facing to sustain the mother's earth. Thank you so much.
So ultimate conclusion is breastfeeding is the best feeding. Now friends, could you just guess, we have finished 8 speakers. And now I call upon Dr. Ruturaj Deshmukh, who has done fellowship in pediatric neurology and who will be enlightening on the topic effects on environmental genetics.
Good afternoon. A topic given to me is environmental factors affecting human genetics. We will discuss, understand what is the interaction between genes and environment. So genetics and environment both plays a key role in sparing human traits. Genes, that is our DNA sequence, that provides the blueprint, while environmental factors can influence how these genes are expressed. The study of how environmental factors affect the genetic expression is epigenetics. There is a very complex relation between genetics and environment. The nature, that is our genetic, and nurture means environment. Who determine the traits more? The classic example like autism spectrum disorder, where the same genotype can have different expression of phenotype depending upon how phenotype means screen time, nuclear time can affect the genetic regulation. Another example is childhood asthma. So most traits result from the interaction of both genetic predisposition and environmental influences. The genomic studies shows the environmental factor can activate or silence certain genes to epigenetic mechanism. So epigenetics is a heritable change in gene activity that do not alter the DNA sequence. The same twins, identical twins, can have different genetic expression over the time. So key mechanism for epigenetics include DNA methylation, histone modification, and non-codings of RNA. So nutrition, how diet influences the genetic expression, we studies through nutrigenomics. Nutrigenomics explore how specific diet can prevent genetic disease by influencing gene expression. So example, folate deficiency in pregnancy can lead to neurological defects in newborn. The recent study showed that intermittent fasting can alter the genetic expression involved in metabolism and stress response, operating protection because for health benefits. Pollution, heavy metals, lead, mercury can directly damage the DNA. Chemicals like BPA, bisphenol A, commonly found in plastic, can increase the risk of cancer and neurological disorders. Air pollution, that is major environmental risk factor for epigenetic changes. And it also predisposes individual to respiratory and cardiovascular generations. Lifestyle, smoking can activate some oncogenetic genes which can cause lung cancer. Exercise, which can upregulate gene associated with longevity and cardiovascular health. So exercise induced epigenetic change, well-known studies which shows after exercise there is a epigenetic modification that can reduce the obesity and type 2 diabetes mellitus by genetic expressions. Stress, chronic stress can lead to depression, anxiety. Epigenetic mechanism leads to stress is the change in gene expression for cortisol secretion, cortisol producing genes. There is also studies showing psychotherapy and epigenetics can reverse the epigenetic changes. Radiation also can cause melanoma. We know the Hiroshima Nagasaki survivors. The survivor suffers, but their descendant also suffers. It explains the transgeneration effects of these epigenetic changes. Again, the famous example, Dirge Hunger Winter. It shows how extreme environment can cause long-term epigenetic changes. World War II, there is severe malnutrition and they are still suffering from metabolic diseases. In conclusion, gene carries the instruction, but external factors, environment determine how and when these instructions are executed. Environment plays a crucial role in shaping our genetic expression. And we cannot change our genetic code. Understanding how environmental factors influencing genetic expression can help the managing disease and promoting health. Advances in epigenetics hold the key to the personalized medicine and preventive healthcare. Thank you.
So friends, that brings the end of this session. So if two more speakers could have been accommodated, probably our audience was ready to listen. That is the beauty of the session. That's why I didn't declare that Dr. Ruturaj is the last speaker. Friends, now as the ritual goes, I am thankful to the organizers, the conference chairperson Dr. Pandrikar sir, Secretary Dr. Shripa Jahagirdar, IIP President Dr. Nitin Bardia, Secretary Dr. Rishikesh Ghator. I am thankful to all the panelists, all the speakers. It looks so easy to cover the topic in 4 minutes. But could you imagine, in last 15 days, we had 3 Zoom meetings, wherein we tried to improve and improve and improve. Ultimately, we could get the results. And mind you, most of the speakers were involved in organizing the conference also. So they had the responsibility of organization as well as the experts. But we are confident about the speakers. And if you really like the expert and the session, a round of applause for our speakers. And last thanks to our patient audience who was there right from the beginning, and they were listening and they were encouraging our experts. Thank you very much.
Hello. Now I request chairpersons Dr. Bhupesh Bond sir and Dr. Gajanan Patil sir to felicitate the speakers. Dr. Nitin Bardia sir and I request Dr. Satish Agrawal sir to come to the dais for felicitation. Dr. Guru Prasad Thete, sir. Dr. Bipin Rathod. Dr. Manjusha Giri ma'am. Dr. Swati Patil ma'am. Dr. Ruturaj Deshmukh. Dr. Rishikesh Ghatod. And Dr. Nilesh Patskaude. I request Dr. Jayant Pandrikar sir to felicitate our moderator, Dr. Satish Agrawal sir. I request Dr. Jayant sir, Satish sir and Shripad sir to felicitate our chairpersons, Dr. Bhupesh sir and Gajanan Patil sir. Moving ahead, we are shortly starting with our new session. For that, I would like to invite Dr. Sushil Rajput and Dr. Manish Apturkar as the chairpersons for this session. Next topic is common environmental allergens and the speaker is Dr. Shripad Jahagirdar sir. Welcome sir.
Friends, once again, all good things should end, and ending should be proper with happiness. Of course, this is reflected with us whole day's attendance and very good interested audience and learned scholars. They did whatever their best, and I'm sure from the central office, from the environment chapter of Child Health Group, we take it on record. This is one of the successful conference. Thank you all, and they deserve the big round of applause. Since we need to go, I am taking a little more time. And office once again thanks the core team, Dr. Satish Tiwari ji, Jayant Pandrikar sir, Dr. Shripad, and Satish Agrawal sir, Dr. Nityan Badia, Dr. Rishikesh Chatol, and Dr. Nilesh, and all the office bearers. It's not one person work, and from the few people on stage and others on the off the stage. As my chairperson has left, I took the this thing charge of acknowledging. Acknowledgement is a power, On behalf of Environment of Charter of Child Health Group, anything, please let us know to, because it's a growing branch. Only this year we have become the chapter, means a lot of things to the IAP has taken like 60 years back. There's ours is a chapter. And once again, thanks for the opportunity. Alok sir, thanks for being with us and taken the oration. And once again, for all the delegates and the office, we sincerely thank. Any shortcomings, please forgive us, and we are there to. And from our side, from the no shortcomings, anything you want to tell us, please let us know. Once again, stay blessed, stay healthy. Thank you all. Sorry.
So good evening, everyone. So this is last session for the today's wonderful conference, managing allergies in kids in today's environment. So we will discuss this topic, what are the common allergens in children at present, what are the different problems we face, then we see whether whatever antihistaminic we are prescribing, first generation and second generation, which is a better, and we try to correlate some studies related to post-COVID era. So these are the basic aims of the my talk. So I will be talking more on what are the different allergies and what are the different medicines available at present. Allergies, when I say, it is related to all types of allergy, not particular to the one topic. And it's my pleasure that Dr. Tushar sir, who is very expert in the field of allergy, is there to hear the talk. As will say that whatever query will come from the audience, Tushar sir will help us in answering the question. So allergies, disease, we discuss about various topics, pollutions and allergy diseases, COVID time, what has happened to the children, antihistaminic, what different antihistaminic use, guidelines, recommendations, what are the role of non-sedating antihistaminics, clinical evidences. So all these things we'll be discussing. We all know the allergy diseases are the most common, and they are the chronic long-term conditions. It is responsible for the sustainability and disability. Allergic rhinitis occurs when allergens are exposed to the nasal mucosa. Symptoms may include weakness, malaise, irritability, fatigue, headache, anorexia. These allergic diseases in the young populations have consequences costlier than the comorbid conditions in the elderly. Whenever the disease is not causing mortality, we are not taking care, but this is very important statement that they are costing more than the comorbidities associated in the older age groups. So, allergic rhinitis, almost 10% to the greater than 40% population is affected with allergic rhinitis, and it is considered as one of the top 10 reasons why the patient will visit to the clinic. Maybe these data may not be always from Indian study, but because we don't report allergic rhinitis most of the times, and we many times treat them as a common cold. So probably reporting is less, so this could be the much higher figure in India also. Allergic rhinitis is most common chronic condition in pediatric age group. So let's see, and let me ask, what are the allergies that can contribute to the allergies in India? Outdoor, indoor, change in the food integrants, change in health and sanitation. Probably all these factors are very important. All these factors contribute to the allergies in India. So pollutions and allergies, there are various environmental pollution. We have discussed so many things from the today morning. So I will skip few of the slides. Then particulate matter produced by motor vehicles, power station, factories contribute major to the pollution. So environmental factor contributing to the rapid rise of allergic disorder. They include changes in the residential environmental, changes in the food environmental, health and sanitation environment, and water and soil atmospheric environment. All these will contribute. Allergies, so indoor air pollutants, so allergens like scents, chemicals, volatile organic compounds, outdoor in the pollutions like dust mites, pets, cockroaches, scented candles, perfumes, cleaning supplies, smoke, dust, everything, they will be causing allergic problems. COVID, what was the problem with the few studies was quoted here, is quoted here. In COVID-19, the cases were increasing. There was a stringent lockdown. Indoor air quality was often overlooked since the people almost stayed the whole day at the home and the lack of air circulation. So IIPs, so these are the various pollutions. Indoor pollutions has become the higher in rural, and that has led to the negative health outcome. It was estimated that 1.64 to 0.27 million premature deaths were due to the household air pollution globally. This is alarming factor. We only consider outdoor pollution could be problematic to the child, but indoor pollutions can also be very much hazardous. COVID-19 pandemic has got a negative impact on emotional and social development of the young children. Ongoing studies suggest that 3 to 6 year old child were more likely to have symptoms of clinginess and fear compared to the children of 16 to 18 years. So let's see what are the common problems and can be treated with antihistaminics, allergic conjunctivitis, rhinitis, urticaria, and most of the them all. So what antihistaminics we use? First generation, second generation. There are many names, but just we want to remember that first generation, they are the used quite long year, a few years back, because and their main problem was a sedation. Though they have got a better control over the allergic symptoms, but their main problem was the sedation. Now we have got a second generation also antihistaminic available. Symptom wise, controlling the symptom wise, and first generation antihistaminics are better or equally same. Oral antihistaminics are regarded as the efficient therapy due to simple administration and best compliance among the drugs recommended for treating allergic rhinitis. What are the problem with first generation? Sedation, dry mouth, motor and cognitive impairment, and urinary retention. These all are the side effects. Except for the sedation, we don't bother to see whether these symptoms or side effects were related to antihistaminics. So sedation is not the only problem. There can be many other risk factors or other problems associated with the sedations. Sedations can lead to the restlessness, excitation, sleepiness, or sometimes these antihistaminic can have side effects of seizures also. Are we giving partners in crime by prescribing sedating antihistaminics? Because whatever antihistaminic first generation, they cause lot of problems. What are the effects of sedating antihistaminics on kids? Apart from sedation, there could be, so we don't recommend levocetirizine also for the child less than 6 years. It is a recommendation, though we are using, but if you look at the recommendation, don't prescribe before less than 6 years, because there are a lot of side effects: dry mouth, dry eyes, urinary retention, sedation, impairment of the motor and cognitive functions, which is very, very important. And as a busy practitioner, probably very few of us will take care of this problem. What are the school problems after taking antihistaminic? We don't take that much history. And they have got a less specific on H1 receptor. They can cross the blood-brain barrier. That is a most afraid part of these antihistaminic drugs. So decreasing learning performances of the school can cause a scholastic backwardness in the child. There is increasing latency. There is increasing latency period for the sleep. Sleep problems, sleep disturbances are because of these antihistaminics. Children are also vulnerable for cognitive performance, learning problems, worsening of learning capacity. All these problems are related to first generation antihistaminic that can cause sedation. And because these side effects are because of they can cross the blood-brain barrier and cause a affection of H1 receptor in the brain also. So that is the main disadvantage of this, and all these real problem related to that. They can produce a hangover effect for more than 20 hours also. So there are different guidelines. We will see what these guidelines suggest. It recommends that older generation H1 antihistaminic should no longer be available. This is a global allergy and asthma European network task force guidelines. First generation H1 antihistaminic should no longer be available. Over the counter as prescription free drugs for self medication, and newer second generation non-sedating H1 antihistaminic with superior risk benefit ratio are now widely available at comparative rate. So this is guidelines, we should follow this. So what are the characteristics of second generation? They are lipophilic in nature, cannot cross blood-brain barrier, they are not sedating, and they can be a prolonged use. They can be used for a prolonged period. They are major advantages for this. It is demonstrated that fexofenadine was significantly superior to the placebo effect in primary efficacy variables, and they have significant benefit in comparison placebo. It has got a beneficial effect of fexofenadine upon nasal congestion and anti-inflammatory properties. Efficacy-wise, control of allergic rhinitis symptoms, onset of symptoms within 1 hour, control is for 24 hours, and they have got anti-inflammatory activity. Truly, they are non-sedating, does not provide prolonged QTC interval problem also. So this is another advantage. Fexofenadine has shown improvement in the quality of life of patients. Once daily fexofenadine dose is required, patient is experience improved performance in work and routine activities. Sedations are less with fexofenadine as compared to the cetirizine. Hallucination, psychosis, delirium, ataxia are also very significantly less. Okay, these are the few questions, but before ending my topic, I will like to thank Sanofi company for helping us in arranging this today's conference. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, audience, for the patience hearing.
Now I request Dr. Satish Agrawal. I request Dr. Satish Tiwari sir to felicitate Dr. Jagirdar sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shailesh. And to make the audience assured, this is the last talk. So, talk is Tiber CV. Why conjugate vaccine? And I put my apologies first to start with, because we got an eminent, not only national but international expert in vaccine science, Dr. Alok Gupta sir. So sir, my apologies to you if I commit any mistake during my deliberation. So you are there to correct. And when you are there, so I can tell to the audience you can ask me any question. Because if I don't answer, then Alok Gupta sir can answer the question. Now why conjugate the vaccine? We all know that any foreign particle when it enters in the body makes antibodies against that. But if you inject this particle which is not foreign to the body won't make any antibodies. So for making it foreign, you need to conjugate that particle. So when the conjugated vaccines are there, so cell stimulated, it will lead to B cells, and TCV, it will lead to B and T cells both. Antibody titers with TCV is high, quality of antibodies is high, cell-mediated immunity, T-cell mediated is present. It is in comparison with the other vaccines. Duration is obviously long-lived, and effective age is more than 6 months as compared to other vaccines which are more than 2 years. All conjugate vaccines are same, yes or no? So audience is not in a mood to answer, so answer obviously is no. Now factors influencing the immunogenicity of conjugate vaccine. So purity of conjugates. Why purity of conjugates? Because if it is not pure, it may lead to, oh, just excuse me. Hello? Yes, sir. हाँ सर हाँ सर एक मिनट में श्रीपाद को दे हाँ हाँ ये पांडे का सर बोल दे सर प्रमोद कुमार सर बोलता है it should be pure, it should have a carrier protein, and it should have other properties which should not interfere with the body mechanisms. Conjugation method, it should be proper so that it should generate good amount of antibodies. Now, conjugation technology adapted by manufacturers may vary, which is expected to impact the immunogenic response induced by the products. Countries should be offered the opportunity to decide and choose the right typhoid conjugate vaccine, that is TCV, for the immunization program based on the product characteristics. Now, what are the characteristics? Composition, length of polysaccharides, these all should be proper. Effectiveness. Now, there are two terms, efficacy and effectiveness. Efficacy, when it is tested for individual, it will be efficacy, and when it is tested for a larger population, it will lead to effectiveness. So, effectiveness should be proper. When it is co-administered with other vaccines, so effect should be good only. Now, preferred product characteristics, there are essential aspects of components of pragmatic suitability, low product cost, available in multi-dose vials, having low cold chain footprints. Now, what about the TCV? It is available in 0.5 ml as a single dose and even in multi-dose also. So, type bar TCV, the product characteristics available in both single as well as the multi-dose. A clear colorless fluid. Now, if you see the developmental milestones, right from 2005 to 2018, they conducted all the trials in phase 1, 2, 3, fulfilling all the WHO criteria and came out with all positive results. We all know that any vaccine to be used on a larger scale has to pass through 4 clinical phases, trial phases. So this product has been tested in India as well as abroad and came out with good results. Established clinical trials, the names have been written, the countries are there in India and abroad also. Evidence of long-term immunogenicity, the graph itself is showing. Now, co-administration of type TCV with MMR or MCV, meningococcal vaccine, does not interfere with the serological response. And co-administration with other vaccines is good enough. Now, the type 1 TCV vaccine, it can be stable at 40 plus minus 2 degrees for 7 days and higher degrees like 55 for a period of 3 days. Effectiveness studies across the world, results are good. So obviously the preferred product is TCV. Thank you all. Now I can ask any question. Okay. So I finish and I thank all the organizers for the opportunity.
Hello. Now I request Dr. Nitin Bardia sir to felicitate Dr. Sushil Rajput sir, today's chairperson. I request Dr. Prahlad Patil sir to felicitate Dr. Manish Apturkar sir.
you very much. We are supposed to felicitate all our hall in charges, but because of some shortage of time, we could not do it at that time. I'll attend. I will ask all our hall in charges. Dr. Shailesh and Dr. Amit are there, so please come and accept the memento at the hands of Dr. Pandrikar sir. Amit, Dr. Amit. अरे डॉक्टर रुद्रकार, these are hall in charges, so I will like to ask them felicitate. Correct. काय ना बोल. Before we conclude, I must say their conference could not have been possible because without the help of all our pharma friends, and they have helped very friendly with us. So many of us are not, but I request Ms. Akulwala from Sanofi company, Amit from Bharat, they come forward and please accept our token of love, appreciation for all the efforts you have taken for us. I request Alchem Pharma Company, Mr. Santosh and Mr. Rahil. Those who if they are not present, we will give the memento at my hospital. Mr. Amit.
Alkem. चलिए मे फार्मा मे फार्मा JB Chemicals, please on the dais. Mobin bhai, please on the dais. Sir. Gopal, please on the dais. Thank you. Gopal. Any pharma company?
They are not here. Please collect from my hospital. Whenever you visit, please collect from my hospital.
कॉन्फ्रेंस विल बी नॉट ओवर जब तक के चाय पे टपरी पे चाय नहीं पियेंगे. बढ़िया सर.
Hello. 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 I am thankful to all my colleagues for making this conference successful. I am thankful to all the faculty and speakers who came from long distance. I am especially thankful to Dr. Tiwari sir, Patil sir, Bhupesh, Dr. Agrawal sir, Dr. Pandrikar sir, Dr. Shripa, Dr. Rushikesh, Dr. Nilesh, Dr. Manish, Dr. Ruturaj, Dr. Shailesh, Dr. Bipin, Dr. Sushil for guidance and support for making this conference successful. I am thankful to all the pharma company and vaccine companies for supporting in appropriate way. I am thankful to event management and Mobin for your kindly help. Thank you. At the last, I request. Oh. Please stand. We are going to start national anthem. Please keep silent. जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्कल जलधि तरंग तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाए तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे भारत माता की.
We declare today's conference is over. Local organizing team members can come for the group photo.